Tian Xiaojuan's heart skipped a beat. The first thought that came to his mind was, these young masters in Beijing also had their eyes on the Paradise Corporation. The path that Hou Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others had taken only led to the backyard, where there was only one private room. As for Hou Liang's having a meal with friends, Tian Xiaojun had subconsciously ignored it. In his opinion, Hou Liang, Su Zixuan, and the other second-generation heirs who could be said to be well known in the capital, coming to the Three Mountains together, was an extremely unusual matter. There was only one explanation, and that was that they had also noticed the Peach Blossom Company's terrifying ability to make money, and they had come to find them immediately. Tian Xiaojuan's heart ached so much that he clenched his teeth. Since he had been targeted by this group of men, he probably wouldn't even have a share of the soup. Looks like I've made a wasted trip to the Three Mountains, Tian Xiaojun thought in frustration. However, since there was no way to get the shares of the Paradise Company, Tian Xiaojun immediately thought of how to obtain certain benefits. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He didn't even have time to tell Zhong Zixin and Xia Tian before he quickly chased after Hou Liang and the others. Hou Liang and the other two chatted as they walked. Liang bro, don't we need to wait for Jun bro at the entrance? Wei Jun asked. Young Master Song said that they're going to take a detour to pick someone up. Brother Jun told us to go in first and not wait for him. Hou Liang said with a smile. Oh, Wei. Jun nodded and said, it seems that young Master Song has quite a few friends in the Three Mountains. That's for sure, Su Zixuan said with a smile. Brother Ruofei has been at the Three Mountains for quite a long time. He's familiar with this area. Brother Xian, the one we're most familiar with is the one we're about to meet. Right? Hou Liang asked with a smile. I'm a native of the Three Mountains. Ha ha ha. That's true, Su Zixuan said with a smile. At this moment, Tian Xiaojun caught up with him, panting. He shouted, young Master Su, young Master. Ho, please wait. Hou Liang and the others stopped in their tracks and turned around to look at Tian Xiaojun. They did not understand why this guy had become so clingy. Tian Xiaojun smiled awkwardly and asked, young Master Su, young Master Hou, if you don't mind me asking, are you going to find, at this point, Tian Xiaojun pointed at the door of the small courtyard not far away and continued, Xia Ruofei from Paradise Corporation? Hou Liang and the other two exchanged glances. Then, Hou Liang asked indifferently, how did you know? Tian Xiaojun chuckled and said, didn't I just come out? Hou Liang raised his eyebrows. He sized up Tian Xiaojun and asked, you know the person inside? Tian Xiaojun quickly waved his hand. Young Master Hou, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with that Xia Ruofei. I'm not trying to help him. Tian Xiaojun thought that Hou Liang had misunderstood that he was speaking up for Xia Ruofei, so he explained in a hurried tone, afraid that Hou Liang would be unhappy with him. Little did he know that the moment he said this, the expressions of Hou Liang and the other two changed slightly. Hou Liang and Su Zixuan looked at each other again before he asked, so, what's the purpose of your visit? Tian Xiaojuan's face revealed a trace of embarrassment, and he laughed awkwardly. I know I can't hide it from young Master Hou's eyes. We're actually here for the Paradise Corporation's shares. When Hou Liang heard the word shares, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. However, he still remained calm and asked indifferently, since you've seen us coming, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you still want to split. I absolutely didn't mean it that way. I definitely didn't mean it that way. Tian Xiaojun quickly said, almost swearing to the heavens, didn't I get rebuffed by that Xia Ruofei? That's why I'm here to remind you, young Master Ho. Then, Tian Xiaojun quickly explained, I'm not underestimating your abilities, but I've been in contact with Xia Ruofei just now. This person doesn't know what's going on. If you rashly ask for shares, he might not buy it. I'm afraid we'll have to do something. What method do you think we should use? Ho Liang asked, with narrowed eyes. Tian Xiaojuan's spirit was lifted, and he chuckled, young Master Ho, there are so many ways to deal with a small company like this. Any random functional department could just give them a heads up and they would not be able to continue operating. I wanted to ask the price department to teach him a lesson, but since you're here, I don't have to do anything. Ho Liang slowly nodded. Beside him, Su Zixuan and Wei Jun were looking at Tian Xiaojun as if he was already a dead man. Tian Xiaojuan was still unaware of it, and he said as if he was taking credit, young master Ho, according to my judgment, it's more difficult to make him submit directly. It's better to teach him a lesson first, then it'll be much easier to talk to him later. Oh right. After saying that, Tian Xiaojun quickly added, this Xia Ruofei is not only muddle-headed, but he's also a little barbaric. He doesn't care about us at all. Just because he has some skills. Ho Liang's gaze gradually turned cold as he asked, so you even fought with him? Tian Xiaojun replied awkwardly, it's not really a fight. Xiao Ling, the brother who was with me just now, he only pointed at him and he almost broke his finger. If you guys come into contact with him, please be careful, logo. Pay attention, my ass. Ho Liang suddenly raised his voice and cursed. Tian Xiaojun was instantly dumbfounded. Ho Liang's sudden rage had caused his brain to freeze. He didn't understand why Ho Liang had suddenly become so angry when they had been chatting happily just a moment ago. Before Tian Xiaojun could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Su Zixuan, who was standing behind him, had kicked him. Tian Xiaojun was immediately kicked to the ground by Su Zixuan. He trembled in fear and fell to the ground, asking with a face full of fear, young Master Ho, young Master Su, I don't know what I said wrong. Please be magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling, who had followed behind Tian Xiaojun, were also shocked. They were all too clear about the capabilities of Ho Liang and the others. It could be said that if Ho Liang and the others wanted to mess with Tian Xiaojun in the capital, they didn't even need to do it themselves. As long as they spread the word, a little profligate son like Tian Xiaojun would basically become a stray dog. Xiao Ling, who was usually arrogant and despotic, didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing Tian Xiaojun being kicked down, she didn't dare to go forward to help him up. She only stood on the spot with Zhong Zixin. In fear, a little at a loss. Ho Liang's eyes were cold as he said, I wonder what went wrong. Then think carefully. We'll talk about it when you think of it. Then, Ho Liang turned to look at Zhong Zixin and Xiao Tian. He said, you guys, come over here. Not only did Zhong Zixin and Lu Zhe hurriedly walk over, but even Lu Zhe, who had been carefully protecting Tian Xiaojuan's group, had no choice but to walk over too. Ho Liang with an uneasy expression. Ho Liang kicked Tian Xiaojun in disgust and said, are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Quickly get up. Tian Xiaojun quickly used his hands and feet to support his body and quickly stood up. Ho Liang pointed at the wall of the small courtyard in front of them and said, "You guys. Put your hands behind your heads and squat over there." Ah? Tian Xiaojun could not help but call out subconsciously. In any case, he was still a deputy division level officer. Although his position in the circle of good for nothings was far inferior to Ho Liang's, Ho Liang's action still made him feel a little embarrassed. "What do you mean, ah?" Su Zixian said unhurriedly, "Didn't you hear what Liang Zi said? Or are words useless? That's fine, Zhao Yongjun, Brother Jun, and Song Ruei will be here soon. Their words should be of some use, right?" When Tian Xiaojun heard the thunderous names of Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruei, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly said, "I don't dare. I don't dare." After that, he didn't care about his pride as a deputy director anymore. He ran to the wall and squatted down facing the wall, with his hands on his head. Zhong Zixin and Xiaoling naturally didn't dare to be negligent and also ran over to squat down. Under the intense gazes of Ho Liang and the others, Lu Zhi could only helplessly follow in the footsteps of Tian Xiaojun and the others. Lu Zhi felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. He secretly shouted, "I'm really unlucky today. What does this have to do with me?" However, he could not even afford to offend Tian Xiaojun, let alone offend Ho Liang and the others, whom Tian Xiaojun treated like a mouse seeing a cat. Therefore, he could only mutter in his heart and did not even dare to explain himself. In a short while, a row of 4 people was squatting at the base of the courtyard wall. When the receptionist responsible for guiding Ho Liang and the others saw this scene, she wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh out loud. She could only endure it with great difficulty. As for Ho Liang, he walked to the entrance of the small courtyard and shouted, "Brother Xia! Boss Xia! Xia Moneybags! Our brothers are already at the door, aren't you going to come out and welcome us?" Su Zixian also joined in the fun and shouted, "President Xia! The takeaway you ordered is here. Hurry up and open the door." Wei Jun didn't dare to be so impetuous. He knew Xia Ruofei's powerful background, and he wasn't that close to Xia Ruofei. If he hadn't helped Xia Ruofei settle the Tongren Hall matter, he wouldn't even have been able to get into Ho Liang's circle. So he stood cautiously beside Ho Liang and Su Zixuan, feeling a little envious. Soon, footsteps could be heard in the courtyard. The doors split into 2, and Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue appeared at the entrance. Xia Ruofei was wearing a set of Armani casual clothes. He had been cultivating for a long time and had an otherworldly temperament. He looked very handsome. Ling Qingxue, who was standing beside him, was not inferior in any way. She had a beautiful face and long legs, which made her look like an eye-catching divine weapon. The 2 of them standing at the entrance of the courtyard was like a beautiful scenery. Ho Liang and the other 2 couldn't help but be stunned. Su Zixian was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Brother Xia, this must be my sister-in-law." As expected, they were a perfect match. Brother Xia is so lucky. Ho Liang also came back to his senses. He hurriedly began to ramble, but his expression was a little exaggerated. With a single glance, it was clear that he was trying to pull a prank. Ling Qingshua's face blushed slightly at their words. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had already cultivated his thick skin. He even deliberately put on an expression that said he was happy to be flattered. "This is?" Xia Ruofei saw that Wei Jun looked a little unfamiliar and couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh. I forgot to introduce you. He's Wei Jun. Ho Liang immediately said. Xia Ruofei immediately reacted and smiled gently. So you're Wei Jun. We welcome you to the Three Mountains as a guest. Thank you for what you did last time. Wei Jun immediately felt flattered and quickly said, You're welcome, President Xia. It's just a small matter, Xia Ruofei chuckled. We're all friends. You don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Brother Xia. Wei Jun was excited. And said, All right, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed Ling Qingshua's soft hands. He smiled and said, Let me formally introduce to everyone, this is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue. Hello. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Welcome to the Three Mountains. By the way, this private restaurant belongs to Qingshue's family. You guys should try the special dishes here later. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, If it's good, don't forget to help promote it when you go back. You might even open a branch in the capital in the future. So this shop is opened by sister-in-law's family. Of course. Ho Liang quickly said, The taste of the food definitely wasn't mentioned. By the way, we have quite a few friends in the Three Mountains. I'll introduce them to you when the time comes. Thanks. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he asked, Why are there only a few of you? Where's Brother Zhao? And where did that kid Song Rui go? Oh. Young Master Song and Brother Jun are in the same car. They're going to pick up a friend, so they should be here soon. Su Zixian said. All right, let's wait inside. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's cold outside. Don't just stand there. Come into the house. You guys aren't used to the wet and cold climate here in the Three Mountains, right? Yup. It's supposed to be a few degrees hotter here than in the capital, but I just feel cold. Ho Liang could not help but shrink his neck and said, We felt it the moment we got off the plane. The wind was so strong that the down jacket seemed to be useless. The cold air even seeped into our bones, ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You guys should come out more. What's the point of staying in the capital all day? As they were talking, a loud thud suddenly came from the nearby courtyard wall. It turned out that when Tian Xiaojun heard Xia Ruofei chatting and joking with Ho Liang and the others, and when Xia Ruofei was the most respected one among them, he could not help but feel his vision darken. In addition, he was cold and scared. After squatting for a while, his legs were numb, so he accidentally leaned forward and hit his head against the wall. Only then did Xia Ruofei notice it. He looked to the side and couldn't help but laugh. Why are there still a few people squatting here? Eh? Why was Luja squatting there? What's the situation, Logo? Luja raised his head awkwardly and looked at Xia Ruofei. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a crying face. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Quickly get up, quickly get up. Liangzi, what's the situation, he asked Ho Liang. Luja is my friend. How did he end up squatting there? Ah. Ho Liang exclaimed and quickly walked over. Luja was still crouching there, his face covered in dust and dirt, not daring to move. He was considered a prominent figure in the Three Mountains, but this was the first time he had been reduced to such a sorry state. Ho Liang quickly helped Luja up and said, Brother, it's a misunderstanding, eh? Misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were Ruofei's friend. Why didn't you explain? I just saw you with these idiots, so. Sigh. Wasn't this the same as flooding the temple of the Dragon King? It's all my brother's fault. Blame me, young Master Ho, I did come here with Tian Chu and the others, Lucia said hurriedly. Ho Liang couldn't help but reveal a hint of bewilderment. At this moment, Xia Ruofei walked over and said, Lucia, why are you saying this? You are you, Tian Xiaojun is Tian Xiaojun, do I have to be so unreasonable? Ho Liang immediately came back to his senses and said, yes. Brother, it's all my fault for letting you suffer. How about this, I'll arrange a banquet to apologize to you today. No need, Lucia hurriedly said. He was flattered. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Xia Ruofei's power. Tian Xiaojun, who was so powerful in his eyes, did not even dare to breathe loudly. When he met Ho Liang did not even look at Tian Xiaojun. However, because of Xia Ruofei's words, Ho Liang's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He was even more intimate than a real brother. This explained the problem. In the past, Lucia only thought that Xia Ruofei was close to Song Wei and even the Song family. He was also more straightforward, so he was willing to be friends with Xia Ruofei. However, he still thought that Xia Ruofei was just taking advantage of Song Wei. After today's events, Lucia finally realized that Xia Ruofei did not need to bask in Song Wei's glory. He was completely qualified to be on equal terms with Song Wei. Perhaps even Song Wei's influence was not as great as Xia Ruofei's. At least Lucia knew that Song Wei's status wasn't enough for these rich playboys in the capital to treat her like this. I must apologize. Ho Liang said with a serious expression. You have to admit your mistakes. I, Ho Liang, am not an unreasonable person. This, Lucia's expression, was troubled. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Lucia, Liangzi, let me say something. There's no need for such a formal apology. We're all friends, so Lucia should go in as well. Liangzi can just give Lucia a toast. I think it's fine. Let's do this. Ho Liang chuckled. Lucia's head was spinning. He did not dare to imagine that he would actually have the opportunity to drink and have fun with these top-notch nouveau riches of the capital. He had even been called brother by Ho Liang. One must know that this wasn't just a qualification that could be used to show off, but also a real benefit. Not only for him, but also for his father, it was a rare opportunity. Lucia felt like he was in a dream. Xia Ruofei patted Lucia's shoulder and asked, Why are you in a daze? I'm asking you a question. Ah? Lucia snapped out of his daze and asked in embarrassment, Did I disturb you guys too much? What are you saying? Xia Ruofei said angrily, It's just a small gathering for friends. My brothers from Beijing came to Sanshan to play. I didn't want to invite anyone else, but since you're here today, we're all my friends. What's the matter with having a meal together? Lucia knew that Xia Ruofei was trying to help him. He was also very touched. After all, he was the reason why Tian Xiaojun could find Xia Ruofei so quickly. Although he was unwilling and had no other choice, and he had informed Xia Ruofei in advance, he still played the role of an accomplice. Not only did Xia Ruofei not blame him, but he even helped him. Lucia was convinced by Xia Ruofei's generosity. Lucia was now aware of Xia Ruofei's capabilities. He had only contributed a little when he bought the Hengli building at the Peach Blossom Company. How could he not be touched when Xia Ruofei returned the favor? Lu Jia looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and nodded his head. All right, brother Xia, I'll do as you say. That's right. Ho Liang said with a smile. Su Zixuan and Wei Jun also returned Lu Jia's friendly smile. Compared to the treatment Tian Xiaojun had just received, this was like heaven and hell. It's cold outside, let's go in. Xia Ruofei said. At this moment, Zhao Yongjin's hearty laughter came from not far away. Why is it so lively? Are you guys waiting for me? Xia Ruofei was already walking towards the courtyard, but when he heard Zhao Yongjin's voice, he turned around and smiled. Big brother Zhao. You're late. Xia Ruofei said, be more conscious of your punishment later. No problem. Zhao Yongjun said heroically, your drunken 8 immortals is a good wine. I'll take this opportunity to drink a few more cups, haha, logo. Zhao Yongjun and the others walked over. Other than Song Rui and Lu Jian, there was also a beautiful girl in a light yellow short down jacket. It was Song Wei. It turned out that Zhao Yongjun and the others had taken a detour to pick up Song Wei. Song Wei smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Are you Ofei? I came uninvited today. I hope you don't welcome me? I wouldn't dare. You're an important guest that we can't even invite normally. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Zhao Yongjun also quickly noticed Tian Xiaojun and the other two squatting by the courtyard wall. He couldn't help but frown. However, Xia Ruofei was the host today, and Ho Liang and the others had arrived earlier. If there was anything, Ho Liang would have settled it already, so Zhao Yongjun only glanced at it and didn't ask much. Naturally, everyone introduced themselves to each other when they met. The main thing was that Xia Ruofei was introducing his girlfriend, Ling Qingxue. Of course, he also introduced Lu Jia to Zhao Yongjun and the other two. Lu Jia and Song Wei were already familiar with each other, so there was no need for another introduction. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue knew each other. The last time they had dinner at the Lingji private restaurant, the two girls had exchanged WeChat messages. Therefore, the two of them smiled and nodded in greeting. After some small talk, the group of people followed Xia Ruofei into the private room in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Tian Xiaojun and the other two were still crouching in front of the wall. Xia Ruofei and the others were chatting so enthusiastically beside them, but no one paid them any attention. Except for Zhao Yongjun, who glanced at him when he first arrived. Everyone else treated them like air. After the lively exchange of greetings, the courtyard outside became quiet. They could faintly hear the laughter of Xia Ruofei and the others in the room with the heater on. Tian Xiaojun and the other two were squatting at the foot of the wall in the cold wind, their hearts filled with horror. Ho Liang and Su Zixuan were already big shots that Tian Xiaojun didn't even dare to provoke in his dreams. He didn't expect that there would be a few more coming. Lu Jian, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui. All of their names were like thunder piercing Tian Xiaojuan's ears. These people were so familiar with Xia Ruofei and even treated him as the center of attention. What kind of person was this? Why had he never heard of it in Beijing? Tian Xiaojun was also wailing in his heart. If he had known that Xia Ruofei was so powerful, he would not have dared to set his eyes on the Paradise Corporation even if he had 100 guts. Just the thought of it was enough to make one feel afraid, let alone foolishly leading a group of people to attack the 3 mountains. Not only had he come to the 3 mountains, but he had also impatiently contacted Xia Ruofei through Lu Jia. Now that he thought about it, Xia Ruofei had treated him like a clown in the room just now. His own clumsy performance not only made him a laughingstock, but the words he said were like water that had been poured out, and could not be taken back. Tian Xiaojun didn't even dare to think about how Zhao Yongjun and the others would deal with him. Brother Jun, what should we do? Xiaoling shivered in the cold and asked helplessly. Tian Xiaojun said in annoyance, you're asking me, but who the fuck should I ask? I don't even know what to do now. Brother Jun, why don't we go in and apologize and plead for mercy? Zhong Zixin said in a low voice. She really couldn't stand it anymore. In order to look pretty, she wore less clothes. The wet and cold climate of the three mountains was completely different from that of the capital. The cold wind seemed to penetrate into her bones, and she felt that her whole body was frozen. Apologize now? Tian Xiaojun said unhappily. It's too late. Let's wait. Let's see what kind of regulations those few masters will come up with. Then, Tian Xiaojun could not help but glare at Xiaoling and said, I've told you long ago, we're all people with status, don't fight so fiercely all day. If you had been more polite, we wouldn't have offended Xia Ruo, Master Xia, so badly. Xiaoling opened her mouth innocently, but did not dare to talk back. However, there was no lack of silent criticism. Before they came, Tian Xiaojun had said that he wanted to suppress Xia Ruofei with his imposing manner. However, he had official duties and could not rush to the front line, so the task of main attacker had fallen to Xiaoling. Now, Tian Xiaojun was blaming Xiaoling for speaking too harshly and offending Xia Ruofei. How could Xiaoling accept this? In the courtyard, private room. The heater in the room was on. Zhao Yongjun and the others had brought 6 people, including Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Lu Jia. They filled up the 10-seater table. After everyone had taken their seats, the dishes that had been prepared earlier were served like running water. Xia Ruofei was very serious about today's dinner. The ingredients were all vegetables from the paradise. Furthermore, he had also prepared the Buddha jumps over the wall and Chinese perch. These 2 dishes were still in the process of being prepared and had not been served yet. As for the wine, he used the best wine on the market, the drunken 8 immortals. Considering that Ling Qingxue did not like to drink white wine, Xia Ruofei even specially prepared a Ceylon white wine that had been aged for a long time in the medium. This was the new batch of wine he had bought from Old West's winery when he first went to Australia. It had only been half a year, but not only was the West winery now under his name, but even the once largest Golden Oak winery in the Hunter Valley area had become his property. Every time he thought of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel emotional. Other than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were drinking half-lawn, everyone else poured themselves a cup of drunken 8 immortals wine. Xia Ruofei even said to Song Wei, I bought this wine from Australia. It's an authentic Semiron from Hunter Valley, produced by an old winery with a history of 100 years. Then I'm going to have a good taste, Song Wei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I've already bought the winery. I've also improved the quality of the grapes this year. If everything goes well, we should be able to produce the new Semillon grape next year. I'll leave some for everyone then. What a nouveau riche! Song Rui cried out, you bought the entire winery without saying a word. Do you have to be so pretentious? Zhao Yongjun also laughed and said, well done, Ruofei. We'll let these country bumpkins experience the domineering power of the Xia country's tyrants. Song Ruofei immediately said, Brother Zhao, who are you calling a country bumpkin? Who was he calling a country bumpkin? You're the country bumpkin, your entire district is filled with country bumpkins. Zhao Yongjun said, are you sure? The people living in our community are all generals, and they are at least lieutenant generals. Song Ruofei was at a loss for words. He really didn't dare to respond to that. The old men in the army were not to be trifled with. Seeing Xia Ruofei's friends bickering with each other, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei found it very interesting. They could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. Lu Jia, on the other hand, was a little reserved. At the same time, he looked at Xia Ruofei with envy. Ho! Liang specially sat down beside Lu Jia and chatted with him from time to time. After knowing that he had accidentally injured Lu Jia, Ho Liang had been feeling a little guilty. Come on. Let's eat some hot food too. Fill our stomachs first, then we'll drink. Xia Ruofei picked up his chopsticks and said, but don't eat too much. There will be 2 more main dishes later. Zhao Yongjun immediately said, yes, yes, yes. When I was in Beijing, Ruofei had been bragging about his 2 dishes to me. He said that we've never tried them in Beijing before and that we'll definitely be amazed by them. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Zishuan laughed and said, Brother Xia, don't blow your own trumpet. Brother Jun, Brother Ruofei, and the others are all experienced and knowledgeable. Xia Ruofei said confidently, you'll know when you try it later. Come, 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 quickly eat. We haven't even touched our first glass of wine. Hence, everyone picked up their chopsticks and drank their first glass of wine under Xia Ruofei's lead. Even Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but take a big gulp of the cheese, mainly because the taste of the semelon was too good. The wine had a rich, layered fruit fragrance, and it left a lasting aftertaste. After putting down the wine glass, Zhao Yongjun threw out the question in his heart, Ruofei, what's going on with those guys outside the hospital, logo? Hearing this, Ho Liang and Su Zishuan looked at each other and smiled. Then, Ho Liang said, I haven't had the time to ask Ruofei. However, we understand the general situation, so it's better for Ruofei to tell us himself. Xia Ruofei put down his glass and smiled. Recently, the jade skin cream of the Paradise Corporation has been selling very well, and even evil people have started to appear. I heard that these 3 hot-headed young men came from the capital and have set their eyes on my company. The moment they met, they offered 1,000,000 yuan in exchange for 51% of my company's shares. Zhao Yongjun slammed his cup on the table and said, he's rebelling. Did water enter these grandsons' brains? He even dared to covet Ruofei's company. Liangzi, what's their background? I don't know, Ho Liang said with a smile. But the one leading is a deputy director of the state-owned resources administration. I heard that his father is a secretary or a director of the housing construction department. Wei Jun, you should know, right? Wei Jun nodded and said, his name is Tian Xiaojun. His father is a secretary with real power in the Ministry of Housing and Construction. I've met the other 2 a few times. One is called Zhong Zixin, and the other is called Xiao Ling. Their family situation is similar to Tian Xiaojun's. I don't know much about the details. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but sneer, damn. With such little power, he dares to come and take over Ruofei's company? I don't think they're out of their minds, they're out of their minds. Brother Zhao, I'm eating. Song Ruofei shouted in dissatisfaction. Can't you consider my feelings when you speak? The crowd burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei also laughed and said, Song Ruofei, eat slowly. Don't lose your appetite when the good food is served, Song Ruofei chewed on the authentic spinach and said, don't worry. My stomach might be full. Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, continued, you guys eat first. I'll go out and teach them a lesson. Xia Ruofei quickly said, no, no, no. I'm a refined man, I won't use force. Besides, it's such a cold day, it's good to let them stay outside for a while to refresh their minds. Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, you're right. Then let them wait. After we've had our fill, we'll settle this. That's the way. Only beautiful women and delicious food cannot be disappointed. Song Ruofei said as he ate, there are beautiful women and delicious food today. Why are you talking about those disappointing things? Just let the trash wait outside for now, Xia Ruofei smiled. Young Master Song, I've recorded what you just said. Do you want to send it to Zhuyi? Song Ruofei suddenly stopped chewing. He squeezed out a smile and said, Ruofei, you don't have to be so cruel, right? Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Song Wei smiled and said, I think it's necessary. Should I tell Yi? I have to be responsible for my best friend. Song Ruofei quickly begged for mercy after hearing this, indicating that he would not dare to speak nonsense again. After everyone laughed and joked around, the Buddha jumps over the wall soup came up very quickly. This was specially made from small jars, one for each person, so that they didn't have to worry about others snatching food from them. At the same time, it was very hygienic. The mouth of the jar was tightly wrapped in lotus leaves, so everyone didn't feel anything at first. Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei, who had tasted the secret Buddha jumps over the wall soup, also smiled at everyone but did not say anything. After the waiter unsealed the lotus leaves, one by one, a strong fragrance immediately filled the room. It was the strong aroma of abalone, pig trotters, fish, and dozens of other precious ingredients mixed together. After being refined by Xia Ruofei's exclusive prescription, the aroma was even more alluring. Zhao Yongjun and the others were eating and chatting, but when they smelled the fragrance, they stopped and focused on the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of them. Xia Ruofei picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, the first main dish I said is here. This is the authentic secret Buddha jumps over the wall that I have personally improved. There are at least dozens of hotels in the entire Sanshan city that can make this dish, but I dare to say that there is only one restaurant that can make this taste. Everyone, quickly try it. Ling Ji's private kitchen-'s Buddha jumps over the wall is already very famous. If you want to eat this dish, you have to make a reservation a month in advance. Song Wei added with a smile. No way. So powerful, Ho Liang couldn't help but be speechless. Song Ruofei was a typical foodie. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, he had already reached out his chopsticks to the small jar. He picked up a piece of abalone and immediately put it in his mouth and chewed without hesitation. The seal of the Buddha jumps over the wall was very good. Before opening the jar, not only did it keep the fragrance inside, but it was also very difficult for the heat to spread out. Therefore, this piece of abalone was very hot. Song Ruofei hissed at first, but then he couldn't help but want to eat more, so he bit hard against the heat and let the abalone roll in his mouth, trying to reduce the time it touched his tongue. He awkwardly ate the abalone, then immediately grabbed his drink cup and took a big gulp of juice before saying, "It's so delicious." This taste is simply amazing. Seeing Xia Ruofei's exaggerated performance, everyone became even more interested in the Buddha jumps over the wall. Without Xia Ruofei's order, they all started to taste it. Logo. Of course, with Xia Ruofei's example, they were very careful when they ate. They would blow on the ingredients they picked up before putting them into their mouths. Their actions at the beginning were still quite elegant, but when the food entered their mouths, Su Zixian, who was the most concerned about maintaining his demeanor, also became a little unsettled. He couldn't help but speed up the pace of chewing. Obviously, no one was snatching it from them. But they just couldn't wait to eat it in big mouthfuls. Zhao Yongjun was the same. After eating the abalone, chicken, and pork trotter, he picked up the spoon and took a sip of the soup. After drinking it, he felt the rich fragrance in his mouth and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup had so many types of ingredients, and it was processed so meticulously. In the end, it had been stewed for a long time with the fire. Therefore, the essence of the ingredients had been integrated into the soup, and the taste of the soup was the best. Therefore, everyone immediately changed to drinking the soup. For a time, the sound of slurping could be heard in the private room. Everyone stopped talking and focused on dealing with the small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of them. If it was the top rich people in the capital who saw Zhao Yongjun and the others eating without care for their manners, they would definitely be shocked. Look at how inexperienced they are. However, if they had tasted the Buddha jumps over the wall personally, they would probably not be any better than Zhao Yongjun and the others. In a short while, everyone had basically finished the small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. Xia Ruofei, who ate the fastest, even picked up the small jar and drank the rest of the soup. Xia Ruofei put down his chopsticks before he finished eating. He picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. Then, he smiled and asked, "How is it?" This dish can be considered to have caught everyone's eyes. It's more than that. Ho Liang said, "I've eaten Buddha jumps over the wall before, and it was even made in a 5-star hotel. Only now do I know that compared to the one in sister-in-law's shop, they're not worthy of being called Buddha jumps over the wall. It's more like a ghost hitting the wall. This taste is really good." Zhao Yongjun also gave him a thumbs up. Su Zixian asked curiously, "Brother Xia, you just said you personally improved this Buddha jumps over the wall?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Ling Qingxue said, "Ruofei's improved cooking method is a little different from the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall. The taste is also much better than the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall. Furthermore, he added some Chinese medicinal herbs into it. It's also very good for health." What? Lu Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "There are medicinal herbs in it? Why can't I smell any medicine?" Xia Ruofei used his chopsticks to pick out the Chinese medicine packet and said with a smile, There should be some in everyone's jars with Chinese medicine added. As for why there's no smell of medicine, well, this is more advanced technology, so I won't explain it in detail. Ha ha ha." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jian joined in and said, "Brother Xia, you've already prepared such a high-tech dish for the first dish. Wouldn't the next dish be filled with alien civilization?" Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "There's no alien civilization, but it's definitely not worse than this Buddha jumps over the wall. And this is a new dish, so in the future, Ling's private kitchen will have 2 signature dishes." Song Wei could not help but be interested. She had eaten Buddha jumps over the wall, before. Even though she was still impressed by the deliciousness, she was not as surprised as Zhao Yongjun and the others. The new dish that Xia Ruofei mentioned made her look forward to it even more. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it. The foodie Song Ruofei was even more eager. What's the hurry? Xia Ruofei said calmly, this dish was a little greasy. Let's eat something light first and then drink some wine. Good food should be done step by step. Otherwise, no matter how delicious the food is, it will not achieve the desired effect. Alright, you're keeping us in suspense, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Alright. We guests do as the host does, so I'll give my respect to Ruofei first. Alright. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, Brother Zhao, let's drink. Cheers. The two of them clinked their glasses on the table and drank the white wine. In their glasses. Good wine. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but praise. His personality was similar to his father, General Zhao Chung, and he had grown up in the military. He had no resistance to a top-grade liquor like drunken eight immortals. After finishing a glass, Zhao Yongjun immediately poured another glass and took the initiative to drink with Song Ruofei. Song Wei also picked up her glass of half-lan. She smiled and said, Are you au fait, Qingxue, let me give you a toast. All right. Xia Ruofei laughed as he poured himself more wine. Oh right, I need your help with something. He was thinking about the ancient tomb that Song Wei had excavated previously. It was highly possible that there would be a world stone there. He had wanted to mention it to Song Wei a few times before, but he had been busy and had delayed it until now. Oh? Song Wei said, Tell me. No matter what it is, I will do my best to help. Xia Ruofei was Song Wei's savior. Song Wei had always been grateful to Xia Ruofei. She even had some feelings for Xia Ruofei, but she had always hidden them well in front of Ling Qingxue. I'll talk to you about this in private after we come down, Xia Ruofei said after some thought. Song Wei felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, she quickly glanced at Ling Qingxue guiltily. After seeing that Ling Qingxue's expression was normal, she let out a sigh of relief and said, All right then, give me a call when the time comes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Okay. Come, let's drink. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue clinked their glasses with Song Wei, and everyone toasted. After a while, the steamed Kuan fish was finally served. The three waiters each carried a plate and walked into the room. Xia Ruofei looked at him and smiled. The new dish is here. Comrades, prepare your praises. Zhao Yongjun and the others who were drinking and chatting immediately turned to look. Song Ruofei looked at it and said in disappointment, So the main dish you were talking about was fish. And these fish aren't that big. Even though there are 3 of them, it's not that many. Xia Ruofei smiled mischievously and said, It seems that young Master Song doesn't like this steamed fish. How about this? You let me have your portion? No way. Song Ruofei immediately said warily. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, It seems like Song Ruofei isn't stupid. For Ruofei to seriously introduce it to everyone, it was definitely not an ordinary fish. Ruofei, I didn't guess wrong, right? Big brother Zhao, you have sharp eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Because he was worried that it wouldn't be enough, Xia Ruofei brought 3 beluga at once and asked Suyu to steam them all. The waiter placed the Steamed Kuan fish on the table, and everyone's attention was naturally focused on the 3 fish. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked the waiter to divide the 3 fish, trying to give everyone the same amount. Thus, the 3 plates of fish that had been served for a while were brought to the side by the waiter. The waiter quickly divided the 3 steamed beluga into 10 portions and placed them on small plates. Then, he distributed 1 portion to everyone. "Try it," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui picked up his chopsticks and fiddled with them. He said with some disdain, "Ruofei, why haven't you removed the scales? Your chefs must be slacking off." After he finished speaking, he was about to pick up the fish scale and throw it away. Xia Ruofei quickly shouted, "Hey! That's the most delicious part, don't mess around if you don't understand." "What? Eat fish scales?" Song Rui was dumbfounded. "Look at your ignorant face," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he picked up a piece of fish with fish scales and put it in his mouth. He chewed it a few times, feeling the fresh and tender beluga meat and jelly, like fish scales exuding a delicious taste. He closed his eyes and revealed a trace of enjoyment. Logo. It's delicious. Xia Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Shu's food is indeed the most authentic. Qingxue, try it." When everyone saw Xia Ruofei's slightly exaggerated expression, they couldn't help but be interested in the plate of fish in front of them. Only Zhao Yongjin's eyes were not on the fish, but on Xia Ruofei. He asked with uncertainty, "Ruofei, this fish? Could it be the legendary Chinese perch from the Yangtze River?" Zhao Yongjin had seen a lot, at least he knew about the Yangtze River pomfrets. He had also tried the expensive artificial United States pomfrets on the market. The 2 kinds of pomfrets were close relatives and looked similar, so Zhao Yongjin felt a sense of familiarity when they were served. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had emphasized the deliciousness of the scales. Zhao Yongjin vaguely remembered that this was one of the special characteristics of the Chinese perch, so he couldn't help but ask. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he gave her a thumbs up and laughed. "Brother Zhao is indeed knowledgeable. He's not like some comrades who speak eloquently about food, but are actually just pure foodies." Xia Ruofei was the most familiar with Song Rui, so he did not hold back when he mocked him. Anyway, they were so close that no matter how much he joked, they would not really turn hostile. Song Rui was depressed, but Zhao Yongjin was shocked. He asked in surprise, "Is it really a Chinese perch? I heard that this fish is almost extinct. You actually took 3 at once. Good boy." Such a big move, Zhao Yongjin immediately slapped his forehead and said, "Something's wrong." "No. You just said that this will be the new signature dish of sister-in-law's store, which means that there will be no problem with the supply of ingredients. Since when can the Yangtze River pomfrets be supplied in batches?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Zhao, you're indeed from the army. You're so meticulous." "Don't keep us in suspense," Zhao Yongjin said with a bitter smile. "Tell us, what's the situation?" As for Ho Liang, he was even more dumbfounded. He said, "Jun bro, don't keep us in suspense. What's this Chinese perch you guys are talking about? How come I've never heard of it?" Zhao Yongjin said, "I don't know much about it, but I know that this fish lives near the mouth of the Yangtze River. At a fixed time every year, it will go up along the river to lay eggs. That's why it's called pomfrets." It was said that the Chinese perch was very delicious and was once a tribute to the imperial court. Not only did the emperor like it, but many scholars and poets also liked it. It was also said that many famous poets and lyricists had made famous poems about the Chinese perch. However, in the past 22-30 years, due to overharvesting and environmental damage, the Chinese perch has basically gone extinct. Zhao Yongjun's introduction stunned Ho Liang and the others. They didn't think that three ordinary-looking fish would have such a huge background and be so precious. Xia Ruofei, is this really a Chinese perch? Xia Ruofei also became restless. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Brothers, I won't keep you in suspense. This is indeed a Chongjiang Chinese perch, but it's not as rare as Brother Zhao said. This is because our Paradise Corporation has already developed the technology to artificially breed Chongjiang Chinese perch in an artificial environment. Today's Chinese perch is the first batch of products on the market in our company's Chongjiang Chinese perch cultivation workshop. Artificial cultivation? Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but exclaim. How is this possible? The Chinese perch are known for their cowardice, and from what I know, there were government agencies that tried to breed them more than 10 years ago. Of course, they did it to protect the species. But they all failed. Reproduction is a big problem, and there's no solution. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we've solved the technical problem. Although the production will not be particularly large in the future, we can basically guarantee a continuous supply of pure Yangtze River pomfret. Our baby fish are also the most authentic Chong Jiangkuan fish, and their bloodline is quite pure. Zhao Yongjun gave him a thumbs up. This is amazing. Everyone, don't just listen to the story. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the steamed beluga cools down quickly. If you don't eat it now, it won't taste as good. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, everyone picked up their chopsticks and reached for their plates expectantly. Even the elegant Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who had already tried the Chinese perch, were no exception. For a moment, the private room became very quiet. Only the sound of everyone chewing could be heard. Xia Ruofei also calmly picked up the fresh and tender fish and put it into his mouth. He was not worried about the attraction of the Chinese perch. He believed that the famous three delicacies of Yangtze River would definitely catch the most picky glutton. Zhao Yongjun and the others would not be an exception. Sure enough, everyone didn't say anything because their mouths were too busy and they didn't have time to talk. When the pomfret in front of them was finished, Zhao Yongjun and the others started to praise the pomfrets. In particular, the jelly-like fish scales had won a lot of attention. They had never heard of fish scales being so delicious, even more delicious than fish meat. Suzy Xian couldn't help but sigh. Ruofei, after coming to the Three Mountains and tasting such delicacies, when we return to the capital, I'm afraid the so-called delicacies of those star hotels and high-end clubs will taste like chewing wax. Logo. That's true. Zhao Yongjun was also happy. Do you guys think we should thank Ruofei? Or should we blame him for making our appetites too picky? So I did something bad out of goodwill? Xia Ruofei's innocent expression caused everyone to laugh. But Song Rui's concern was obviously different from everyone else's. He asked, Ruofei, can you buy the Chinese perch from Paradise Corporation in the capital? I wanted to bring Yi to try the taste of this Chinese perch. When the dish was first served, Song Rui was a little disappointed. However, as an all-natural foodie, he was the first to be conquered by the food. Not only that, but he also cared if his Yi could eat this dish. Song Rui's question was obviously what everyone wanted to ask as well. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Ruofei's face. On the other hand, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui had nothing to do with this. Naturally, Ling Qingshui could eat it whenever she wanted to. On the other hand, Song Wei was mainly active in the Three Mountains. As long as Ling's restaurant had Yangtze River Chinese perch, it wouldn't be difficult for her to eat it. Xia Ruofei said, "We're still communicating with the distributors. In general, other than setting aside a portion of San Shan market and ensuring the monthly supply of Lingji food and beverage, there should be a portion that will be sold nationwide. In theory, you can buy it in the capital, but there might not be too much." Xia Ruofei's words made everyone feel at ease. As long as they could be sold in Beijing, there was no problem with the quantity. If they really wanted to buy it, they would definitely have a way. Zhao Yongjun thought about it and smiled. "What channels are we still looking for? If we work together, your goods can be sold in the capital tomorrow." "Yeah. Such a good pamphlet, there's definitely no need to worry about sales," Ho Liang said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I won't trouble you guys with such a small matter. If you really want to eat Kuan fish, you can contact me at any time. I'll get someone to send it over." Then, he explained the quick freezing transportation of pamphlets, the need to create momentum on the internet, and the considerations Peach Blossom Company had for developing a brand. He mainly didn't want Zhao Yongjun and the others to misunderstand. After hearing this, Ho Liang said, "Brother Xia, I don't dare to say much about other things, but I can still contribute a little. In terms of publicity, it's not difficult to create momentum on the internet. Moreover, I can also contact a few television stations to do some interviews or something. It's an online and offline collaboration." Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. Although the mobile internet was very advanced and traditional media was gradually declining, the national television and those satellite channels in various provinces still had a lot of influence. Moreover, the advantage of traditional media was its credibility. Compared to the information on the internet, everyone had developed a habit of subconsciously trusting the information on television, radio, and newspapers. If they could coordinate with the television station to participate in the dissemination of information, the effect would be much better. "I think Liangzi's idea is pretty good." Zhao Yongjun immediately replied, "Beijing TV, Shenqing TV, etc., they have a lot of influence. And it's not that hard to coordinate the two. Then I'll have to trouble Liangzi to ask around." Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony. He smiled and said, "I don't know much about the specific work. I'll get our company's marketing director to contact you later." "No problem. You can count on me," Ho Liang said straightforwardly. This group of hedonistic young masters were very reserved in front of outsiders, but when it came to Xia Ruofei, they would not only speak a little. Ho Liang directly took charge of everything. Of course, he also had the strength to do so, so he didn't have to worry about messing things up. Lu Jia, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel envious when he saw Xia Ruofei, Ho Liang, and the others settling such a big matter in such a short time. In the past, he had been doing pretty well in Sanshan City. However, compared to Ho Liang and the others, he was much smaller. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Xia Ruofei. Being able to attend such a dinner and get to know Ho Liang, Zhao Yongjun, and the others was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. Wei Jun had been a little reserved. After Xia Ruofei and the others finished talking about this, he asked curiously, "Brother Xia, this Chinese perch must be very expensive, right?" Xia Ruofei said calmly, our initial price is 3,888 yuan per 500 grams. I think there should be a lot of people who can afford it. This is because the Kuan fish is generally not very big. Like today's fish, it's only around 200 grams. Ho Liang did some mental calculations and said, so, this dish tonight will cost more than 20,000 yuan? Xia Ruofei looked at Ho Liang with some disdain and said, that's the price for the Chinese perch. Don't tell me the hotel doesn't make money? I think it's even possible to double. Did we eat 40,000 to 50,000 yuan for this dish tonight? Suzy Xian couldn't help but be a bit speechless. To Suzy Xian and the others, a meal of tens of thousands of yuan was considered normal. Sometimes a bottle of wine was worth hundreds of thousands, but that was the best weapon for showing off. If it was just a dish of 40 to 50,000 yuan, it still sounded a bit scary. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're all brothers. Isn't it too vulgar to talk about money over a meal? Besides, that's the supply price. In fact, our cost isn't that high. No matter what, if we go to a hotel to eat, we'll have to spend that amount. Suzy Xuan said, Brother Xia is too open-minded. This level of hospitality is even higher than the state banquet. Quite a few of these guys had freeloaded on the state banquet before. Brother Xia, you're so generous. Ho Liang and the others also noisily echoed. Come, let's toast to Xia Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun laughed as he raised his glass to his warm reception. Cheers. In fact, he hadn't drunk for a while, and his appetite was getting a little restless again. He finally found an excuse, so he immediately brought a glass of wine. After tasting the two main dishes, the lighter vegetables were served, followed by sweet soup, desserts, and fruits. Ling Ji's private kitchen was a high-end specialty, and the ingredients used were all first-class. The appearance of the dishes was also quite good, and even this group of well-informed nouveau riche in Beijing couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In fact, Ho Liang had been constantly egging Ling Qingxue on to open a branch in Beijing as soon as possible. One could imagine that if Ling Ji Private Kitchen really opened a branch in Beijing, the number of customers that Ho Liang and the others would be able to bring in would be enough to keep them busy. Xia Ruofei's girlfriend opened a shop in the capital. Wouldn't these guys go and support her? Ling Qingxue was also moved by his words. She said that she would suggest to her father to put it on the agenda as soon as possible. After the meal, Zhao Yongjun suggested, brothers, have you all eaten and drunk well? Why don't we go out and take a look at those goods? All right. I'll have some after-meal games to digest my food. That makes sense. Brother Xia and sister-in-law are too good at entertaining me. I'm a little full. This group of people were not afraid of anything. They were famous in the capital for being reckless, and they were even more courageous when they came to the Three Mountains, so they were all eager to give Zhao Yongjun's proposal a try. Xia Ruofei said, then let's go out and take a look. But I'll still say it, if you can avoid using violence, then don't use violence. We're all refined people. Let's go. Zhao Yongjun stood up and walked out. By the wall, Tian Xiaojun and the others were on the verge of despair. Their bodies were so cold that they were about to turn into popsicles. However, Zhao Yongjun and the others were too powerful. They didn't dare to leave, so they could only squat there. When he heard the courtyard door creak, Tian Xiaojun helplessly turned his head to look at the courtyard door. The door had creaked many times that night, but it was always the waiters coming in and out. At the beginning, Tian Xiaojun would look at the door with anticipation. But now he was a little numb to it. When he saw the tall Zhao Yongjun walk out of the courtyard and walk straight towards them, Tian Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. A trace of anticipation welled up in his heart, but at the same time, he was very nervous, not knowing how Zhao Yongjun and the others would deal with him. Seeing that Zhong Zixin and Xia Ling were still squatting there in a daze, with their heads down, Tian Xiaojun quickly pushed them. At this time, Zhao Yongjun and the others had already walked in front of Tian Xiaojun and the other two, forming a semi-circle behind them. Tian Xiaojun tried his best to squeeze out a flattering smile. He raised his head and said, "Young Master Zhao." "Hello, Zhao." Yongjun's cold eyes shot over and he asked indifferently, "Your Tian Xiaojun logo?" Tian Xiaojun quickly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Yes, yes, yes, young Master Zhao. I'm Tian Xiaojun." Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't say anything. Although Tian Xiaojun's legs were numb, he didn't dare to stand up. Zhao Yongjun looked at the embarrassed Tian Xiaojun and said, "I heard that you're quite bold. You even dare to take the company shares of my brother, Zhao Yongjun." Tian Xiaojun's body trembled as he quickly replied, "Young Master Zhao, we were blinded by greed and failed to recognize your greatness. I really didn't know that Xia. Young Master Xia was your brother. If Ruofei isn't our brother, then you can openly snatch his company's shares?" Zhao Yongjun's eyes narrowed. "It seems like we've done this before." No, no, no. "I wouldn't dare," Tian Xiaojun said anxiously. "This is the first time. If it was someone else, Tian Xiaojun might have tried to defend himself, saying that he had misestimated the value of Paradise Corporation. However, in front of the famous Zhao Yongjun, he didn't even dare to mention such a weak excuse and admitted it. The only thing he could do was to pray that Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't make things too difficult for him. It was basically impossible for him to escape unscathed. "Tell me, how are we going to solve this?" Zhao Yongjun was calm and unruffled. He looked down at Tian Xiaojun and asked, "You guys came all the way from the capital to try and steal my brother's property, and even threatened him. You can't just let this matter go, right? Young Master Zhao, we're in the wrong. We'd like to apologize to young Master Xia," Tian Xiaojun said with a long face. "Apologize?" Zhao Yongjun pouted and said, "If an apology is useful, why do we need the police?" he said from an idle drama that was once popular on the streets. Tian Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, then he asked weakly, "Then how does young Master Zhao want to solve this?" "As long as I, Tian Xiaojun, can do it, I will not even frown." He could still be considered a bachelor. Since he had already admitted defeat, then he would just draw a line. If he really couldn't do it, then he could only do it with this 100 gene of bones. "Don't talk to me about these useless things." Zhao Yongjun scolded him, "Why are you acting like you're all high and mighty with me? When I was fighting with the people from the naval military compound, you were still peeing in some corner." Lu Jia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. According to the time when Zhao Yongjun lived in the courtyard, Tian Xiaojun was most likely living in the corner of the Sanshan mountain with his father. Xia Ruofei did not know much about Tian Xiaojun's background. He, Song Ruwei, Ho Liang, and the others were all watching the show with relaxed smiles on their faces. Zhao Yongjun was the most powerful person in their group, and he was the most suitable person to deal with Tian Xiaojun and the others. Tian Xiaojun was so scared by Zhao Yongjun that he was trembling all over. Zhong Zixin, who was at the side, was even worse. She pouted and started crying. The heavy makeup on her face was washed away by her tears, and her face was immediately disfigured. Zhao Yongjun frowned and said, "What are you howling for? People who don't know better would think that I did something to you. I don't have such bad taste." Zhong Zixin quickly stopped crying and lowered her head in shock and fear. This trip to the Three Mountains was like a nightmare to her. "All right, stand up and talk." Xia Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore and stepped out. Tian Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Zhao Yongjun. "Don't you have ears?" Zhao Yongjun said unhappily. "Didn't you hear my brother ask you to get up? Or do you like to squat all the time?" "No, no." Tian Xiaojun quickly replied. Then, they immediately stood up. However, their legs were already numb after squatting for so long. They couldn't help but stagger when they suddenly stood up. Tian Xiaojun hurriedly held on to the courtyard wall, looking extremely disheveled. Zhao Yongjun pouted, "Ruofei, you're too soft-hearted. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't learn from it." Song Ruwei fully supported Zhao Yongjun this time. He also said, "Yup. Ruofei, I'm doing a good deed. If they were not properly disciplined, sooner or later, they would be scammed. I think their fathers should send us a letter of thanks." Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruwei and said, "Do you want me to make you a silk banner?" Song Ruwei smiled and said, "That's not bad. I'll hang it in my office." "Go to hell." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded. Then, he walked up to Tian Xiaojun's group of 3, who were cowering, and said indifferently, "Deputy Director Tian, I wouldn't dare." Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and said humbly, "Young Master Xia. You can just call me by my name." Previously, in the private room in the courtyard, Xia Ruofei had addressed Tian Xiaojun as Deputy Director Tian. Tian Xiaojun was still unhappy and thought that Xia Ruofei was deliberately disrespecting him. According to the unspoken rules of the officialdom, one should at least address him as Deputy Director Tian. The word deputy would only appear in official documents. However, the same person, the same form of address, now made Tian Xiaojun feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he felt that he could not bear it. "Tian Xiaojun, do you understand what Brother Zhao just said?" Xia Ruofei smiled. Logo. Tian Xiaojun put on a pitiful expression and said, "Young Master Xia, we really didn't mean to offend you. We really didn't recognize you. But we did offend you, so we should apologize." Zhao Yongjun's eyes widened. Tian Xiaojun was scared and quickly said, "Compensate me." "We'll pay." "Speak clearly. How much should he pay?" "How do you want to compensate?" Zhao Yongjun said impatiently. 20. No. 300,000. Tian Xiaojun said with a pained expression. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also got himself into trouble and lost a sum of money for no reason. He was really unlucky. Tian Xiaojun and the other 2 weren't the children of rich and powerful families, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so embarrassed about the Peach Blossom Company's business. Besides, even if their father's generation had a lot of property of unknown origin, they didn't dare to spend it. Therefore, 300,000 yuan was not a small amount to Tian Xiaojun and the others. When Zhong Zixin heard this from the side, she couldn't help but feel so distressed that the corner of her mouth twitched. This money was definitely going to be split among the three of them, and she and Xia Ling might even have to pay more. She knew Tian Xiaojuan's character the best. When Ho Liang heard this, he could not help but berate, Tian Xiaojun, are you trying to get rid of a beggar? 300,000. You really have the nerve to say that. Su Zixian also said with disdain. If they were to count the drunken eight immortals' liquor, their dinner tonight would have cost more than 100,000 yuan. However, Tian Xiaojun had only paid 300,000 yuan for such a huge mistake. This made Ho Liang and the others feel like they had been humiliated. Could it be that this was the only effect they could achieve when they came forward together? Zhao Yongjun also said coldly, Tian Xiaojun, you mean me, Song Ruofei, Lu Jian, Ho Liang, Su Zixian, Wei Jun, and my brother Ruofei, all of our faces added together, are only worth a mere 300,000. Every time Zhao Yongjun reported a name, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but shiver. Among these names, other than Wei Jun and Xia Ruofei, he could not afford to offend any of them. In fact, in Tian Xiaojuan's heart, Xia Ruofei was the most terrifying one. It was because the people above that he could not afford to offend were all on good terms with Xia Ruofei, and even treated him as the center of attention. Young Master Zhao. Young Master Xia. We really don't have any money, Tian Xiaojun said with a sad face. If you don't have money, why did you learn to invest? Zhao Yongjun said mercilessly, if you don't have money, why did you swagger to Sanshan? Let's pool our money together. At most, we can take out 40, 450000. Tian Xiaojun gritted his teeth and said, young Master Zhao, this is really the limit of our abilities. In fact, if he asked his family, he could even get 4 million yuan, let alone 400,000 yuan. But how would Tian Xiaojun dare to do that? If he couldn't settle this matter today, he would be beaten to death by his father when he returned. No matter how rich his family was, he didn't dare to reveal any of it tonight. The 450,000 yuan he mentioned was all legitimate income with evidence. As for the gray income in their family, if any bit of it were to be leaked tonight, it could be a big disaster. Because Tian Xiaojun couldn't confirm Zhao Yongjun's true purpose, what if they wanted to kill him? Then wouldn't this money be the evidence that came to his door? Xia Ruofei didn't care about the money at all. 300,000, 400,000, or even 5 million were just a string of numbers to him. After a few $10 million auctions and the limited purchase of the jaded skin cream that had a revenue of over 100 million, Xia Ruofei wouldn't even bat an eye when this little money was placed in front of him. However, he was the same as Zhao Yongjun and the others, he didn't want to let Tian Xiaojun and the others off so easily. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, Deputy Director Tian, aren't you being a little insincere? In the private room this evening, you guys claimed that you would take out $1 million to invest in our Paradise Corporation. Tian Xiaojuan's face turned bitter. If he could really get 51% of the shares of Paradise Corporation, he would naturally have $1 million yuan, but he would definitely have to scrape it together or ask his family for help. But this was not the time to buy shares. This was compensation. Was he going to owe a huge debt because of this? Zhao Yongjun's eyes widened. That's right. Don't tell me you didn't even want to give me this 1 million yuan at that time and just wanted to eat the shares of the Paradise Company? No, no. Tian Xiaojun quickly said, we definitely have to give it to him. But if we reach an agreement, we have to go and borrow money, then go and borrow it. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. He coldly glanced at Tian Xiaojun and said, since you dare to use 1 million to eat up 51% of my shares, then you should be prepared to lose this 1 million. 1 million and you'll let them go? Zhao Yongjun looked at Xia Ruofei and said, isn't this letting them off too easily? Tian Xiaojun wailed in his heart, this is cheap? 1 million yuan was enough for him to live a year of leisure. Xia Ruofei smiled. Brother Zhao, please leave them a way out. There's no need to force them into a dead end. Tian Xiaojun and the other two wanted to cry but had no tears. They asked for 1 million yuan, and they still wanted to leave a way out. What if he left no room for negotiation? Would the three of them be bankrupt? Zhao Yongjun shrugged. Don't explain. You're just too soft-hearted. Xia Ruofei laughed and looked at Tian Xiaojun, saying, Deputy Director Tian, have you made up your mind? Let's use 1 million to settle this matter, or let Big Brother Zhao and the others use our own methods to solve it? Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but shiver. He didn't even discuss it with Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling and quickly said, good. 1 million it is. Just take it as our apology to young Master Xia. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I don't want this 1 million either. Our Paradise Corporation has a charity foundation. I'll give you 3 days to donate this money anonymously to our charity foundation. You must also ensure that the money comes from a clean source. Can you do it? Of course, Xia Ruofei wouldn't let people talk about him for $1 million. Previously, in order to thank Xia Ruofei for curing Tang Hauran, Australia's Tang Etienne had donated $10 million to set up a charity fund in Paradise Corporation. Now that he had received the $1 million in the name of the charity fund, there was no problem at all. Moreover, the accounts of the charity fund were public. In addition to the normal operating costs, most of the charity funds would be used for charity. It could be considered as washing away some of the sins of Tian Xiaojun and his group. Tian Xiaojun felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. His heart ached so much that he clenched his teeth. However, Tian Xiaojun did not dare to disobey Xia Ruofei's question and quickly replied, no problem. No problem. We'll raise the money tomorrow. I'll definitely pay you on time. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, all right, that's my first condition. The second. Tian Xiaojun's face turned pale. He had thought that 1 million yuan would be enough to buy peace. He did not expect that this was only the first condition. What about the other conditions? Do you still want me to live? Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't worry. I only have 2 conditions. The second one shouldn't be too difficult for you. Tian Xiaojun let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He said somewhat awkwardly, young Master Xia, please speak. Xia Ruofei said calmly, the second condition is, after you go back, spread what happened today in the circle. I don't want any flies or mosquitoes to come after the smell of money. In front of Tian Xiaojun and the other two, he had clearly said that they were disgusting flies and mosquitoes, but Tian Xiaojun and the others had to listen obediently. This was true strength. After hearing Xia Ruofei's condition, Tian Xiaojun and the other two's faces turned pale. The three of them looked at each other with a troubled expression. Logo. It was quite embarrassing to be beaten up instead of acting tough. Although 1,000,000 yuan made Tian Xiaojun and the others' hearts ache, it was not a serious injury. However, they were in this circle and they cared about their face the most. Moreover, if they had to spread this news everywhere, it would be worse than killing them. Xia Ruofei knew the mentality of these rich men like the back of his hand. He stared at Tian Xiaojun with a burning gaze and said, "Is there a need to be so difficult? Young Master Xia, we. Can't you change your condition?" Tian Xiaojun said with a long face. "Why don't we pay more? If they really couldn't do it, they could ask their families for help. It wouldn't be a problem even if they took out an extra 1,000,000 yuan. However, it was a little hard for them to announce it in their circle." Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "Tian Xiaojun, is your brain frozen? You're actually haggling with me?" I wouldn't dare, young Master Xia, Tian Xiaojun quickly replied. "I've made it very clear. I don't want such a thing to happen again in the future." Xia Ruofei said sternly, "You don't think I'm so bored that I'm going to slap you in the face, do you?" No. I didn't mean it that way," Tian Xiaojun said in a panic. "I'll tell you this," Xia Ruofei said, "this matter definitely needs to be well publicized. However, one shouldn't trouble two people for the same matter. Since you guys started this, you guys should handle it." At this point, Xia Ruofei's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Tian Xiaojun and continued, "If you really don't want to, then let Big Brother Zhao and the others go back and spread the word. It's not a big deal. However, today's matter won't be over so easily." Tian Xiaojun's heart trembled and he quickly said, "Young Master Xia, there's no need to trouble young Master Zhao and the others with such a small matter. We'll go back and inform our friends and brothers, and let them spread the news. I guarantee that such a thing won't happen again in the future." He finally understood the situation. This wasn't something he could hide just because he wanted to. It was too easy for Zhao Yongjun and the others to spread word among the rich kids in the capital. It was 100 times easier than Tian Xiaojun. If Zhao Yongjun wanted to, he could spread the news all over the capital overnight. There was no point in the three of them hiding it. They would offend Xia Ruofei for no reason. The matter had almost been settled. If Xia Ruofei were to be disgusted by this, it would not be worth it. As for face, that was of course very important. However, if he still wanted to save his face when he knew that he couldn't save it, he wasn't just stupid. He was brainless. Xia Ruofei finally showed a satisfied smile. He nodded and said, "As long as you do these two things well, I'll forget about today's matter." Tian Xiaojun quickly said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Master Xia. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity. Thank you, Zhongzi Xinand." Xiao Ling also repeatedly expressed their thanks. The two of them were also scared out of their wits. Especially Xia Ling, who had been the loudest. He didn't even dare to meet Xia Ruofei's eyes. As long as Xia Ruofei looked over, he would immediately lower his head in guilt. "Go." Xia Ruofei waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Tian Xiaojun and the other two bowed to Xia Ruofei as if they had been granted amnesty. Then, they bowed to Zhao Yongjun and the others, and ran away like stray dogs. As he was leaving, Tian Xiaojun saw Lu Zhi standing in the crowd. He had mixed feelings. He knew very well that after tonight, Lu Zhe would be considered to have climbed up the social ladder. He would not dare to order Lu Zhe around anymore. Furthermore, no matter how angry he was at Lu Zhe for what had happened today, he did not dare to blame it on Lu Zhe. He had seen how Ho Liang had been so close to Lu Zhe. After Tian Xiaojun and the rest left, Xia Ruofei and the rest were ready to return. Everyone came to the door of Ling Ji's private kitchen, and Lu Zhe was the first to say, "Brother Xia, big brothers, I'll be going back first. Everyone should be at the Three Mountains these few days. I hope that everyone will give me a chance tomorrow to do my part as the host." Xia Ruofei also smiled. Lu Zhe is more familiar with the Three Mountains than I am. We can ask him to be our guide. Lu Zhe knew that Xia Ruofei was helping him. He was extremely grateful and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm very familiar with the places to eat, drink, and have fun in this area." Zhao Yongjun and the others were very respectful to Xia Ruofei, so they all expressed their gratitude to Lu Zhe for his suggestion. When Lu Zhe left, he felt as if he was stepping on cotton. It wasn't because he had drunk too much that night, but because this experience was too dreamy. When Xia Ruofei and the others were dealing with Tian Xiaojun's matter, Lu Zhe had already asked Song Wei about it. Zhao Yong Jun and the others' background was much more impressive than he had imagined. Whether it was Elder Song, General Zhao Cheng, or the elders of the others, their names were like thunder to Lu Zhe's ears. He would probably be shocked if he told his father about them. Logo. Of course, the biggest possibility was still surprise. This kind of opportunity was not something that could be encountered and grasped easily. After Lu Zhe left, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I'll arrange for you to stay at the hostel on the farm tonight. Don't mind the simplicity." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yongjun said, "It's my brother's farm. Who would dare to despise it?" "That's right. I think this is the best arrangement." Su Zixuan also smiled and said, "Where can't I stay in a hotel? Since we're already at MT 3, it's more interesting to live on the farm." Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei with a smile and asked, "What are your arrangements? Are you coming with us? Or going back to your own home?" When Song Ruwei came to Sanshan to work at the Song family's company, his family bought him a high-end apartment in Sanshan. Song Ruwei said without hesitation, "We're definitely going to Taoyuan Farm." Ruofei, I came here with Big Brother Zhao and the others, and I'm also a guest. You can't just leave me alone, right? If you want to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xia Ruofei said mercilessly, "Aren't you just worried that we'll be eating all the good food?" Seeing that his thoughts had been exposed by Xia Ruofei, Song Ruwei did not feel embarrassed. He just chuckled and said, "In any case, I'm sticking to you." Xia Ruofei pretended to be afraid. He looked around and said, "Don't you harm me, kid. I'm straight. Besides, my wife is right here." Song Wei and Ling Qingshiwei immediately covered their mouths and laughed. "Nonsense. I'm straight too." Song Ruwei said, "I think you're the one who's trying to harm me." Song Wei, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. If it gets to Yi's side, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Song Wei held back her laughter and said in a serious tone, as a responsible friend, "I'll tell her everything I saw and heard. It's up to her to make her own judgment, don't mind me." Song Ruwei quickly said, "I'm considered your uncle, right? Isn't what you're doing considered treasonous?" It was fine if Song Ruofei didn't mention it, but once he did, Song Wei smiled even more mischievously and said, "Oh, right. We're still a generation apart. You just found out?" Song Ruofei said proudly. Unexpectedly, Song Wei's tone changed and she said leisurely, "So. You're Yi's uncle too? Yi and I are the best sisters. Uncle Song Ruofei, do you think if you get together with Yi, it'll be considered that?" Song Wei was a girl after all. She was shy and couldn't say those two words. She could only blush and give a vague reply. However, the meaning was already very clear. Song Ruofei's hair stood on end when he heard that. He quickly said, "It's my fault, it's my fault. Don't call me Uncle Song Ruofei, I'll call you Great Aunt, okay? Lady Song, please don't do anything bad. This is related to my lifelong happiness." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Song Ruofei's surprised look. Of course, he knew that Song Ruofei was acting as well. Otherwise, he would not have such an exaggerated expression. However, Xia Ruofei still came out to help him. All right. Song Wei was just joking with you. During this period of time, Song Wei has been speaking up for you on Shui's side. If you two are together, the first person you should thank is her. Only then did Song Ruofei put away his cheeky smile and said, "Seriously, that's for sure. No matter what, we still have to thank Song Wei." "I didn't do anything," Song Wei waved her hand and smiled. Song Ruofei and Song Wei's joke attracted everyone's attention. "By the way, sister-in-law, are you coming back to the farm too?" Zhao Yongjun asked with a smile. Ling Qingshua's face turned red and she quickly said, I'm not married to Ruofei yet. We don't live together." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Brother Xia is still so conservative? Everyone's here today, let's go and have some fun. I still have something to do at home. My dad is still waiting for me to go back." Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, "Big brother Zhao, you guys have fun at the farm. I won't be going." Xia Ruofei actually hoped that Ling Qingxue would go back with him. However, he knew that Ling Qingxue was shy. There were so many people present today, so she definitely would not go. Therefore, although he was a little disappointed, he quickly said, "Qingxue, you should go back early too. By the way, remember to tell Uncle Ling about opening a Ling's private kitchen branch in Beijing and see what he thinks." Zhao Yongjun immediately said, yes. Sister-in-law, just tell Uncle. As long as you're willing to open a branch in Beijing, we can help you with all kinds of problems. You just have to focus on opening a branch and making the best food. Okay, I'll tell my dad. When I get home, Ling Qingxue nodded. Oh right, you also drank a bit just now, so don't drive. Xia Ruofei said, or ask the company's driver to send you. I brought my chauffeur here, why don't you come with me? Song Wei quickly said. I'll send her home first, there's no need to go through so much trouble, Ling Qingxue hurriedly said. It's no trouble, no trouble. Song Wei smiled and said, it's just something along the way. This way. Ruofei can be more at ease. Then, Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei. That's good, Xia Ruofei said immediately, send me a WeChat message when you get home, so I won't worry. After he said those words, he immediately felt that it was a little inappropriate. If he said it to Ling Qingxue alone, there would definitely be no problem. However, with Song Wei added in, it felt a little ambiguous. However, in this specific context, he couldn't possibly say Ling Qingxue directly and not Song Wei. That would give people a feeling of awkwardness. Therefore, it was almost a slip of the tongue. Ling Qingxue didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. She smiled sweetly and said, "All right." Song Wei's face heated up. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and nodded. Zhao Yongjun and the others were all experienced. After seeing this scene, they couldn't help but reveal a meaningful look in their eyes. After sending Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the car, Xia Ruofei and the rest took the car to Taoyuan Farm. Song Ruofei had brought 2 MPVs along with Xia Ruofei's Night 15 SUV. There was definitely more than enough space for 6 to 7 people. However, everyone had drunk, so Song Ruofei had hired 3 drivers. When they returned, they would leave one van at the farm as a backup, and the 3 drivers could take the other van back to the city. If he didn't make the necessary arrangements, it would be impossible for him to get a taxi back to the city at a place like Taoyuan Farm in the middle of the night. Everyone drank to their heart's content that night, so they had a lot of conversation along the way. Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei were in the same car. It was Xia Ruofei's Night 15. The street lights outside the car window flashed quickly. Zhao Yongjun leaned back in his seat and suddenly smiled. "Ruofei, you're still too low, Qi." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "Big brother Zhao, why would you suddenly say that?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "You see, it's only been a few days. Before, you were a small fry in Tongren Hall. Today, it's Tian Xiaojun, an insignificant figure. All of them dare to challenge you. If you were a little more high profile, would there be so many bad guys appearing?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I don't like to show my face in public. But didn't I ask Tian Xiaojun to go back and do some publicity tonight? This kind of trouble should be less in the future." Zhao Yongjun shook his head. "With my personality, I wouldn't let Tian Xiaojun and the others off so easily. Only when you hurt him will the others be afraid. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Come on." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Your names are a little scary. The effect will be the same whether I kill this chicken or not. That's why I've always said you're soft-hearted," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it was Lone Wolf's enemies who heard Zhao Yongjun's comment, what would their reaction be? However, they would never know the answer, because they had already gone to hell. "Ruofei, are you interested in doing something with us?" Zhao asked suddenly. "Logo. Do business together?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. "Don't get me wrong, Ruofei." Zhao Yongjun laughed. "We're not like Tian Xiaojun, who has his eyes on your company." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Why would I? Besides, if brother Zhao really wants to invest, I can give up some of the company's shares." Zhao Yongjun chuckled. No need. We've seen the potential of Paradise Corporation. We won't take advantage of this. Otherwise, my dad will break my legs when I get back." "Is it that serious?" "It's normal for brothers to help each other out," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He wasn't actually willing to sell the company shares, but if Zhao Yongjun really asked, he could accept a small amount of shares. However, if that was the case, the friendship between everyone would more or less change. Zhao Yongjun was well aware of this. At his level, he no longer craved for money. He valued Xia Ruofei more, so he naturally wouldn't request to invest in Paradise Corporation. We definitely won't touch the Paradise Corporation, he said without hesitation. Xia Ruofei laughed and shrugged. Then do as you wish. But don't blame me for not being loyal. By the way, what do you mean when you said we'll work together? Zhao Yongjun laughed. It's Liang's idea. We all have some spare money and want to use it to do something. Just treat it as having fun. Oh? Do you have any specific ideas? Xia Ruofei asked. Liang's trying to start a bar. In fact, it's more convenient for us to have a gathering and drink. Earning money is secondary, Zhao Yongjun said, but I feel that the bar is a little too low class. If you follow my plan, it's best to set up a comprehensive leisure club. Of course, it's mainly to serve the brothers themselves. Zhao Yongjun turned around and smiled at Xia Ruofei. But I still want to ask for your opinion and see if you have any better ideas. Your business is the best among us. Xia Ruofei forced a smile. Actually, I don't know how to do business. Our Paradise Corporation mainly relies on our products to win. If it were someone else who could develop such a product, the company might be able to run better. Xia Ruofei wasn't being modest. If he was really a business genius, with Xia Ruofei's qualifications, Paradise Corporation might be much better than it was now. It was mainly because Xia Ruofei's own business strategy was not very radical. Besides, he was a little lazy and was not very keen on the expansion of capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the company to develop to a value of more than 1 billion and still not have a single cent of bank loans. Doing business was about money begets money. Basically, they would borrow as much money from the bank as possible and then use it to develop the company. Compared to the dividends brought about by the company's expansion, that little bit of bank interest was nothing. It could be said that there were almost no big companies that had zero debts. Strictly speaking, Lao Godma's family was probably the only one in the whole of China. Woof. You're really not humble, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. I'm not being humble? Xia Ruofei was stunned. I'm saying that you're not humble at all when it comes to Paradise Corporation's products, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. It's the truth. Xia Ruofei said, I didn't lie about the jaded skin cream, did I? That's true. This is truly a phenomenal product. Zhao Yongjun had nothing to say about this solid evidence. Xia Ruofei smiled proudly and said, Brother Zhao, I agree with you on the whole. If we really want to do something together, the bar would seem a little small. It's not bad to have a comprehensive club. It doesn't matter if we make money or not. I'm quite attracted to a good environment, safe, and well-equipped place to eat, drink, and have fun. Yeah. Zhao Yongjun nodded. Besides, for a business like a leisure club, the main point isn't profit. Although profit is inevitable, I value its added value more. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement. He knew what Zhao Yongjun meant. Zhao Yongjun continued, and I have another idea. I had a meal at my sister-in-law's private restaurant tonight. I think the food is quite good, especially the 2 dishes you recommended. It's so much better than the royal food and palace food in the capital. That's why I suggested that you open a branch in Beijing, right? Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Zhao Yongjun, waiting for him to continue. If we all work together to build a club, Zhao continued, actually, sister-in-law's private restaurant can be part of the club. Xia Ruofei said hesitantly, as his future father-in-law. I might not agree. His food and beverage group is also a chain business, and all of them are directly operated. There are no alliance stores. If he wants to open a branch in Beijing, he must have absolute control over the branch. If he wants to join a club, what are you thinking? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, I'm not talking about making Ling's private kitchen a part of the club. In fact, many star-rated hotels and private clubs' restaurants are independent or outsourced. We can also do this. The Ling's private kitchen is still independent, but they chose to store it in our club and only provide services to the club's members. The financial side will settle the bill with the club. This is also a strong alliance logo. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was interested. He smiled and said, Brother Zhao, your suggestion is quite interesting, for Ling. Xiaotian, his main base, was in the southeast province, mainly in Sanshan City. At the moment, his main energy was still expanding in the province. If he could open a branch in Beijing to make a name for himself, it would naturally be very good. However, the biggest problem he faced was that he was not familiar with the people and the place. If he cooperated with Zhao Yongjun's club, he would have no more worries. He just had to focus on running the private restaurant and constantly improving the quality of the dishes. Moreover, the profit points of such high-end clubs were generally quite high. The most important thing was that the customers in the clubs were basically all upper-class people. It was indeed a good choice for the brand plan of the Ling GF and B Group. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, I was thinking about this on the way here. In order to deepen our cooperation, we can also use a share exchange method. The Ling's private kitchen branch in Beijing will have a part of the club's shares, and our club will also have a part of the shares of the branch in Beijing. Of course, it will only be for this branch. We will not involve the Ling's F and B group. That's not bad. In any case, don't let your own fertile water flow into others' fields. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as you're not afraid that Qingxue and I will turn the club into a couple shop. How could that be? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, we can't wait to cooperate with you, rich man. So this matter is temporarily settled like this? I'll go back and talk to Liangzi and the others, and try to get the plan started as soon as possible. We'll settle the location problem first. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. I'll talk to Qingxue about it as well. I believe my future father-in-law will be very interested in it. As the two of them chatted, the car unknowingly arrived at Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei rolled down the window and stuck his head out. He greeted the veteran at the gate and the three cars drove into the farm. As it was getting late and Zhao Yongjun and the others had to fly for 2 to 3 hours, Xia Ruofei did not invite them to visit his house. Instead, he drove the car directly to the complex. Since everyone was going to stay in the southeast province for a few more days, it would not be too late to visit their home tomorrow. The guest rooms in the complex had already been prepared and cleaned up. The beddings had been changed according to Xia Ruofei's request. Although they could not be compared to the star-rated hotels, they were clean and comfortable. Xia Ruofei personally sent Zhao Yongjun and the others to their rooms. Everyone gathered in Zhao Yongjun's room and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. Xia Ruofei also took a walk back to his small villa. Back in the bedroom, Xia Ruofei took out his phone, keys, wallet, and other things, and placed them on the bedside table. Then, he prepared to take a shower. Before he entered the bathroom, he lit up his phone out of habit and saw that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had both sent him WeChat messages. The two girls had already arrived home safely. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and put his phone aside. Then, he picked up a set of clean coral fleece home clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable home clothes, Xia Ruofei dried his hair with a bath towel as he walked to the bed and sat down. He used his other hand to pick up his phone. He replied to Song Wei's WeChat message, "It's good that you're home safely. We've just arrived too. You should rest early." Then, Xia Ruofei returned to his phone's home page and opened the dialing app, ready to call Ling Qingxue. Ran's suggestion on the way today had tempted Xia Ruofei. He wanted to talk to Ling Qingxue as soon as possible and ask for Ling Xiaotian's opinion. If Ling Xiaotian agreed, then the specific investment amount, share structure, and so on, could be discussed. However, before Xia Ruofei could get Ling Qingxue's number, his phone rang with a WeChat notification. It turned out that Song Wei was not resting either. She replied within seconds after she received Xia Ruofei's message. Hence, Xia Ruofei closed the dialing software and reopened WeChat. Song Wei's message was, "Are you Ruofei? You said you had something to tell me today. Is it convenient to tell me now?" Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered about the realm stone. He typed a few words in the WeChat input box and deleted it after some thought. Then, he found Song Wei's number and called her. "Ruofei." Song Wei answered the call quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's already so late and you're still up. It's not good for girls to stay up late." Song Wei laughed in embarrassment and said, "I'm ready to sleep. I was lying on the bed and looking at my phone just now. You just sent me a WeChat message, so I just wanted to ask." "Oh right, what's the matter?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, "Song Wei, I remember that you were poisoned last time because you entered an ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty, right?" That experience was unforgettable for Song Wei. It was like she had a close brush with death. The other three archaeologists were poisoned with more poison than she was and had passed away one after another. In fact, when Song Wei received treatment from Xia Ruofei, the last archaeologists were already in critical condition. If she had not met Xia Ruofei, Song Wei would have been dead by now. Song Wei felt a sense of fear in her heart. She said, "Yup. It's an ancient tomb from the Ming dynasty in Hunan province." She was a little curious as to why Xia Ruofei would suddenly ask about this, but she still told him the truth. "Song Wei, I'm interested in this tomb. I want to go in and take a look." "I heard," Xia Ruofei said. "No. Absolutely not." Song Wei said anxiously, "This is too dangerous. Ruofei, that kind of poison is invisible and odorless, so there's no way to guard against it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "To me, the poison is not a big deal. Even if I'm really infected, I have the ability to cure it, don't I?" Song Wei was stunned for a moment. She had not thought of this. However, she quickly said, "That still won't do. The degree of my poisoning was very light, and you can't guarantee that. If you were poisoned, you would be able to cure it, right? This is a matter of life and death, we can't take this risk." Xia Ruofei said, "Song Wei, listen to me first. First, I already have some understanding of this poison. In fact, it's not invisible or tasteless in my eyes. It can even be said that it has nowhere to hide. Song Wei did not say anything. She knew that Xia Ruofei was not bragging. Back then, the poison in her body had been cleared by Xia Ruofei. Perhaps Xia Ruofei really had a way to detect the poison. Otherwise, how could he have treated it? Xia Ruofei paused and continued, secondly, the reason why I want to enter the ancient tomb is that there's something inside that is very important to me. In fact, the country didn't advocate archaeology in ancient tombs like this. Under normal circumstances, they would only be excavated by accident or by grave robbers. The relevant cultural relics department would only carry out a rescue excavation. Otherwise, in principle, they would let them remain underground. Even if it was an excavated tomb, everything inside would naturally belong to the country according to the law. Hence, Xia Ruofei's words were in fact against the relevant regulations. However, his relationship with Song Wei meant that he did not have to hide it. Moreover, according to his and Xia Qing's analysis, even if there were world stones in the ancient tomb, it was very likely that they had existed from the beginning, and the ancient tomb just happened to be built there. Hence, from this perspective, even if Xia Ruofei found and took the world stone, it was not considered stealing the cultural relic. Xia Ruofei continued, I heard that the tomb was sealed and filled up after the last incident. I don't know the exact location. I need your help, Logo. Song Wei fell into silence. If Xia Ruofei had asked her for help because of something else, she would have done her best to help him without any hesitation. However, the Ming Dynasty tomb incident had formed a huge psychological shadow in her heart. Most importantly, she did not want Xia Ruofei to take the risk. However, since Xia Ruofei had already made it clear, it would be unreasonable for Song Wei to reject him. Ruofei, must you go? She asked with a sigh. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, I have to go. Song Wei, even if you don't help me, I'll still go. At most, I'll have to spend more time to investigate the specific location of the tomb. That place is constantly guarded. Even if you find it, you won't be able to enter. Song Wei said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as we can find the place, I have my ways. Of course, if you're willing to help coordinate and make these connections work, that would be the best. If it doesn't work, I can only look for Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei's father, Song Jingping, was now the head of the Xiongnan province. Song Wei had mentioned that the Ming Dynasty tomb was in Xiongnan province. If Xia Ruofei wanted to find out more, it would not be too difficult. Song Wei had also thought of this. She hesitated for a moment and said, I can take you there. She was worried that if Xia Ruofei could not get help from her, it would be even more dangerous for him to explore the terrifying tomb. Song Wei felt that no matter what, she had been inside the tomb before and had some understanding of the situation. It was better than Xia Ruofei barging in without thinking. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. That's great. Song Wei, thank you. I owe you a favor. I still owe you my life. Song Wei said with a bitter smile. Ruofei, don't be happy too early. I have conditions. Speak. Xia Ruofei replied readily, as long as it's within my means, I will definitely agree. I can bring you there, and I can also pull some strings so that we can enter the tomb smoothly. But you have to bring me along, Song Wei said without hesitation. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He only wanted Song Wei to show him the way. After all, he did not even know that the tomb was located in Xiongnan province before he made the call today. Besides, he wanted Song Wei to help him to coordinate things so that he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. However, no matter what, he had never thought of bringing Song Wei down to the tomb. After all, the colorless and odorless poison formed by the tiny substances peeled off from the world stone's surface could have filled the entire tomb, and Xia Ruofei himself didn't know how concentrated it was. In addition, Xia Qing had told him that the tomb was likely to be located in an extreme place, and there might be unknown dangers. Song Wei was just an ordinary person. It was extremely dangerous for her to follow him into the tomb. Song Wei, wouldn't it be better if you brought me to the place and waited for me outside? Xia Ruofei said, you also know that it's very dangerous in the tomb. I only have one condition. If you want my help, you have to agree to it, Song Wei said stubbornly. Why bother? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. I'm just going in to find something. I'll be out soon, that's my condition. If you don't agree to it, I won't take you there, Song Wei said without giving in. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and said, all right. Since you insist, then let's go together. He believed that with his abilities, it should not be a problem to protect Song Wei. Most importantly, his mental energy was a few realms higher than his own cultivation. He was also very sensitive to unknown dangers in the tomb. As long as he kept his nerves on edge, there should not be any problems. All right, when do you plan to go? Song Wei smiled. Xia Ruofei said, it's easy to arrange my time. It mainly depends on your time. Song Wei thought for a while and said, I still have to go back to school to take an exam before the winter break. After the winter break, it will be the spring festival. Soon. How about we go after the spring festival? Xia Ruofei did some calculations. It was only about a month, so he nodded and said, no problem. We'll do as you say. Then let's set the date to after the Spring Festival and before the Lantern Festival. Song Wei said. We'll see when the exact date is. All right. Then it's a deal. Xia Ruofei said, Song Wei, you should rest early too. We'll contact each other again. Okay, good night. Song Wei replied softly. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Song Wei's expression was complicated. She didn't know why she agreed to Xia Ruofei's crazy request. She even insisted on going to the tomb with him. Could it be that the nightmarish experience last time was not enough to make her avoid the tomb? Moreover, Song Wei realized that she was actually looking forward to the Shangnan trip that would take place in a month's time. What was wrong with him? Song Wei was lying on the bed with her phone in her hand, but her eyes were not focused at all. Her mind was in a mess. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for Song Wei. Logo. As for Xia Ruofei, he immediately called Ling Qingxue after he hung up. As expected, Ling Qingxue had not rested yet. When she heard Xia Ruofei talk about Zhao Yongjin's suggestion, she was very interested. The sleepiness that she had felt after drinking the Semelon red wine had disappeared without a trace. She was very excited to discuss it with Xia Ruofei on the phone. Since Xia Ruofei had called Ling Qingxue, he was naturally inclined to agree to this operation method, so he told her his suggestion without reservation. At the same time, he also told Ling Qingxue that if the club could be run in the future, he would also have a certain share in it. This was like giving Ling Qingxue a calming pill. She even wanted to tell Ling Xiaotian about this matter that very night. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped her. Ling Xiaotian was not like young people. At this time, he was most likely already asleep. There was no need to wake him up because of this. After much persuasion, Ling Qingxue finally gave up on the idea. However, she was still very excited even when she hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly, thinking that Ling Qingxue might not be able to sleep tonight. What he didn't know was that Ling Qingxue wasn't the only one suffering from insomnia. Song Wei was also suffering from insomnia. Xia Ruofei browsed the news online for a while, then went to the official website of Paradise Corporation and the flagship stores that the company had opened in several major e-commerce platforms. Seeing that it was almost time, he went to the balcony. On time, sat down, and began to cultivate. As long as time allowed, Xia Ruofei would not miss 2 periods of cultivation a day. After all, the spirit chi on earth was barren and he could not completely rely on the limited spirit chi in the spirit map space to cultivate. Therefore, these 2 periods of time were extremely precious. Although compared to cultivating in the space, the progress of cultivating in the outside world was negligible, there were still benefits to it. Besides, cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't improve, he would fall behind. To Xia Ruofei, cultivating every day was also a form of maintaining his state. It was only when he felt that the spiritual qi that he had gathered from the void had suddenly become modeled that Xia Ruofei stopped and got up. He went to the bathroom to wash up and then went to bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up on time without the need for the alarm on his phone. As usual, he cultivated. After he was done, Xia Ruofei washed up, changed into a set of sportswear, and ran a few rounds on the farm. This kind of training had almost no effect on Xia Ruofei's body. He was maintaining a habit that he had formed after being in the army for many years. It had become a biological clock. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei took another shower, changed his clothes, and went to the complex. Zhao Yongjun and the others did not sleep in either. When Xia Ruofei arrived, they were already taking a walk in the open space in front of the building. Seeing Xia Ruofei walk over, Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei, I saw you jogging downstairs from the room." "Upstairs. Are you still maintaining the army's habits?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yeah. If I don't run every day, I'll feel so uncomfortable." "That's a good habit." Zhao Yongjun sighed. "Back then, I also did well in the 5-kilometer run with weights. It's just that I didn't train as much after leaving the army. Look at me now. My beer belly is about to pop out." "Brother Zhao, you've kept your figure well," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun still maintained a relatively healthy body shape. He was tall and burly, and he walked with the vigor of a tiger. He had a strong military aura. Not bad compared to this bunch of kids. Zhao Yongjun glanced at Song Ruofei and the others and said, "But they're far from you." "Oh right," Zhao Yongjun added, "after you went back last night, I told my brothers about what we discussed in the car last night. Everyone was quite interested." "Yeah," Song Ruofei said. "Just thinking about us brothers investing in a club together makes me excited. Especially if we can bring in Ling Ji's private kitchen." As Song Ruofei spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a look of fascination. "I think you're excited because you can eat delicious food at any time." Xia Ruofei mercilessly exposed Song Ruofei's thoughts. "As for the chicken soup of brothers working together to break gold, you don't have to give it to us." Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Among this group of people, Song Ruofei was the eldest son and grandson of the Song family. His status was undoubtedly the most prominent. Other than Zhao Yongjun, who was the closest to him, people like Ho Liang, who had a good relationship with him, still spoke to him with a trace of respect. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, did not have so many concerns. Song Ruofei was also very thick-skinned. He said, "Of course, the food is a very important reason, but I also want to make a career. If this club can do well, the elders in my family will say that we are ignorant and incompetent, fooling around all day long. They will more or less hesitate, right?" Song Ruofei's words were what everyone was thinking, including Zhao Yongjun. They were the second and third generations of the family with a golden spoon in their mouths. On the one hand, they enjoyed the glory brought by their fathers. On the other hand, they lived in the shadow of their fathers. No matter what, they were always labeled as some son and some grandson. Of course, they also wanted to make a career to prove themselves. Song Ruofei continued, "It's a very happy thing to do business with my brothers. Don't you think so, everyone?" "Right." Brother Ruofei said what I wanted to say. Ho Liang and the others also jeered. Of course, Song Ruofei said, on this basis, if there is a gathering point for everyone, and there are all kinds of delicious food, especially top food like the Buddha jumps over the wall. And the Yangtze River Chinese perch, wouldn't that be even better? Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, "So, you're going to stay in Beijing for a long time? Don't you still have a position in the company here at Sanshan?" "I'm sorry, but I've returned to the headquarters to work now," Song Ruofei said proudly. "Do you believe that? I won't tell Uncle Song the real reason why you're staying in the capital. You'll be immediately sent to San Shan or even directly sent back to Xiangnam province." Xia Ruofei said slowly. "You won't do that, will you?" Song Ruofei said nervously. "That's hard to say," Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It depends on your performance. If you put in a little more effort for the club, that's for sure." Song Ruofei quickly said, "This will be our own business in the future." Xia Ruofei stopped teasing Song Ruofei and said seriously, "Right now, we only have this intention. As for the specific operation, we still have to discuss the procedures. Let's go have breakfast first. Let's talk while we eat." So, the group walked into the staff cafeteria on the first floor of the complex, where breakfast was already prepared. Although it wasn't as exquisite as a star hotel, the breakfast in the staff cafeteria was very sumptuous. There were steamed buns, porridge, soy milk, deep, fried dough sticks, and so on. There was a wide variety of food, and everyone could choose according to their own taste. Xia Ruofei and the others got their breakfast and sat down to eat while they talked about the club. Even Zhao Yongjun was very excited, looking forward to the club's blueprint. Everyone was also talking at once. Some said that they wanted a high-end fitness center, some said that they wanted a mini golf course, and some said that a health center was a must. Even Song Ruofei, the funny guy, said that he wanted to build a sports car club and a standard racing track. Xia Ruofei was calmer. He smiled and knocked on the plate. "Brothers, let's not think so far ahead. The first thing we need to confirm is the investment amount, right? Where was this club built? What was the land price? What was the construction cost? How much labor costs and start-up capital do you need? Let's confirm these basic things First, and then we'll discuss the proportion of each investment, right, logo? Xia Ruofei pulled everyone back to the normal conversation track and also appropriately cooled down the young masters. Zhao Yongjun was the oldest and the most mature of them all. At the same time, he had been in the business for many years after leaving the army and was relatively familiar with the business world. So Zhao Yongjun touched his chin and said, "The amount of investment depends on how big the business we want to do. First of all, the clubhouse must be opened in the capital. With the land price in the capital, which is extremely expensive, the cost of land must be very high. And we don't want to open a clubhouse in a building like those who sell sheep's head and dog meat, so we can consider a slightly remote location. The land price outside the 4th and 5th ring roads will be much cheaper than the central area and the embassy area." Agreed. Song Ruofei nodded. There's no place to build a racetrack in the urban area. Even if they want to build it, they need to have the guts to approve it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Besides, don't even think about the racing track for now. If you want to build an international standard racetrack, you'll need at least a few $1 billion. The maintenance cost is also very high. The most important thing is that the profit margin is too low." Song Ruofei was disappointed when he heard that. However, he really liked to play with cars, so he couldn't help but say, "Then, can't we make it smaller and lower the standards?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Then we might as well not do it. If we want to do it, it'll definitely be the best. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for everyone?" Zhao Yongjun's words were in line with the mentality of Song Ruofei and the others. This group of second and third generation people were not afraid of anything, so they could not do anything that would embarrass them. Hence, before Song Ruofei's plan could even be carried out, it had already been aborted. Xia Ruofei said, "Brother, Zhao's location is a little off the mark." I personally agree. On one hand, it's cost-wise. On the other hand, it's for privacy. In the future, there will definitely be a threshold for membership services. I think for the guests who are qualified to spend in the club, they can at least afford a car. Ho Liang and the others laughed when they heard this. Su Zixuan even said, "There are many high-end clubs that are developing in the suburbs. After all, the land in the suburbs is more spacious and the price is cheaper." "All right." Zhao Yongjun nodded. "Then after we go back, we'll split up to understand the situation and see if there's any land around the 5th ring that's ready to be sold. I'll leave this matter to you guys." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The functions of the club don't have to be big and complete, but as long as it's decided to start, it must be top-notch." This was Xia Ruofei's principle of quality. Lu Jian nodded and said, "If you want to do it, then do it. Let's make a preliminary decision on what functions we need to achieve, and then we'll entrust a professional organization to do an evaluation." Su Zixuan said, "Food and beverage is definitely indispensable. It doesn't matter how big the club is, this is just a basic function." "Of course." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I feel that the Ling's private kitchen standard for Chinese food should not be a problem, especially the 2 signature dishes. If it really doesn't work, I can ask the Ling's food and beverage group's executive head chef to bring them over for a while. The quality of the dishes can be guaranteed." Zhao Yongjun nodded. "Western food is also a must. Everyone, use your connections. It'll be best if you can invite 1 or 2 Michelin star chefs to join us." Ho Liang and the others all nodded. Everyone then discussed some other things in the club. Everyone had their own preferences. Other than Wei Jun, who was basically a bystander, everyone expressed their opinions. Even after breakfast, there was still no solution. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's first roughly determine the investment amount, and then find a professional company to make a plan for us according to this amount. What do you think?" "I think we can." Zhao Yongjun immediately said, "Ruofei, how much do you think is suitable for the initial investment?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm not as familiar with the situation in the capital as you guys are. You guys can tell me more." So everyone turned their attention to Zhao Yongjun and talked about business. Zhao Yongjun was definitely the best among them. Zhao Yongjun thought about it and smiled. "Considering the land price and construction cost, I think we won't be able to do much if we invest too little. How about this? We'll invest 500 million in one episode. The total investment will be no less than 1.5 billion. What do you think?" When Zhao Yongjun said that, Ho Liang and the others looked at each other. Even Song Rui was a little speechless. "Brother Zhao, this is a bit too much, right? The few of us, can we gather such a large sum of money?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't possibly take out so much money at once. In fact, if it was an initial investment, Xia Ruofei could still gather all his overseas assets. However, since everyone was investing, it would be meaningless if he owned the majority of the shares. Since you've mentioned the investment amount, there must be a reason," Xia Ruofei continued. "Why don't you tell us more about it?" "Don't be scared by this number," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "We don't actually need to take out so much money. First of all," Zhao Yongjun analyzed, "we don't have to pay the full transfer fee all at once to get the land from the government. This is negotiable. It shouldn't be a problem to pay it off within a year. We can save a lot of money here. Logo. Secondly, after we've won the land, we can mortgage it to the bank. As long as the bank cooperates, we can loan a large sum of money. It's even entirely possible that it won't be lower than the price of the land. This money can be used for the early stage of construction funds. Third, as long as we get the land and start construction, we'll be able to get the pre-sale membership card. I think the annual fee is about 200,000 yuan. With our names, there should be a lot of people who want to buy it, right? When the time comes, we'll have to set up some barriers. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become our members. Then, I'll control it according to the initial scale of 500 people. This will bring us another 100 million in cash flow." Ho Liang and the others weren't too clear about the ways of business. But when they heard Zhao Yongjun's analysis, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Song Rui said, So, we don't need to invest much money at all. We can still open the club and make a lot of money? Isn't this too easy?" Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. This method was easy to say, but it was not that easy to achieve. Whether it was the land acquisition, the loan, or the pre-sale membership card, which one was easy? Other than Zhao Yongjun and the second and third generation, who else could play such a game? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Hee, what do you think? Otherwise, how could old Chen's second son afford to open such a big 4S store? How much money could he have? When people get their cars from the car manufacturer, they usually only settle the payment after they sell them, and the payment period is very long. Besides, the store lease, bank loan, and so on. Anyway, it's all a matter of operation. The Chen family in Beijing was slightly inferior to the Song family, but they were also a very big family. The second son of the Chen family that Zhao Yongjun mentioned was about the same age as them. He opened a big 4S shop in Beijing, and his business was doing very well. But then Zhao Yongjun changed the topic and said seriously, but we can't learn from Chen Er. That kid is too greedy and unscrupulous. He's too ugly. Xia Ruofei nodded. Brother Zhao is right. If we want to do it, we have to do it fair and square. We can use the resources we have, but we can't do anything illegal. What Xia Ruofei meant was that even if he had to go through the back door, he had to do things according to the rules. For example, the land transfer fee could be paid according to the stipulated maximum time limit, but it could not exceed this time limit and be delayed indefinitely. It was the same for bank loans. They had to go through the normal procedures of application and approval. The loan amount had to be within the normal range and not too outrageous. As long as he could do this, he would not be caught by others. Xia Ruofei wanted to do something with Song Rui and the others, but he did not want them to become scammers in order to earn money and implicate the elders in their family. Zhao Yongjun looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration and said, I have the same thoughts as Ruofei. We don't think highly of people like Tian Xiaojun, so we can't do things that we don't get. Zhao Yongjun paused, then continued, this is what I'm thinking. We'll take out 300 million as a start-up capital. I think if we choose a more remote location, it should be enough to buy land. Subsequently, through land mortgage loans, the funds would be used to start construction projects. If there's a capital gap during the construction process, we'll increase the capital together. If you don't want to or can't take out that much money at the moment, you can also choose to dilute your shares. After all, building a club was not the same as developing real estate. The land needed was not so big, and they did not need to buy land for billions of yuan or billions of yuan like real estate developers. Zhao Yongjun's plan was still relatively safe. Even if they didn't have such a big background, normal commercial real estate investments would still work this way. The real estate industry had always had the highest debt rate. But it did not affect the real estate developers' ability to make a lot of money. I think so. Xia Ruofei nodded. After splitting the 300 million, even if he contributed a little more, it would only be a few tens of millions more. It was not difficult for Xia Ruofei at all. I agree with Brother Jun's suggestion, but I don't have much money to use. It's fine if I invest less, right? Ho Liang said. I'm in the same situation as Liang bro, Wei Jun quickly said. Guys, shoot a little more, we'll play with you guys. No problem. Zhao Yongjun replied readily. Don't force yourself according to your own abilities. Xia Ruofei looked at Wei Jun and Ho Liang and said, let's discuss how to distribute the investment ratio first. Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and smiled. I'll talk to Ruofei one last time. Let's talk about how much we can invest first, and we'll pay for the insufficient part. Ruofei, how is it? No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. In terms of economic strength, Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were definitely the strongest, so no one had any objections to this suggestion. Song Rui discussed with the others in a low voice and then said, I'll take an average. I can still come up with 50 million. After Song Ruofei expressed his opinion, Lu Jian immediately said, "Then I'll also invest 50 million. The Song family owned a huge family business. Song Ruofei and the other direct descendants usually had a lot of savings. In addition, Song Jilan, who was in charge of the Song family's business empire, doted on Song Ruofei very much. She would definitely support him in this serious investment business. 50 million yuan was not a big problem for him. Lu Jian's situation was similar to Song Ruofei's. His family had their own company group. Compared to Ho Liang and the others, they were considered to be relatively wealthy. Su Zhixian smiled and said, "I'm not as rich as you guys. The few of us came out together to do something. The most important thing is to participate. I'll invest 10 million. Zhao Yongjun smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Ho Liang and Wei Jun. The two of them laughed in embarrassment. In the end, Ho Liang said, "Wei Jun and I can each come up with about 5 million, isn't that too little?" "Sure." Zhao Yongjun replied readily. What Zishuan said just now was very right, brothers. Do things together for fun, money doesn't matter, as long as you don't think the future dividends will be too little. No, Wei Jun quickly said. We won T Liang bro, and I are already very happy to be able to participate in this project. With Ho Liang's family background, there was already a gap between him and Zhao Yongjun. And the others. Wei Jun was even worse off than Ho Liang. It was already a surprise that Zhao Yongjun and the others were able to bring them along for this club. They were even worried that Zhao Yongjun would not like it if they invested too little. How could he not have enough shares? Zhao Yongjun smiled and nodded, then let me calculate. If the 5 of you can come up with 120 million, then there's still a gap of 180 million left. Brother Zhao, Xia Ruofei said, Liangzi and Wei Jun's 5 million is indeed too little. It's less than 2% of the shares. When Xia Ruofei said this, Ho Liang and Wei Jun couldn't help but feel nervous. If Xia Ruofei wanted to kick them out and not bring them along, Zhao Yongjun would definitely respect his decision. However, what Xia Ruofei said next gave them a pleasant surprise. Xia Ruofei continued, how about this? Each of them should invest 10 million. I'll pay for the rest. Consider it as me lending them 5 million each. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ho Liang quickly said, this won't do. Brother Xia, how can we take your money? What do? You mean you took my money? I'm the one who lent it to you, and it's for the interest. Xia Ruofei deliberately put on a straight face and said, what? You don't want to give me face? No. Ho Liang quickly replied. Xia Ruofei's expression softened a little. Liangzi, don't feel any pressure. I'm just thinking that you have too few shares, and I'll have to rely on you guys to manage the club. That's not very good. I have more than enough money here, so I'll just lend you some money for a while. That's normal, right, Logo? At this point, Xia Ruofei looked at Su Zishuan and said with a smile, Zhixian, you won't mind me doing this, right? Among them, other than Song Ruofei and Lu Jian, who invested 50 million each, Su Zishuan contributed 10 million. Xia Ruofei lent Ho Liang and Wei Jun 5 million each. This meant that the 3 of them had the same amount of shares. In reality, Su Zishuan's shares didn't decrease. The extra shares that Ho Liang and Wei Jun had were given out by Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei. Strictly speaking, Xia Ruofei was the one who gave the money, so it was Xia Ruofei's shares. However, Xia Ruofei gave Ho Liang and Wei Jun money, and at the same time didn't lend any to Su Zixuan. He was worried that Su Zixuan would have other thoughts. So he decided to just tell him everything. Everyone came out to do things together for fun. If they were unhappy because of this kind of thing, it would not be worth it. Su Zixuan himself was also a magnanimous person. He immediately laughed when he heard this, saying, "Brother Xia, what are you talking about? How could I mind? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money, I would have helped Liangzi and Wei Jun too." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It doesn't matter who pays. We're all brothers, so we have to calculate the shares clearly. But I can still afford to pay a few million. Last time, Ho Liang and Wei Jun had put in a lot of effort for the incident at Tongren Hall. Through this encounter, Wei Jun was also quite compatible with Xia Ruofei's temper. There was no need to talk about Ho Liang. Xia Ruofei had known him even earlier. Previously, because of the spokesperson of Yusher Cream in the capital, Ho Liang had spared no effort to help and had used many connections. Until now, that small-time artiste was still banned. Hence, Xia Ruofei took this opportunity to return the favor. Zhao Yongjun saw this and laughed. "Are you au fait? You can't be the only good person. Wouldn't you make me look like a bad older brother?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look embarrassed. Of course, Zhao Yongjun was joking. However, he had his own considerations. He wanted to contribute a little and help Xia Ruofei reduce his burden. So after making a joke, Zhao Yongjun said, "We're all brothers, how about this? Liangzi and Wei Jun will follow Ruofei's suggestion and invest 10 million, but Ruofei and I will each pay 5 million. Wei Jun's share will be lent to Ruofei. And I'll pay for Liangzi's first." No matter what, Ho Liang had been with Zhao Yongjun for many years. He had done many things for him. It would be inappropriate if Zhao Yongjun didn't do anything, especially when Xia Ruofei was acting so high and mighty. Xia Ruofei also realized this, so he didn't decline. He smiled and said, "All right. Then we'll do as Big Brother Zhao says." "Thank you, Brother Jun, Brother Xia," Ho Liang said gratefully. Wei Jun also expressed his gratitude. The bosses had already agreed. If they refused, it would seem pretentious. They could only accept this kind offer. However, they also secretly made up their minds to put in more effort during the construction and operation of the club. Otherwise, they would be letting down the care that Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun had taken for them. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. "We're brothers, no need to be so formal. Then let's calculate the investment amount," Zhao Yongjun said. "With this 10 million, you guys can come up with 130 million. The remaining 170 million, why don't Ruofei, we each take half?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'm fine with anything. It doesn't matter. If it's more or less, I'll listen to Brother Zhao." "Then 85 million each," Zhao Yongjun said readily. "It's decided." They were all very trusted friends and brothers, and their fathers had similar political ideas. They were considered allies of the same camp. This kind of relationship was very reliable, so there was no need to fight for the largest shareholder or absolute control. As a result, everyone in Paradise Corporation's cafeteria finally decided on the investment ratio for this investment. The initial investment was 300 million Chinese dollars. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun each contributed 85 million Chinese dollars. each holding 28.33% of the shares. Song Ruofei and Lu Jian each contributed 50 million Chinese dollars, each holding 16.67% of the shares. Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun each contributed 10 million Chinese dollars, each holding 3.33% of the shares. As for the part of the cooperation with Ling's private kitchen that involved the exchange of shares, everyone would dilute their shares according to the proportion of investment and hold the same proportion of shares of Ling's private kitchen. After the matter was settled, the long breakfast finally came to an end. At this time, the company's employees had already finished eating and gone upstairs to work. When everyone's mood relaxed, they began to clamor about visiting the rich Xia's farm. Other than Song Ruofei, it was everyone's first time here. These young masters from the capital were all very envious of Xia Ruofei for having his own farm. Especially when they found out that Xia Ruofei had a 6,000-acre farm in Australia, their eyes lit up and they clamored to make an appointment to go to Australia for some fun. Xia Ruofei naturally agreed with a smile. He asked Yi Lingyun to drive the electric car that the veterans usually patrolled over, and then he drove himself to show Zhao Yongjun and the others around the farm. The advanced modern greenhouses, the newly built cold storage, and the heavily guarded pomfrets cultivation workshop all made Zhao Yongjun and the others feel a sense of novelty. Logo. Even in the middle of winter, everyone still insisted on taking a walk around the orchard. In fact, apart from the bare fruit trees, they could not see anything else. However, from the hill, they could see the sea in the distance. The view was very good, but the biting cold wind was a bit of a wet blanket. So everyone quickly went down after a casual look. Ruofei, we really envy you. Zhao Yongjun sat in the passenger seat next to Xia Ruofei and exclaimed, "You're living like a god." Song Ruofei also laughed and said, "That's true. Sometimes, I even want to stay at Ruofei's place for a while to cultivate." Xia Ruofei turned his head and glanced at Song Ruofei. "You're willing to leave your Yi behind?" Song Ruofei's expression froze, and then he said, "After I've taken down Xia Yi, I can bring her along. I'm not asking for much, just food, accommodation, and transportation. Is that okay?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. As long as you can settle Xia Yi, I'll throw you a party at an Australian farm to celebrate." "You said it yourself," Song Ruofei said. Su Zixuan laughed and said, "Brother Ruofei, you have to work hard when you return to the capital. We're all waiting to bask in your glory. Watch me." Song Ruofei clenched his fist and said. Everyone burst into laughter. After leaving the orchard, Xia Ruofei brought his brothers for a tour of his small villa. The villa wasn't very big, and the decorations weren't luxurious either. But to have such a villa in a farm village far from the city, standing on the terrace and looking out at the sea, breathing the fresh air of the suburbs every day, all of this made Zhao Yongjun and the others extremely envious. No wonder Brother Xia rarely goes back to stay for a few days even though he has such a big courtyard house in Beijing. Ho Liang could not help but say, "If I had such a big farm and such a villa, I wouldn't be willing to go back to Beijing to breathe in the fog either. Come on. The land in the countryside is not worth much." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Back then, my entire farm added together was not as expensive as this small building, and this building was actually only worth 2 million. It's not even worth as much as a small house in the capital." Zhao Yongjun laughed. "Brothers, let's tidy up the club and find a good place. It won't be worse than Ruofei's farm." Zhao Yongjin's words made everyone look forward to the club. Song Ruofei also said, Ruofei, hurry up and tell your father-in-law that we have high hopes for Ling Ji's private kitchen. This is a strong cooperation. I think Xia Ruofei likes Ling Ji's private kitchen's steamed Chinese perch and the secret Buddha jumps over the wall, Zhao Yongjin joked. Hee hee, it's the same, it's the same. Song Ruofei laughed drily. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. He picked it up and looked at the caller. ID. He smiled at Song Ruofei and said, Speak of the devil has arrived. My father-in-law is calling. I'm going to answer the phone first, help yourself. If you want to drink tea, make it yourself. The tea leaves are in the ice bar next to the TV cabinet. With that, Xia Ruofei walked to the courtyard with his phone and answered the call. Uncle Ling. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ruofei, Qing Shiwei has mentioned to me about opening a branch in the capital. Ling Xiaotian went straight to the point, then asked, What exactly do your friends do? Could they coordinate their relationship in all aspects of Beijing? You have to know that it's not easy to hold a meeting these days. There are no less than 3,000 big and small clubs in the entire Beijing area. Uncle Ling, didn't Qing Shiwei tell you about my friends? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Ling Xiaotian said, This girl only has a rough understanding of them. She knows that their backgrounds are not simple. However, you have never told her in detail about their identities. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but pat his forehead and said with a bitter smile, Uncle Ling, that's my problem, but I'm still very optimistic about our cooperation this time. If you have the intention, you can consider it. My friends. They should be considered among the most powerful group of people in Beijing. Anyway, it's more than enough to support a club. Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Before he said, Ruofei, there are many hidden talents in the capital, and they are the most powerful. Xia Ruofei laughed and said two names. One was Elder Song and the other was General Zhao Cheng. Then, he turned to Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, among my friends here, one of them is the eldest son and grandson of the Song family. Another one is the only son of the general of Zhao City. As for the other families, they are slightly weaker. However, they are not that far off. After Ling Xiaotian heard this, he could not help but be in a daze. If one was not very concerned about politics, they might not know about General Zhao Cheng. However, Elder Song's name was well known in Xuanji. He had been on the news almost every day for several years. It could be said that he was a memory of a generation. Moreover, Elder Song's body was very healthy. So one could imagine the strength of the Song family. Ling Xiaotian knew that Xia Ruofei was very capable and had made many powerful friends. However, he could not imagine that even Elder Song's grandson would call Xia Ruofei his brother. Uncle Ling, do you think that there will be any problems with the coordination of various parties when my friends form a partnership to open a club? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Ling Xiaotian also came back to his senses and said without hesitation, Of course, no problem. Ruofei, so you're saying that you're the one who's helping your Uncle Ling this time? Xia Ruofei hurriedly said, Uncle Ling, please don't say that. We're family. Besides, my friend suggested this. They were shocked after tasting our signature dish at Ling Ji private kitchen yesterday. When they were discussing the meeting, they immediately thought of bringing in Ling Ji private kitchen. Ling Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, but he still could not help but ask, "Are you Ruofei? Will it be difficult to communicate with these young masters?" It was normal for Ling Xiaotian to have his concerns. After all, even though he was rich, he was still a normal citizen. Zhao Yongjun and the others could be said to have the ability to turn the clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. In this kind of unequal cooperation, the weaker party would easily suffer losses. For example, the club's expenses would definitely be settled at the same time, and the Chinese restaurant would be settled by the club and Ling Ji's private kitchen. By then, the payment period would be longer, and if it was delayed even a little, it was even possible that the matter would be left unsettled. Ling's food and beverage group didn't have any foundation in Beijing, and Zhao Yongjun and the others all had strong backgrounds. Wouldn't they have no way to turn to? Worse still, it was possible that they would try to rope in the employees of Ling Ji's private kitchen, poach the chefs who had the core skills, and then kick Ling Ji's private kitchen out to start a new business. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Let me put it this way. These friends, they're all giving me face. When our Ling Ji private kitchen entered the club, they couldn't wait to take care of us. How could he play any tricks?" Ling Xiaotian was not worried about Xia Ruofei. He knew that Xia Ruofei was a steady person. If he was not confident, he would not have said that. Although he didn't know why Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others would give Xia Ruofei so much face, he still believed in Xia Ruofei. "I'm much more at ease now that you've said this," Ling Xiaotian said. "Ruofei, I'll get my subordinates to start preparing for this project." The Ling F&B group would definitely expand in all aspects in the future. If they could take root in Beijing in advance, it would be of great significance to the entire group. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "No problem, Uncle Ling. These friends of mine will be staying in the Southeast Province for a few days. I'll find an opportunity to bring them to the company and we can sit down and have a detailed discussion." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "By the way, our initial discussion is to invest 300 million yuan in the first phase, and then exchange it for funds through the operation of land mortgage loans to start the construction of the club. As for Ling Ji's private kitchen, we've reached a consensus that if you're willing, you can exchange your shares to carry out in-depth cooperation. As for the specific share exchange plan and ratio, we can discuss it after an evaluation. Logo." Ling Xiaotian was also very interested after hearing this and said, "That's a good suggestion. If we exchange our shares, our cooperative relationship will be more solid, but, Uncle Ling, don't worry. The stock exchange is only for the Ling's private kitchen branch in Beijing." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "In our initial plan, I have 28.33% of the club's shares, which is one of the two largest shareholders. Therefore, this cooperation will definitely not be a mess. It will be beneficial to both sides." "Then I'm relieved." Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "Ruofei, when do you think your friends are free these few days? Invite them to the company. Let's sit down and have a talk." "All right. However, they're mainly here for a vacation, and this conference was a sudden idea. Many of the ideas are not mature enough, so everyone can only discuss one thing at most." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "As for the details, we'll have to wait for them to return to the capital and make an evaluation before we can decide." "That's for sure, Ling." Xiaotian was very understanding. However, since everyone wants to cooperate, it's not a bad idea to get in touch with each other in advance. "No problem." Xia Ruofei replied readily, Uncle Ling, let's make an appointment later on for the exact time. Good, good, good. Then go entertain your friends first. Ling Xiaotian seemed to be in a good mood. However, before he hung up, Ling Xiaotian remembered something and quickly said, "Oh right, Ruofei, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." "Uncle Ling, what's the matter?" Xia Ruofei asked. "It's about our Dingfeng winery." Ling Xiaotian said, "Isn't it almost the end of the year? The winery's profit this year is quite good, so we'll split the bonus at the end of the year." A few days ago, I asked the finance department to do a detailed calculation. In addition to the necessary development funds, you can get about 50 million in dividends. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in surprise, "So much money?" Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "The winery's gross profit every month is about 21 million yuan. After deducting the tax, management, and financial costs, it's about 17 million yuan. This is basically the net profit. The profit we've made in the past 6 months has already exceeded 100 million yuan. The main reason why they could achieve such good sales was because of the good products. The old Dingfeng winery was an old brand. And it was even a memory of old San, but the winery had never been dead. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian took over, other than investing a certain amount of money to upgrade and transform the equipment, they did not actually spend much on the cost. The raw materials were basically the same as before. In fact, because the equipment was more advanced, they even saved a lot on labor costs. Under the situation where the cost remained the same, the selling price of the product had increased significantly. Furthermore, the sales volume had increased by several times compared to the past. As the spirit map space's range was limited to the primal realm, it was impossible to increase the production volume limitlessly. This also led to the Dingfeng winery's Drunken 8 Immortals liquor being in a state of supply falling short of demand. Moreover, as its reputation grew, the prices of Drunken 8 Immortals were relatively more affordable compared to the intimidating prices of the top-tier white wine brands, and the taste was not inferior to them at all. In fact, the taste of May and 1-year-aged white wines was even better than that of old Maotai. Naturally, more and more people liked the wine of Drunken 8 Immortals. Therefore, Dingfeng Winery didn't have to worry about sales. The existence of the sales department was very weak, because this was a seller's market. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, do you need to leave more development funds? 100 million of profit was taken away all of a sudden. There shouldn't be any problems with the winery's capital chain, right?" He and Ling Xiaotian each had 50% of the shares. If he took 50 million in dividends, he would think that Ling Xiaotian had also taken 50 million in dividends, which would add up to 100 million. "That's enough," Ling Xiaotian said. "We still have at least 30 million yuan in our account. Due to the booming sales of Drunken 8 Immortals, the distributors have taken the initiative to shorten the accounting period. Some of them even used cash to transfer the goods in order to get a bigger share. Our raw material suppliers are all old customers, so there will not be a bank run. The winery's capital chain is very healthy. Also, even if there's a small problem with the capital chain, I can easily transfer some money from the Ling GF and B group to solve the problem. Besides, I still have you, don't I?" At this point, Ling Xiaotian said with some regret, "The reason why we're taking out so much money to split the dividends is mainly because the winery's production capacity is already full, and we can't Further expand the production. There's no point in leaving too much money on the books, right? Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He was the main cause of this problem. However, the spirit map space was only so big. 100 tons of wine a month already took up a lot of space. He had even specially ordered a batch of firm shelves that allowed the wine jars to be placed in layers. Otherwise, there would be wine jars everywhere in the Archean realm. Therefore, it was basically impossible to continue to expand the production capacity unless the space was upgraded. However, after the space was upgraded a few times, the area of the Archean realm did not expand. Xia Ruofei also knew that it was not easy to maintain a time flow of 30 times. Hence, he did not have much hope of expanding the area of the Archean realm after the space was upgraded. Logo. Moreover, he felt that the current sales model of Drunken 8 Immortals was quite good. It was appropriate to maintain a bit of hunger marketing. No matter how popular the sales were, the production volume was limited. What he pursued was the quality of the products, so he had to strive for perfection. Generally, high-quality brands were a little aloof. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly. Uncle Ling, actually, it's quite troublesome to improve the process and link of the liquor production. It must be done by human hands. So, it may not be easy to expand the production, Ling. Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, I'm just saying. I've been in the business for so many years, and I'm very clear that greed is not enough to swallow an elephant. It's already a great surprise for the winery to have such a performance. It's good that you understand, Uncle, Xia Ruofei said. Well, since there's no problem with the winery's capital chain, I'll take the bonus. Now that the accounts of domestic companies had been squeezed dry, with the 50 million, Xia Ruofei would be more well off. Even if the club's plan was to start ahead of schedule, at least he would not have to use overseas funds. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Good. I'll get the finance department to prepare the dividends documents and send them over for you to sign. Then, I'll transfer the money to you. By the way, you transferred it to your personal account, right? You know my account number. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. When Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian had worked together, they had used their skills to buy 50% of the shares. They had not paid any money from the company's books, so it was equivalent to personal shares. Naturally, the dividends did not need to be transferred to Paradise Corporation's account. Although Xia Ruofei held 100% of the shares of Paradise Corporation, he had promised to give Feng Jing a dividend from the profits. Furthermore, he would expand the scope of the dividends and benefits. Hence, he had to clarify the accounts in the future. Business was business, and private was private. Xia Ruofei did not plan to use the company's name to buy in the club in the capital. Instead, he would use his personal name. After all, this had nothing to do with the company's business. Of course, it was not because he wanted to give his employees a bonus. That was why Xia Ruofei deliberately reduced the profit points of Paradise Corporation. In fact, the highly profitable projects, such as the Tin Bucket and the cordyceps, were all managed by Xia Ruofei himself. In the end, they were all operated in the name of the company. The profits from these were already unimaginable to ordinary people. The bonus was meant to motivate the employees. Xia Ruofei would not lose the big picture for a small gain or do something that would destroy his own future. After ending the call with Ling Xiaotian, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa and found Zhao Yongjun and the others surrounding the big fish tank in the living room, looking very interested. When he saw Xia Ruofei return, Ho Liang called out, "Brother Xia, you're a big tycoon indeed. He's actually raising such a high-quality blood red dragon." Zhao Yongjun was obviously an expert in this field. He said, "Are you Ruofei? Not bad. Your blood-red dragons. Body, head, fin, hair color, and range are all top grade, and the redness is simply perfect. If it wasn't for its obvious characteristics, I would have mistaken it for a chili red dragon." The redness of the blood red dragon was slightly lower than that of the chili red dragon. However, Xia Ruofei's blood red dragon was obviously redder than the average chili red dragon. This was extremely rare. Even Wei Jun, who didn't know much about arowana, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful. It's like a piece of art, that's the effect of the light." "It's not that red," Xia Ruofei laughed. Zhao Yongjun said seriously, "I've been playing with arowana for many years. I can tell if it's natural or not." "Ruofei, don't be so humble. This blood-red dragon is not cheap. Right?" Zhao Yongjun loved antiques and literature, and many of his hobbies were inseparable. Many collectors liked to keep fish, play with crickets, play with walnuts or gourds, and so on. Zhao Yongjun also liked to raise arowana, and he had a pair of good red dragons at home. Of course, compared to Xia Ruofei's, it was a few levels worse. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay. We're almost drooling. Brother Zhao, I actually have some channels to get good quality red arowana. If you like them, I can find you a better pair next time, but they won't be this big." "That's great." Zhao Yongjun was overjoyed. "It's fine if it's a little small. As long as it's a good breed, I'll have a greater sense of achievement by slowly raising it myself." Red arowana could be raised for many years. The feeling of raising them from a young age was often much better than buying a pair of adult red dragons. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll keep an eye out and definitely find you a pair of pure, blooded, high-quality ones, at least not far from mine." Good. Big brother. Thanks you in advance." Zhao Yongjun rubbed his hands in excitement. Hearing this, Ho Liang couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He quickly chuckled and said, "Brother Xia, that if there's anything good, don't forget about me. I also want a pair, and me." Su Zixuan, Song Rui, and Lu Jian all said in unison. Only Wei Jun was a little embarrassed, but the expression on his face was also very obvious. It was obvious that he also wanted it. "What are you all doing?" Zhao Yongjun said, pretending to be serious. "Do you think that top quality blood-red dragons are cabbages? You pair up and I pair up. Are you kids splitting the fruits?" "Brother Jun, no matter how much Brother Xia can find, you'll definitely be given the priority," Ho Liang quickly said. "If you have more, even if the quality is slightly worse, can you consider us?" "Brother Xia, I was the first one to speak," Ho Liang said as he looked at Xia Ruofei. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Do you all really think that red arowana is one of those common goods sold in the flower and bird market? Do you know how much a pair of top-grade young red dragon fish costs?" "How much?" Ho Liang asked, somewhat confused. 50,000? 100,000? "Brother Jun, this fish is so beautiful. Even if it's a little more expensive, we'd still want to keep it. 50,000? Zhao Yongjun laughed. 100,000? Liangzi, look at that ignorant face of yours. Ruofei, tell them, how much would such a fine breed of young blood red dragon cost? Xia Ruofei looked at Ho Liang and the others and laughed. A pair of blood red dragons of similar quality would cost about 6 million. Last time, there was a pair of purple and red dragons that were sold for 18.88 million. Ho Liang and the others were all shocked by the price, but Zhao Yongjun already knew the market, so he wasn't surprised. His focus was on the purple dragon. Zhao Yongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually find the brilliant purple-red dragon? Ruofei. This is unbelievable. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. As he said, it's such a coincidence. Brother Zhao, you're an expert in this field. This kind of mutated species is hard to come by. That's right, Zhao Yongjun said, but next time, you must leave the best for me. It would be great if there are any mutated species. Price is not a problem. Definitely. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll call you if I have any news. At this moment, Ho Liang finally recovered from his shock. He muttered, I've really not seen much of the world. A pair of ornamental fish for 6 million, and there's even one that's close to 20 million. The rarer something is, the more precious it is. Xia Ruofei was used to it. Actually, this thing is just to spend money to buy happiness. There are many rich people nowadays. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, but if you guys wanted it, I definitely wouldn't sell it at such a high price. The price I said was the result of the bidding. For example, the purple and red dragons were raised so high because several big bosses competed for it and were almost desperate. If you want it, I'll give you the cost price, logo. Brother Xia, Ho Liang said with a bitter expression. Even if it's the cost price, we can't afford it. This time, he and Wei Jun had to tighten their belts to take out 5 million Chinese dollars to invest in the club. They had to rely on Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun to borrow money to raise 10 million Chinese dollars to invest. A red arowana of this quality would cost 6 to 7 million. Even if it was the cost price, Ho Liang and the others wouldn't be able to afford it. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, look at you. When our club starts to make money, you'll all become rich. What's a few million to you? The eyes of Ho Liang and the others immediately lit up. Why didn't I think of the club? How could the profit margin of a club that his buddies worked together to run be low? Although he did not have a lot of shares, it would not be a problem for him to buy a pair of red arowana. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had already said that he would pay him the cost price. When he thought of this, Ho Liang beamed with joy and continued to giggle foolishly. Zhao Yongjun also smiled, don't worry, Liang. Ruofei's ability to make money is obvious to all. The project he's optimistic about will definitely make a lot of money. That's right. I'm not convinced about other things, but I can't be unconvinced about his ability to make money. Song Rui, who often went against Xia Ruofei, also teased him. Even if the few of us were to join forces, we still can't compare to him. Don't you guys think of praising me to death? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, at most, the blood dragon will give you the cost price. It's impossible to give it away for free. Everyone burst into laughter. In fact, Xia Ruofei still had 50 to 60 blood-red dragons in his storage space. Their quality was similar to the ones he had sold last time. However, the market price of these high-end ornamental fish had always been high. Even if he gave them away for free, Zhao Yongjun and the others would definitely not take them. After all, they were too expensive. Moreover, the rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. If Xia Ruofei really gave it to them for free, people like Ho Liang, who did not know much about the preciousness of red arowana, might not think it was rare and would not feel that he owed them a big favor. It was better to sell it to them at a much lower price than the market price and at cost price. Xia Ruofei continued, stop surrounding the fish tank. You're going to scare my red arowana. Come over and have some tea. Let me tell you, these tea leaves of mine are not inferior to the legendary mother tree, De Hong Pao. Is it the same tea as the one you gave my grandfather? Song Rui asked immediately. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's the same batch of tea. I don't have a lot of it, so I usually keep it for myself. I don't take it out to serve guests easily, but you're finally here. Zhao Yongjun and the others also sat around the coffee table with interest. Su Zishuan asked, Brother Xia, I seem to see that your Paradise Corporation Skycat flagship store also has tea leaves for sale. The prices aren't cheap either. Xia Ruofei glanced at Su Zishuan and laughed, I didn't think Zishuan would still pay attention to our online flagship store. Su Zishuan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, hee, I even bought some iron-skinned fengdou last time. It's for my grandfather. You don't say. The quality is really high. Yo. Zishuan is still my client. Xia Ruofei teased, our tin keyed is the same as the most expensive one in Tongren Hall. In fact, Tongren Hall's tin keyed is provided by our company. We will produce more in case of emergency and sell the rest in our online store. Wei Jun nodded and said, I've also heard from my dad. Although Paradise Corporation's ironhide maples are the most expensive, they're still in short supply. All the stores in the country want to get some quota. The Chantang branch is really awesome now. In the beginning, Paradise Corporation had signed a sales agreement with the Chantang branch of Tongren Tang. Although after acquiring the Tin Fengdou, the chain company's headquarters would transfer it to the major stores, the Chantang branch still had a certain right to speak and would definitely get the most quota. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, speaking of which, I have to thank Wei Jun and Liangzi. We've reached an agreement with Tongren Hall on the supply and sales of cordyceps, and soon everyone will be able to buy the top quality cordyceps from Tongren Hall. Brother Xia, you're too kind. Wei Jun quickly replied. I didn't do much, and your things are so good that I can't even get them. It's all because of the people below. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, no matter what, it's all thanks to you for helping to coordinate this. By the way, if you need to give your elders the ironhide fengdou and a weedo, you can just look for me. Although I'm not particularly rich, I can still afford to give you some of my own products. You're also a businessman, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. We can't break the rules. Then, Zhao Yongjun looked at Xia Ruofei, who was skillfully making tea, and asked with a smile, oh right Ruofei, just now Zishuan said that the tea he's selling online, is it the same as your tea? Xia Ruofei raised his head and smiled. The ones sold online are mass-produced, and the quality isn't low, but they're still a little different from my private collection. Most of the tea leaves come from the next generation of tea trees, and the tea making process is slightly Worse, but if you're not an expert, you shouldn't be able to tell. Most of the de Hong Pao tea leaves that were sold in bulk on the internet were cut from the third generation of the parent tree de Hong Pao. Although Yu Lingyun's skills were passed down by old man Li Jifu, his control of fire was still not as good as Xia Qing's. Therefore, if one were to be picky, they would definitely not be as good as the batch of tea leaves that Xia Ruofei had collected. Logo. Xia Ruofei skillfully poured the tea from the sea of tea into small teacups, then used a tea clip to serve the small teacups to everyone. He smiled and said, "Come and try this de Hong Pao. When everyone leaves, I'll give each of you a little. It's not a lot, so you can keep it for a taste." "All right. Then I'll thank you in advance," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't reject the tea. "Good tea. I think it's even better than my dad's special pre-rain Longjing tea." "Nonsense, they are two different types of tea leaves. How can they be compared?" Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others were discussing among themselves. Although they weren't experts, their ability to judge tea leaves was still better than ordinary people. They were full of praise. The group of them sipped tea and chatted in Xia Ruofei's villa. When it was close to noon, they set off for the city. Lu Zhou was the host for lunch. They had eaten at Ling Ji's private restaurant the night before, so Lu Zhou had decided to go to another restaurant for lunch. It was neither a popular restaurant nor a star-rated hotel. He had chosen a membership-based restaurant on Hot Springs Road. This hot spring club was quite famous in Sanshan City. The specialty dishes of Sanshan were pretty good, mainly because there were natural hot springs here. After everyone finished eating, they took a short break and directly soaked in the hot spring in the club. In the afternoon, they slept in the guest room provided by the club. They only woke up at around 4 o'clock. Then, Lu Zhou brought everyone to the only relatively well-known scenic spot in Sanshan City, the San Huang San Fong Chi Street. There were well-preserved ancient buildings and the former residences of many famous people, including famous historical figures such as Bing Xin, Lin Zexu, and Lin Juemin. Zhao Yongjun and the others were all wandering in the antique alleys in high spirits and touring the place. Under Xia Ruofei's special instructions, Lu Zhou did not arrange for dinner at a hotel. Instead, he brought everyone to San Fong Chi Street to try Sanshan's specialty snacks. They ate as they walked and were very relaxed. Walking from one end of the commercial South Back Street to the other end, everyone had basically eaten until their stomachs were round. Whether it was Sanshan's specialty fish balls, swallow meat, or the paste by the cauldron, they were all very full. Even people with large appetites would be full soon after eating a few more kinds. Moreover, the shops on both sides of the road hung red lanterns and antique sign flags. In addition, there were many tourists and it was full of life, so everyone had a good time. Lu Zhou had wanted to arrange for everyone to go sing, but Song Rui and the others, who were always in those places in the capital, were not very interested. After playing for half a day, they missed the quiet environment of the farm, so they decided to go home. Of course, after 2 interactions, Lu Zhou had established a certain relationship with Zhao Yongjun and the others. Ho Liang even took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. This made Lu Zhou quite satisfied. After all, a relationship had to be stabilized step by step through constant contact, as long as one had the intention to make friends and their emotional intelligence was not low, their relationship would naturally get better and better. The most difficult part was that there was no guide. Xia Ruofei had already completed the first step for Luxia, and the rest would be up to him. However, for Xia Ruofei's sake, Ho Liang and the others would take care of Luxia. On the way back, Xia Ruofei asked for everyone's opinion. There were indeed not many places to visit in the Three Mountains. In the entire country, the most famous place in the southeast province was the island's special district, Egret Island City. Even some people who did not know much about the southeast province would mistakenly think that Egret Island was the capital of the southeast province. Zhao Yongjun and the others weren't so ignorant, but they also yearned for the coquettish air and ocean charm of Heron Island. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to take them on a trip to Heron Island the next day. Anyway, Zhao Yongjun and the others had come to the Three Mountains to play with Xia Ruofei and visit his farm. They had no objections to the specific arrangements, so they did as they pleased. Besides, Xia Ruofei also considered that he could visit Lin Xiao if he went to Egret Island. The New Year's holiday was coming, so Lin Xiao didn't plan to go back to the Three Mountains. Now, there were only 3 days of holiday for New Year's Day and several exams for the final term. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to stay in school to review. Since the winter vacation was not far away, she could go home directly during the winter vacation. Back at the guest house on the farm, Zhao Yongjun and the others were playing cards. Xia Ruofei didn't join in the fun. He told the staff on duty to make sure everything was in order and then went home. Xia Ruofei first called Hu Zi's mother and told her that he was going to Egret Island tomorrow. If there was anything he needed to bring, he could prepare it tonight and take a detour to get it tomorrow. Although Egret Island was very close to the Three Mountains, a mother's concern for her daughter would not decrease because of the geographical location. When Hu Zi's mother heard that Xia Ruofei was going to Egret Island, she indeed said that she would bring some thick clothes for Lin Xiao. Didn't they say that there was a type of cold called Mom Thinks You're Cold? It was this kind of situation. Besides, she also decided to cook a few of Lin Xiao's favorite dishes for Xia Ruofei to bring along. Logo. Then, Xia Ruofei called Feng Jing and told her that he would be going to Heron Island for 2 days. He also arranged some work for the company. As for Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei did not forget to report to her. At the same time, he made an appointment with her to arrange for Zhao Yongjun and the others to meet Ling Xiaotian at the headquarters of the Ling GF&B group after he returned from Heron Island. He wanted to settle the matter of the Ling Ji private kitchen being built at the club. The next morning, Xia Ruofei drove to the Forestry Bureau dormitory first. Although the new house was ready to move in, Hu Zi's mother still lived in the Forestry Bureau dormitory for the convenience of picking up monitor old Luo's orphan Nan Nan. They would only move in when Nan Nan was on winter break and Lin Xiao returned from Egret Island. Xia Ruofei took a bag of clothes and a big bag of food from Hu Zi's mother. According to Hu Zi's mother, there were a lot of chicken wings and duck gizzards that she had braised overnight. Lin Xiao loved her mother's personally made braised food the most. Moreover, these food could be stored for a long time and it was enough for Lin Xiao to eat for many days. After collecting his things, Xia Ruofei drove straight to the highway exit. Zhao Yongjun and the others met up with Xia Ruofei in a commercial car. It was more crowded for 6 people to sit in a car, so after they met up, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui switched to Xia Ruofei's car. Then, the 2 cars entered the highway and headed towards Egret Island City. This trip was a leisure trip, so the road was not particularly rushed. Everyone listened to music and drove at an average speed of about 100 miles an hour. They also chatted over the walkie-talkie from time to time. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. They didn't deliberately rush, so the two cars drove to the cross-sea bridge of Heron Island one after another at noon. The central city of Heron Island was on the island. No matter which direction one entered the island from, they had to cross the sea bridge. Zhao Yongjun looked out of the window with interest at Heron Island Airport, which was taking off and landing in the distance. Qingqing Airport was on the beach. Driving on the cross-sea bridge often allowed one to see the scene of planes taking off and landing, and the view was very good. Ruofei, are we going to Guangzhou directly? Song Ruofei asked lazily as he leaned back in his seat. He was a little tired after sitting in the car for such a long time. On this trip to Heron Island, Lu Jia had helped to arrange the accommodation. It was on Guangzhou, a special reception point for Heron Island State-owned Assets Administration. It was very convenient for Lu Jia to book a few rooms. Guangzhou was an even smaller island next to Heron Island. It was also a famous scenic spot. There was no bridge connecting it to the city, so you could only take a ferry to get to Guangzhou. The entire island was a scenic spot, and you could buy a set of travel tickets that included scenic spot tickets and ferry tickets. Of course, the indigenous people on Guangzhou could take the ferry for free. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, I still have to go to Heron Island University to look for someone. How about this? Let's eat on the island first. We'll go to Guangzhou after we're done. I'll be spending the night on Guangzhou. In fact, he wanted to find Lin Xiao first. He didn't inform Lin Xiao of his visit in advance, because he wanted to give this girl a surprise. He didn't know how happy Lin Xiao would be when she saw him suddenly appear in front of her. As Xia Ruofei thought about it, the corners of his mouth gradually curved up. Heron Island University was located by the sea. Xia Ruofei drove across the sea bridge and followed Huangdao Road in the direction of Heron Island University logo. Song Ruofei had been in the southeast province for a long time, so it was not his first time coming to Egret Island. He looked at the road outside and asked in confusion, Ruofei, where are you planning to go? Xia Ruofei answered while driving, go to Heron Island University. My godsister is studying here, so godmother asked me to bring her something. I'll also take her out for dinner. I know. You're Lin Xiao, right? Song Ruofei said, your sister who sacrificed her comrades. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Thinking of Lin Xiao, he had a doting look on his face. Zhao Yongjun had never heard of this before. He was once an excellent soldier and immediately asked Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei briefly introduced Lin Xiao's family to Zhao Yongjun. Zhao Yongjun was silent for a while before he gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, Ruofei, you've done a good job in this matter. Xia Ruofei smiled. Brother Zhao, who sacrificed himself to protect me. It's my duty to do anything for godmother and Xiaoer. Good man. You're responsible. Zhao Yongjun patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder in admiration. At this time, Song Ruofei suddenly said, oh right. I heard that Heron Island University is only open to tourists. Only a certain number of people can go in every day, and they won't accept any more people. Is that so? Zhao Yongjun raised his eyebrows and said, Xiao Ruofei, go and find someone you know. Don't let us be stopped at the school gate and delay Ruofei's matters. All right. The Song families power was deeply rooted in the southeast province. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had some acquaintances on Egret Island. As he spoke, he took out his phone and looked through his address book, thinking about who to call. After all, this was just a small matter. There was no need to alarm the higher-ups. At this moment, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Why did he have to find an acquaintance? We'll find our own way in." "Think of a way?" Xia Ruofei said in confusion. December is the peak season for tourism on Heron Island. If the number of tourists reaches the upper limit, we definitely won't be able to enter the campus. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "Anyway, you guys don't have to worry about it. I'll find a way." "Brother Zhao," Xia Ruofei, "you guys should change your way of thinking sometimes. Don't try to find connections to mediate when you're in trouble." Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Fine. Then we won't care anymore and will listen to your command." Zhao Yongjun and the others were used to this. No matter what they encountered, they could find someone they knew who could solve the problem. 1 or 2 phone calls were all it took for the problem to be solved. Zhao Yongjun felt that Xia Ruofei's suggestion of finding a solution by himself was a little fresh. Everyone chatted as they drove. The commercial vehicle that Ho Liang and Su Zixuan were in naturally followed the night. 15. Ruofei, this doesn't seem to be the way to Heron Island University, right? Xia Ruofei asked hesitantly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You mean the main entrance of Heron Island University and the Botanic Garden, right? We're not going in from there. The security at the entrance is the tightest." In fact, he had heard from Lin Qiao that Egret Island University was not open to the public. So last night, he had gone online to look for a school guide. With the help of the GPS, Xia Ruofei quickly drove to a school gate near the bus stop of Egret Island University Hospital. This was a small door that many foreigners didn't know about, and there were fewer tourists. Xia Ruofei drove to the car stop at the school gate. An obviously lazy security guard walked over. Xia Ruofei rolled down the window and smiled. "Hello, sir. We're from the Three Mountain Paradise Corporation. We're here to consult Professor Chen Siming on some legal issues." Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei watched with interest as Xia Ruofei tricked the security guards. They thought it was interesting. Sure enough, the security here was not as strict as the main entrance. The security guard asked, casually, "Which building are you going to?" "Professor Chen said he's in the law school building," Xia Ruofei answered smoothly. The security guard nodded and said, "Please register here. Both cars need to be registered." "All right. Thanks." Xia Ruofei quickly registered the license plates of the 2 cars on the notebook. Then, the security guard gave them a simple guide on which way to go to the law school. After Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude, he slowly started the car and entered the interior of Heron Island University. He looked back at Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun proudly and said with a smile, "How is it? My method will work, right? It's quite interesting." Zhao Yongjun laughed. In fact, these guides were all available on the internet. Many ordinary tourists used all kinds of methods to get into Heron Island University. This was the simple and real life of ordinary people. Zhao Yongjun and the others felt very fresh. In fact, as long as one drove here, it was easy to enter the campus. They just had to register, get a pass, and return it when they left the school. Most of the time, one could enter and leave the school by car. That was why Xia Ruofei did not ask Song Ruwei to find someone to coordinate with. The main reason why Heron Island University limited the number of tourists was that too many people came to play, which would affect the normal teaching order. This also reflected the excellent environment and beautiful scenery of Heron Island University. Logo. Xia Ruofei drove along the school's road. The scenery was beautiful on both sides. Students were walking in twos and threes with books in their hands. Some were pushing their bicycles. Not far away, there were many students sitting on the grass and reading seriously. The basketball court never lacked hormones. The boys were sweating like rain. As soon as they entered the school, they immediately felt the youthful atmosphere. Xia Ruofei parked the car by the roadside, rolled down the window, and stuck his head out. He called out to a girl who was passing by. "Fellow student, May. I know how to get to the female dormitory in the School of Media and Communications." Lin Xiao's major in advertising was in the School of Journalism and Communication. The girl saw the handsome Xia Ruofei driving the luxury car and blushed. Then, she told Xia Ruofei the way to the girls' dormitory in detail. Xia Ruofei thanked her politely and started the car again. Song Ruwei said with a smile, "Ruofei, you're getting more and more charming." I saw the girl blushing. "Go." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded him. "That's because you hid your strength, young Master Song. If you went down to ask for directions, he might even want to lead the way for you himself." "I like to hear that." "Ha ha ha," Song Ruwei grinned. He didn't know if the girl had said it wrong out of nervousness or if Xia Ruofei's understanding was wrong, but he followed the girl's directions and couldn't find the place. Finally, they had to ask for directions again and finally arrived at Lin Xiao's dormitory. Xia Ruofei had been here once when Lin Xiao came to register. He immediately remembered when he was near the dormitory building. Xia Ruofei stopped the car on the side and took out his phone to call Lin Xiao. Hearing the dial tone from the phone, Xia Ruofei thought to himself, "Don't tell me this girl is not in the dormitory." Otherwise, his wish to create a surprise for her would be in vain. In order to prepare for the surprise attack today, Xia Ruofei even specifically told Hu Zi's mother not to tell Lin Xiao that he was coming to Egret Island. Soon, Lin Xiao's happy voice came from the phone, "Brother Ruofei. Why did you suddenly call me today? I haven't contacted you in a long time. I'm just showing you some concern," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he opened the door and jumped out of the car. He leaned against the door. The Knight XV's domineering appearance attracted a lot of attention. Most of the people walking in and out of the room were girls, so many of them couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei curiously. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "You also know that we haven't been in contact for a long time? I thought you had forgotten about me." "How can that be? I'd never dare to forget my sister." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm calling you now, aren't I? By the way, where are you now?" "The dormitory." Lin Xiao replied casually, "I don't have any classes this morning. It's too cold and I don't want to go out, so I just stayed in the dormitory. I'm about to go out for lunch with my roommates." Xia Ruofei was secretly glad that Lin Xiao would have gone to the cafeteria to eat if he had come a little later. He chuckled and said, "You're in the dormitory? Did you miss Ruofei bro?" Lin Xiao replied without hesitation, "Of course. Brother Ruofei, even I want to change my mind. I'm going back for the new year. I miss my mom." And you? Although Lin Xiao's words were not emotional, there was a strong sense of attachment. Xiaoer, go to the window. Now, Xia Ruofei said, his heart warmed. What's wrong? Lin Xiao's voice was a little nervous. She had guessed a possibility, but she was afraid that she had misunderstood it. Xia Ruofei laughed. You'll know when you walk over. I prepared a surprise for you. Xia Ruofei heard some light footsteps from the phone. Then, with his super eyesight, he immediately saw a figure flash by the window of Lin Xiao's dormitory upstairs. Then, Xia Ruofei heard Lin Xiao's surprised scream from the phone. Ah! Xia Ruofei quickly moved the phone away from his ear so that his eardrums would not burst. In fact, even without the phone, Xia Ruofei could hear Lin Xiao's surprised scream from downstairs. Many passing students looked up in confusion. After a short while, Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's figure rushing out of the dormitory building. Lin Xiao was wearing a white down jacket, a pair of blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her ponytail swayed left and right as she ran, making her look youthful. The smile on her face was like a flower. This was a kind of joy that came from the heart. Lin Xiao threw herself into Xia Ruofei's arms like a young swallow returning to the forest. Xia Ruofei subconsciously hugged Lin Xiao's youthful body tightly. His expression froze for a moment, as he could feel the ambiguous gazes from the two cars behind him. Brother Ruofei, why did you come here all of a sudden? You didn't even tell me, Lin Xiao said excitedly, her voice even choked with emotion. Xia Ruofei could feel Lin Xiao's strong attachment to him. He gently patted Lin Xiao's back and said, Xiaoer, there are so many people watching, I don't care. I'm carrying my brother. What can others do? Lin Xiao said, in a spoiled manner. However, she quickly let go of Xia Ruofei with a red face. At this time, many students at the dormitory door looked over with smiles on their faces, which made Lin Xiao's face even hotter. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm just trying to give you a surprise. If I had told you in advance, it wouldn't have had such an effect. How is it, Xiaoer? Are you surprised? Lin Xiao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, what a surprise. I'm even a little scared, when she thought of how she had lost her composure when she saw Xia Ruofei through the window. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh with a red face. By the way, Godmother also brought you a lot of thick clothes. The cold current has passed by recently, and the weather is rather cold. She specifically asked me to tell you to wear more clothes. Xia Ruofei replied, oh. She also made you a lot of marinade. I'll bring it to you later, you can go back and give some to your roommates. Let's go for lunch first. Yes, I'll follow your arrangements. Lin Xiao lowered her head and said softly. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally noticed the two cars in front and behind, as well as the figure that she could vaguely see through the window. She couldn't help but ask shyly, Brother Ruofei, did you bring people with you? Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled. A few of my friends from Beijing came to Heron Island for a vacation. You should know. Song Rui and a few of his friends are also very nice. Don't be so formal. We're just having a meal together. I won't be nervous with you by my side. Lin Xiao said mischievously. Because of Xia Ruofei's special instructions, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others all stayed in the car. Otherwise, night 15 was already eye-catching enough, and with a group of young masters wearing branded goods, it might be posted on the school forum. Then let's go. Xia Ruofei asked, oh right, do you have any classes in the afternoon? There are 2 elective classes. Lin Xiao said mischievously, but if Brother Fei is here, I'm not going to go. How? Can I do that? I still have to go to class. Xia Ruofei said. Brother Ruofei, you don't have to worry about it. Lin Xiao said coyly, Professor Lu never takes attendance. I've studied all his courses by myself. I'm sure I can pass the exam. Xia Ruofei was not an old-fashioned pedant. Although he had never been to college, he knew that it was not a big deal for college students to skip class, let alone an elective course. Since Lin Xiao had promised that she would pass the exam, he would not force her to go to class since he doted on her so much. Hence, Xia Ruofei said, all right. I'll take you to Galangjiu in the afternoon, and you'll be our tour guide. That's great. Lin Xiao said happily, Brother Ruofei is the best. Just don't do it again. Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Yes sir. Lin Xiao cheekily saluted Xia Ruofei and said with a smile. Xia Ruofei rubbed Lin Xiao's nose lovingly and said, get in the car. Just as Lin Xiao walked around the front of the car and opened the door of the passenger's seat, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind, Xiao. Who is he? To you, Logo. Lin Xiao's action of opening the car door froze for a moment. She turned her head with a blush on her face. Xia Ruofei also turned his head to look at the sound. There were 3 girls standing not far away, looking curiously at Xia Ruofei and the cool Night 15 SUV. The girl who spoke was standing in the middle. She had a pretty face, but the most impressive thing about her was her long, black, and smooth hair, which was noticeable at first glance. The girl was looking at Lin Xiao with an inquiring look. Lin Xiao was dazed for a moment before she came back to her senses, and quickly said, Sister He, Wanzi, Wei Shi. Why did you come down? The girl who Lin Xiao called Sister He reproached, you're still talking. You were on the phone when you suddenly went crazy, shouting and rushing downstairs. We were all frightened, so how could we not follow you down to see? What if something happens? Sister He said as she glanced at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly to himself. The flashy luxury car, the young appearance, the entrance to the girls' dormitory. These girls seemed to have thought of some bad social phenomenon. Lin Xiao also realized it quickly. Her pretty face suddenly became hot and she said in a coquettish manner, Sister He, what could happen to me? What are you guys thinking? Lin Xiao's shyness made Sister He and the others even more suspicious. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with a smile and asked, hello. You guys are Xiao's classmates, right? When Sister He heard Xia Ruofei calling Lin Xiao so intimately, she looked at Xia Ruofei with even more vigilance. She had already put Xia Ruofei on the same level as those who drove luxury cars to the school to keep girls as their mistresses. Heron Island University was a well-known university in the country, so this phenomenon was relatively rare. However, it was precisely because of this that Sister Lotus felt even more heartbroken for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was usually a young and lively girl who was loved by everyone. She did not expect Lin Xiao to go astray for material enjoyment. Xia Ruofei saw that the 3 girls were silent, so he smiled and took the initiative to explain, let me introduce myself. I'm Xia Ruofei, we're not interested in your name. Sister He interrupted Xia Ruofei. You might have misunderstood. I'm Lin Xiao's brother. Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Lin Xiao also came back to her senses and quickly said, "Yeah. This is my brother. What are you guys thinking?" Sister He suddenly felt embarrassed, but she quickly came back to her senses. She looked at Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao with suspicion and said, "What a coincidence, I've seen the family situation form you filled in. You don't have a brother, right? Besides, you don't have the same surname. And you don't look alike." Sister He was the eldest sister in the dormitory and was also the class committee member, so she had the opportunity to come into contact with the forms that everyone filled out. Her words reminded Lin Xiao of her brother, Lin Hu, who had been sacrificed. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Xia Ruofei took it all in and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Then, he said to Sister He, "It's not that Xiao doesn't have an elder brother, it's just that her elder brother died for the country." "Ah? Sister." He immediately covered her mouth. Xia Ruofei continued, "I'm her brother's comrade. Her mother is my godmother. She's my godsister. Do you guys understand?" Sister He and the others had already believed most of it. After all, Lin Xiao didn't seem to be a gold digger at all. She was a very innocent and lively girl. If there were girls in Heron Island University who would accept a rich man's sugar daddy, this person would definitely not be Lin Xiao. At this moment, another girl beside Sister He also called out, "I remember now." Xiaoer said that her Mac laptop and iPad were all gifts from her brother. "It must be you." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Sister He also remembered that Lin Xiao did say something like that. However, she was preconceived, so she immediately thought that Lin Xiao didn't have a brother in the form. Sister He was a little embarrassed and blushed. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and then lowered her head. I'm sorry. We've misunderstood you," Lin Xiao said with a generous smile. "Sister He, it's okay. It'll be fine after you explain it clearly." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Xiaoer, these are your classmates, right? They really care about you." "Oh right, you haven't introduced me yet." "Oh, right." Lin Xiao giggled and said, "Brother Ruofei, let me formally introduce you. This is He, the eldest sister in our dormitory. Don't look at her weak appearance, she has a black belt in Taekwondo." He said with some embarrassment, "I'm just practicing in my spare time. It's amazing to be able to get a black belt in an amateur's exam." Xia Ruofei said with a warm smile. "That's right. Even 3 to 5 ordinary boys can't get close to Sister He." Lin Xiao said, "But Brother Ruofei, your kung fu is better." He glanced at the fair and clean Xia Ruofei with some surprise. There was a trace of eagerness to fight in her eyes. Xia Ruofei knew that these amateur players loved to challenge others, so he quickly said, "Xiaoer, don't talk nonsense. I've been away from the army for so many years, and the skills I've learned have long fallen behind." Xia Ruofei had mastered the skills of killing people. Why would he be willing to use them to spar with little girls? Besides, what if he accidentally hurt He? Logo. "I still have 2 more classmates to introduce," Xia Ruofei added. Xia Ruofei had just finished speaking when the short-haired girl on He's right laughed and said, "I'll do it myself. Brother Xia. I'm Chen Shi." He was from Guangdong. She was Xiaoer's dorm mate and best friend. "Brother Xia, please take care of me in the future." Chen Shi looked like a lively girl. She didn't mind strangers at all. She called Brother Xia very sweetly. and with a slight accent in Mandarin, it sounded very comfortable. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. Please also take care of Qiao Er. This girl can be careless at times, and she's easily forgetful. I didn't he?" Lin Qiao mumbled for a while and then said, "Brother Ruofei, there's still one more." This was Chengwan. She was from Shannan province. "The four of us are in the same dormitory." Chengwan looked gentle and quiet. She was not as Shuruisha's sister Xiang and blushed easily. When Xia Ruofei's gentle gaze swept over her, her face instantly blushed. She smiled shyly at Xia Ruofei as a form of greeting. "Brother Xia," Chening said, "it's not easy for you to come to Heron Island. Shouldn't you treat us to a big meal?" Hanchi. He quickly pulled on Chen Shi's sleeve, using her eyes to stop her from continuing. Xia Ruofei did not mind and said, "No problem. You're all Qiao's good classmates and friends. I'll treat you to lunch." Yay! He could finally improve his life. "I've had enough of the food in the school canteen," Chen Shi called out happily. He shook her head helplessly, then turned her gaze to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, let's forget it. You and your sister are reunited, so we won't cause any trouble." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "How can you call having a meal together causing trouble? Besides, I'm not alone. I have a few friends with me. We're all young people, there's no need to be so formal, right?" It's decided then." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's have lunch at Galanjiu. We can also enjoy the beautiful scenery of Heron Island." Originally, Xia Ruofei was planning to bring Zhao Yongjun and the others to eat some Heron Island specialty snacks before going to Galanjiu. However, he couldn't treat Lin Qiao's classmates to a meal so casually. Besides, they studied here and must have tasted the Heron Island specialty snacks. If he was treating them, he had to be a little more high class. The food and accommodation at Galanjiu were all arranged by Luja, so the reception at the state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Committee would definitely be good. Lin Qiao also smiled and persuaded her sisters. After Shi and Chen Shi's urging, he and Chengwan finally agreed. Hence, Xia Ruofei opened the car door and told Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui to call Lu Jia and ask him to arrange for lunch. Considering that there were already 4 people on Lin Qiao's side, Zhao Yongjun and the other 2 got off the car and squeezed with Ho Liang and the others in the back of the van. The dock wasn't far from here anyway. When Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei got off the car, Xia Ruofei smiled at Lin Qiao and said, "Qiao, let me introduce you. You know Song Rui. This is Zhao Yongjun. Big brother Zhao. You can call him Big brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, brother Song, how are you?" Lin Qiao said generously. "Hello," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "I've heard about you from Ruofei. Your brother is an amazing person. As a former soldier, I must express my respect." "Thank you, brother Zhao," Lin Qiao said with red eyes. "There are some friends in the car over there. I will introduce them to you at the dock." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go." Chen Shi and the others were very new to the mighty and domineering Night 15 off-road vehicle. The 3 girls sat in the second and third rows respectively, and Lin Qiao naturally occupied the co-driver seat. For a moment, 4 young and beautiful female university students got into the luxury SUV together. This scene also attracted a lot of attention, especially many male students who pretended to look over unintentionally, unable to hide the envy in their eyes. Xia Ruofei put on the Aurora glasses on the dashboard. With the classic pilot glasses on, he looked even more unruly. The gentleness that was originally brought about by his pale skin was immediately neutralized. Lin Xiao, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but secretly look at Xia Ruofei's side profile. Her heart was beating wildly. After the two cars started, they drove out of the campus of Heron Island University and then along the island road to the ferry pier. Galangjiu was very close to Heron Island city center. One could see the situation on the opposite island from the dock, especially the huge statue of Xing Qinggong, which was very clear. Xia Ruofei and the others found a place to park their cars and then headed towards the pier together. Xia Ruofei also introduced Ho Liang and the others to Lin Xiao. Zhao Yongjun had briefly explained Lin Xiao's situation to everyone on the way here. Since Lin Xiao was Xia Ruofei's sister, everyone was naturally very friendly to her and even her roommates. When Xia Ruofei and the rest reached the ticket office, a young man in a black jacket hurried over and asked politely, "Are you Mr. Xia?" "I'm Mr. Luge's friend. Heron Island State-Owned Resources Commission." This young man was arranged by Luge to receive Xia Ruofei and the others. When Song Rui called Luge just now, he immediately called the people at Egret Island. As Xia Ruofei and the others were supposed to go to Galangjiu in the afternoon, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration had already left someone there to receive them. After receiving the call, they immediately took the fastest ferry back to the dock. Luge had already told the reception staff on Egret Island about Xia Ruofei and the four girls. He had even sent Xia Ruofei's photo over. Thus, when the group of 7 men and 4 women walked over, their target was very obvious. The young man even secretly checked the photos before he quickly walked over. "I'm Xia Ruofei." Xia Ruofei smiled gently and asked, "What's your name, sir?" "My surname is Zhang, you can just call me Little Zhang." The young man quickly said. "Director Zhang, you've worked hard," Xia Ruofei said. "I'm flattered, Mr. Xia. I'm just an errand boy. Please don't kill me," Xiao Zhang quickly said. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other and laughed. "Then I'll call you Little Zhang. You don't have to call me Mr. Xia. Those who are younger than me call me brother." "Xia." Good. "Brother Xia." Xiao Zhang immediately changed his words. He was originally in charge of reception, so he was naturally smooth in dealing with people. Xiao Zhang continued, "Brother Xia, I've already booked 2 speedboats. Let's not take the ferry. Let's take a speedboat there directly. We can also take a few laps around the island to see the scenery before we go over for dinner. How about it?" It was mainly because Xia Ruofei and the rest had decided to go to Galangjiu for lunch at the last minute. The hotel would need some time to prepare. Besides, the experience of taking a speedboat was naturally much better than riding on a steady turn. When the time came, they would let the speedboat make a few more rounds, and they would have more time. Xia Ruofei readily agreed. "I have no problem with that. I'll listen to your arrangements when I'm here." "That's good." Xiao Zhang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This way please." Chen Shi and the other girls had been studying at Egret Island for half a year, so they had come to Galangjiu more than once, but they had always taken the cheap ferry back and forth. They didn't spend money on wallets or speedboats, so they were both excited and fresh. The group followed Xiao Zhang to the pier. There were many speedboats parked beside the big ferry, and each of them could seat 6 to 7 people. 2 of the speedboats had a bridge, waiting for Xia Ruofei and the rest, to board. Xia Ruofei made a simple arrangement. Lin Qiao and the other 3 were in the same boat as him. He also asked Song Rui to come over so that there were 6 people in the boat. Xiao Zhang was assigned to Zhao Yongjin's side, so there were also 6 people. After everyone boarded the boat and fastened their seat belts, the driver immediately started the engine. The speedboat quickly parted the water surface and sped forward at high speed, causing a large splash on both sides. Logo. Galanjiu and Heron Island were only about 600 meters apart. Even if they took a slow ferry, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes to reach it. The speed of the speedboat was much faster than the ferry. The small island that was already within everyone's line of sight rapidly grew in size. Standing on the dock, they could vaguely see the shadows of the beach, and from the speedboat, they could clearly see the crowd playing in the water. The speedboat seemed to be flying on the water. Lin Qiao and the other girls screamed in excitement. Even the introverted Qingwan was excited. At the same time, they were a little nervous, holding the metal bars on the side of the seat tightly. The strong wind blew everyone's hair into a mess. Xia Ruofei was worried that Lin Qiao would catch a cold, so he quickly straightened the collar of her down jacket. Lin Qiao smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and said loudly by his ear, "Thank you, brother Ruofei." He had to be loud. The wind whistled in his ears, and he couldn't hear the soft voices. When the speedboat was about to reach the shallow waters near Galanjiu, it made a clever turn. Like a drift in a racing car, it left a beautiful white arc in the air, and the girls screamed. The speedboat sped around Galanjiu. The island was very green, and there were lush trees everywhere. When the speedboat came to the side of Xingqinggong's statue, they finally felt how huge the statue was. Although the statue was high, it still gave off an oppressive feeling when they looked up. After a few rounds, Xia Ruofei's speedboat slowed down and finally stopped at Galanjiu Pier. Lin Qiao and the others still wanted more. Everyone walked up to the dock through the ladder. Xiao Zhang had arranged an electric car to carry tourists in advance and was waiting there. He warmly greeted everyone to get on the car. The group took the electric car and arrived at the hotel that Lu Zhe had arranged for them. "Brother Xia, everyone must be hungry, right?" Xiao Zhang said enthusiastically, "The hotel room is ready. Let's go to the restaurant to eat first and then check in. How about it?" "No problem, we'll follow your arrangements," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Thus, Xiao Zhang brought everyone to the restaurant on the first floor. The room that had been opened in advance had sufficient heating. He had already ordered some dishes. After everyone found their seats, he asked the waiter to bring over a few more menus and asked Xia Ruofei and the others to add a few more dishes. Xia Ruofei was not particularly particular about food. He was used to the delicious Taoyuan vegetables. He would not feel much when he ate exotic delicacies outside. So, he passed the menu to Lin Qiao and the others with a smile, and then said to Zhao Yongjun, "Big brother Zhao, let the ladies order. No one has any objections, right?" Zhao Yongjun laughed, "Of course. Besides, the beautiful girls all went to school on Egret Island, so they must know what the local food is good." Lin Qiao didn't stand on ceremony and ordered a few special dishes from the menu. He and the others were relatively more reserved. Under Xia Ruofei's urging, they each ordered another dish. Xiao Zhang returned the menu to the waiter and said, "Tell the kitchen to hurry up and prepare the dishes I ordered earlier. Also, bring up the wine that you've prepared." "All right. Please wait a moment," the waiter quickly said. This was the designated reception unit of Heron Island State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Xiao Zhang was specifically responsible for reception, and even their boss had to curry favor with Xiao Zhang, so the attitude of the waiter was naturally respectful. The waiter first uploaded the menu to the system, then whispered a few instructions through the walkie-talkie, and then served the drinks that had been prepared. "Brother Xia, shall we have some drinks for lunch?" Xiao Zhang said eagerly. Xia Ruofei took a glance and saw that the white wine was actually drunk and ate immortal. He couldn't help but laugh. "All right. Let's drink white wine for men. If you girls want to drink red wine, you can have some. If you don't want to drink wine, you can have fruit juice. You guys can choose." "I want to drink red wine." Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand and said. "Then I'll have some red wine too." She didn't want to fall behind. The steady he and the quiet Qing Wan chose the juice at the same time. One of them ordered orange juice, while the other ordered cucumber juice. After pouring the drinks, Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said with a smile, "Let's have a drink together. I suggest that we toast the first cup to the students. Thank you for taking care of Qiao." Lin Qiao looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile, and a warm feeling filled her heart. Zhao Yongjun and the others were naturally very supportive and also raised their glasses, making he and the other two a little embarrassed. However, they didn't act bashful. They quickly picked up their glasses and toasted with each other. After drinking half a glass of red wine, Lin Qiao's pretty face turned red, which was very cute. The dishes were served very quickly. Little Zhang specialized in reception, so he was very good at ordering dishes. The various combinations were also very reasonable. In an island city like Heron Island, there was naturally a variety of freshest seafood, which was also the most expensive part of the lunch. In addition, there were local specialties such as ginger mother duck and tong and sealed meat. The staple food was also very distinctive taro buns and leek boxes. In addition, there was fish ball soup, braised meat, frozen ground bamboo shoots, and other dishes that were very unique to Heron Island. Whether it was Zhao Yongjun and the others from the capital, or Lin Qiao and her roommates, they all ate with great relish. Logo Qin Shi, who was the most lively, chewed on the frozen ground bamboo shoot and said, "The taste of this frozen ground bamboo shoot is even better than the one at the south gate of our school. Brother Xia, can I take one back?" The mud bamboo jelly had bamboo shoots in its name, but it actually had nothing to do with bamboo shoots. Its main ingredient was a mollusk from the sea. It was shaped like an earthworm, so the locals usually called it sea earthworms. Sea earthworms had a lot of colloid. After boiling, they were poured into a mold to freeze, and after forming, they were cut into small pieces. It was a famous dish on Heron Island with soy sauce, eternal spring vinegar, sweet chili sauce, mustard, garlic, jellyfish, cilantro, shredded white radish, shredded chili, and tomato slices. To outsiders, it looked like jelly with earthworms sealed inside. Zhao Yongjun and the others were all grown men, and they maintained a strong curiosity for new things. It was understandable that they liked to eat this. Chen Shi was a girl, but she was not afraid at all. Instead, she ate with relish, which made Xia Ruofei click his tongue in wonder. Chen Shi, you really live up to your reputation as a Cantonese, he said, with a smile. The people of Guangdong were famous for their delicious food. There's nothing that Cantonese people don't dare to eat. Chen Zhao grinned. I've eaten things much stranger than this. What was the frozen earth bamboo shoot? You even dare to eat the roe deer. Although the quiet Qingwan also ate, she only had a small taste and didn't like it as much as Chen Shi did. When she heard Chen Shi mention her, she couldn't help but blush and say, isn't it all your fault? Lin Qiao laughed and said, Brother Ruofei, Wei Shi was the one who bought the frozen ground bamboo shoot for Zizi the first time. She even crushed it and put it on a plate for Zizi to eat. Later, when she found out that she had eaten sea earthworms, Zizi almost vomited her bitter gallbladder out. Qin Zhao laughed and said, Wanzi is too timid, but didn't she get used to it? Was it really that scary? Not to mention sea earthworms, even if it's a real earthworm, as long as it tastes good, I'll still dare to eat it. Qingwan was originally eating a piece of frozen ground bamboo shoot, but when she heard Qin Shi's words, she almost vomited. She put down her chopsticks and said coyly, Wei Shi, can you not talk about such a disgusting topic while we're eating? Everyone burst into laughter. After the meal, everyone became more familiar with each other. Qingwan and he were not as reserved as they were at the beginning. He even took the initiative to change her red wine and toasted Xia Ruofei. She especially apologized for misunderstanding Xia Ruofei at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Xia Ruofei didn't take it to heart at all. On the contrary, he thought it was quite interesting. Several girls were worried that Lin Qiao had gone astray and hurriedly chased after her. And from another perspective, this also showed that he and her dormitory had a good relationship. Her sisters were very concerned about Lin Qiao, which made Xia Ruofei feel more at ease. After the guests and the host had their fun, Xiao Zhang, who had paid the bill in advance, came over with a few fast food boxes and said with a smile, Brother Xia, I've packed some of the girls' favorite bamboo shoot jelly, ginger duck, and so on. Please ask your friend to take them back and try them. You're so considerate. Xia Ruofei smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then, he passed the takeaway to Qin Shi and said with a smile, Here, Qin Shi. This is something Xiao Zhang prepared for you. Thank you. Qin Zhao said with a sweet smile. Lin Qiao had already decided to skip class in the afternoon, while he and the others had to rush back to school. Ran. And the other three had already signed up for this elective course, so even if Lin Qiao didn't go to class, they still had to. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked Xiao Zhang to send them back to school. Before leaving with Chen Shi and the rest, Xiao Zhang helped Xia Ruofei and the rest with the check in procedures. They were all rooms with a sea view. Lying on the bed, one could see the vast sea. The beach was just a few steps away. It was the best room in the hotel. Since Lin Qiao was also staying, they booked another room temporarily. It was also a room with a sea view, just next to Xia Ruofei's room. After checking in, Xiao Zhang was busy arranging an electric car to send Qin Shi and the others back to Heron Island University. At the entrance of the hotel, he and the other two got on the electric car with Xiao Zhang. They waved goodbye to Xia Ruofei, Lin Qiao, and the others. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Little Zhang, since you're leaving the island, I'll have to trouble you to help me with something. Brother Xia, you're too kind. If you need anything, just tell me. Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Xia Ruofei took out his car keys and handed them to Xiao Zhang. My car is in the parking lot in the east of the dock. It's a night 15 off-road vehicle. It should be easy to find. After you send the girls back to the neighborhood of the dock, help me take a white plastic bag here. It's full of food boxes. I'm sure it's a good one. Xia Ruofei had considered that they would be spending the night at Gulanjiu. If the marinade made by Hu Zi's mother was left in the car for an entire night, it might go bad even if the weather was cold. Hence, he wanted Xiao Zhang to bring the big bag of marinade to Gulanjiu and store it in the hotel's refrigerator. No problem. Xiao Zhang said readily, after I find your car, I'll call you again if I don't understand anything. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. All right. I'll have to trouble you then. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Xiao Zhang smiled and said, Brother Xia, it will take me about an hour and a half to go back and forth. If you need anything, just tell the hotel. I've already given the orders. I know. You don't have to worry about this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, We're free this afternoon. We're going to explore the island. All right, call me if you need anything. I should be back at the hotel before 3:30 in the afternoon. My room is opposite yours. Xiao Zhang said. Their company had reserved a standard room in the hotel for a long time. Usually, everyone could stay overnight at Gulanjiu. When there was a reception task, it could be used as a staff room, which was very convenient. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, Xiao Zhang. Your mission is to send the 3 girls back to school safely. We can handle it ourselves. You guys should leave quickly. Don't delay the afternoon class. After that, Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to He and the rest. He watched as the electric car drove out of the hotel, turned on the tree-lined road, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xia Ruofei turned around and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, we're here for leisure. How about we arrange our own afternoon? If you want to go out, then go out. If you want to sleep, if you want to daydream, if you want to see beautiful women on the beach, then go out. Anyway, everyone is free. I agree. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. After coming to this beautiful island, I feel that the rhythm has slowed down and I'm much more relaxed. Zhao Yongjun said. So, everyone dispersed at the entrance of the hotel. Ho Liang, Wei Jun, and Lu Jian went to buy beach clothes, ready to go to the beach to enjoy the beauty of food. Zhao Yongjun and Su Zixuan were more interested in Gulanjiu's various buildings, so they left the hotel one after another. Song Rui went straight back to his room. He wanted to have a good sleep after eating and drinking. Brother Ruofei, I want to go out with you. Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei and said. Xia Ruofei rubbed her nose lovingly and smiled. You've been on Egret Island for half a year. You visited Gulanjiu, haven't you? That's different. Lin Xiaojia said, I used to come with my classmates. This time, you're accompanying me. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, No problem. You can go anywhere you want. My mission today is to accompany you. That's great. Lin Xiao said happily, then. Let's go. I know a shop that makes the best immortal, burning herb. I'll take you there to try it. You ate so much at noon, you can still eat. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, Be careful not to eat Until you become a chubby girl and then be unable to get married, brother Ruofei, you're so bad. Why? Are you making fun of me? Lin Qiao said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh heartily. The two of them walked out of the hotel side by side. Lin Qiao naturally held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly, and her face was filled with a happy smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Logo. The first impression Galangia gave people was that it was a carefree place. There were many small shops that were romantic and full of artistic atmosphere. There were also no noisy carriages on the island. Everywhere was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After arriving here, the pace would involuntarily slow down. Of course, with the development of tourism, more and more tourists came to the island. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so at least there were no signs of crowds. Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao strolled aimlessly on the island. They did not go to the tourist spots. Instead, they preferred to go to the original alleys. These alleys were all very classical. Xia Ruofei also realized that Galangiu had preserved many buildings with various Chinese and foreign styles. There were traditional Chinese temples with upturned eaves, small and exquisite Wei Nation houses, and the 19th century European-style original Western embassy. Different cultures were intertwined here, but there was nothing out of place. On the contrary, Galangia gained the reputation of the World Expo. Xia Ruofei admired the historical buildings with great interest and took photos with his camera from time to time. The scenery of Galangiu was beautiful, and the photos he took were beautiful. With Xia Ruofei's company, Lin Qiao was happy from the bottom of her heart. Like a happy bird, she brought Xia Ruofei to many small shops with fresh and artistic styles to taste the pies and milk tea here. They strolled along the small path, tasted the local snacks, and walked and stopped at will. Everything was so simple and natural. Xia Ruofei liked this feeling of a slow pace, because he was a lazy person who liked to be relaxed. The two strolled for 2 or 3 hours, but Lin Qiao wasn't tired at all. She was still in high spirits, and they unknowingly walked to the vicinity of the hotel. Xia Ruofei was worried that Lin Qiao was working too hard, and was about to suggest that they go back to the hotel to rest when Lin Qiao excitedly pointed to an inconspicuous coffee shop by the road and said, "Brother Ruofei, I want to go to that shop." Xia Ruofei took a look and said, "Didn't we have coffee half an hour ago? You're still drinking? This one is different." Lin Qiao grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm and shook it as she said, "Brother Ruofei, I want to drink." Xia Ruofei had no choice but to nod and say, "All right. We can go in if you want to drink, but you have to tell me what's different about this coffee shop. You can't not say it." "No problem," Lin Qiao said happily. "But let's go in first, and I'll tell you slowly." Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Qiao with affection and said, "All right then." Lin Qiao pulled Xia Ruofei into the coffee shop, called Monkey Year Horse Month. The shop was very small, and the corridor-style storefront was a little slender. It had a feeling of a winding path leading to a quiet place, which was very unique. The walls were hung with various abstract oil paintings, and some carefully decorated decorations, which made it very emotional. The two of them went to the guest pavilion and found an empty seat. There were many books in the room, all from the 1990s. There was a faint music in his ears, and the air was filled with the strong smell of coffee. After Lin Qiao ordered 2 cups of coffee, Xia Ruofei asked, "Qiao, tell me, what's so special about this shop?" Lin Xiao pointed at the girl who came to order for them and said, "That was the lady boss of this shop, her surname is M.A." Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and smiled. "So, the boss's surname must be Ho?" Lin Xiao clapped her hands and said, "Amazing. Brother Ruofei, your brain works really fast. I guessed it right away." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "God knows when. It's not hard to guess." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "But you don't know. Many years ago, this place wasn't a coffee shop. It was an art gallery. The owner of the gallery is the owner of the coffee shop now. The paintings on the wall, just now were drawn by the owner." At this time, the lady boss who had just ordered for them came over with 2 cups of coffee. The freshly ground coffee was still steaming and filled with the rich aroma of coffee. She put the coffee down with a smile and said, "Please enjoy your meal." Lin Xiao was just telling their story when the main character came. She suddenly felt embarrassed. On the other hand, the lady boss was generous. She looked at Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao with a smile before she turned around and left. Lin Xiao smiled at Xia Ruofei in embarrassment and continued, "At that time, the boss's wife was still very young. She came to Egret Island for a tour alone and strolled around Galangjiu. She came to this art gallery and chatted with the boss, then they fell in love." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After that, the lady boss stayed. In order to commemorate the time when they met, the boss changed the gallery into a coffee shop and changed the name to Monkey Year and Horse Month. The two spent their time in this small coffee shop every day. Lin Xiao's face showed a trace of yearning and continued, "So this is the place where their romantic love will sprout, and this shop is their witness. Brother Ruofei, I said this cafe is special, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, "It sounds like a beautiful story." "Of course," Lin Xiao said, "every time my roommates come to Galangjiu, we would come here to have a cup of coffee. We hope that we can also have a chance encounter with our beautiful love, logo." Lin Xiao quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and then lowered her head. She stirred the coffee in front of her heart beating fast. She had once imagined herself bringing Xia Ruofei to this cafe, but she did not expect it to come true so quickly. In fact, they had already passed by this shop when they set off. But Lin Xiao didn't have the courage to do so. When they passed by it again, she finally mustered up the courage to pull Xia Ruofei in. Because of Love was playing on the ceiling slightly. On such a long winter afternoon, listening to the beautiful melody and smelling the rich coffee aroma, Lin Xiao felt as if her heart had melted as she sat quietly opposite the man she liked. Xia Ruofei picked up a book from the shelf and started reading. He seemed to have been assimilated by the slow pace of leisure on the island. He did not have to think about anything else. Just sitting quietly in the attic and killing time felt pretty good. The two of them drank coffee and chatted. The atmosphere was very warm. Xia Ruofei had decided to sit for a while longer. After all, they had walked a long way. He did not feel tired. However, Lin Xiao was a girl. She did not feel tired now, because she was more excited. She would be sore in the waist and legs tomorrow. Lin Xiao's phone on the table rang with a WeChat notification. She picked it up and said, "Happily, it's big sister Jennifer." The last time Xia Ruofei took Lin Xiao on a graduation trip to Australia, they met Tang Etienne and Jennifer. Lin Xiao and Jennifer became good friends who talked about almost everything. "Jennifer uses WeChat too?" Xia Ruofei asked, surprised. Lin Xiao replied without looking up, of course. And it was in Chinese. Her Chinese is pretty. Good. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me you're her only friend on WeChat. Although WeChat dominated the field of instant messaging in China, its influence in the world was still not as good as instant messaging software such as MSN. Users in Western countries were more used to using software such as Line and MSN. Jennifer's relatives and friends in Australia would certainly not use WeChat. How is that possible? Lin Xiao laughed. Didn't their company invest in movies in China? She usually uses WeChat to contact her when it comes to work. While they were talking about this, Lin Xiao's phone rang again. This time, it was a video call request. Lin Xiao accepted the application immediately. She picked up her phone and said with a smile, "Sister Jennifer." Xia Ruofei was sitting opposite Lin Xiao. He couldn't see Lin Xiao's phone screen, but he could hear the voice from the phone. "Lin, are you drinking coffee?" Jennifer said, "It looks like a great coffee shop." "Yup. Sister Jennifer. The coffee in this shop is very good." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "And you won't be able to guess who I'm with." "Oh?" Jennifer asked with some interest, "Your boyfriend?" "Didn't you, Sister Jennifer?" Jennifer was interrupted by Lin Xiao in a hurry. She blushed and said, "You'd better see for yourself." Then, Lin Xiao turned the phone around and pointed the front camera at Xia Ruofei. Her mobile phone naturally had a rear camera, but by flipping it over directly, Jennifer could see Xia Ruofei and Xia Ruofei could also see Jennifer. Xia Ruofei saw Jennifer on the screen in a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The background was the beautiful beach and the blue sea. Australia and China were in two hemispheres. The seasons were the opposite. It was still summer in Australia. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at the camera. "Hey, Jennifer, long time no see." Jennifer's eyes widened in surprise, and she covered her mouth with her hand. After a while, she said, "Xia, I didn't expect you to be with Lin. Is she on break?" "Not yet, but I just happened to be on holiday at Heron Island, so I decided to visit Xiao or on the way." Xia Ruofei said. Then he asked, "Jennifer, is everything okay at home? How's Heron?" "Very good. He's been practicing the kung fu you taught him very hard," Jennifer said, "but he's not with me, or I could have let him talk to you. He and his father are both in Sydney. I'm the one on vacation this time." "That's such a pity." Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, "Add me on WeChat later. When you're with Heron, let's video call each other." All right. Jennifer said happily. "He missed you too." I might come back to Australia in 2 months." Xia Ruofei said, "Tell Heron to work hard on his martial arts. I'll check on his progress when the time comes." Jennifer smiled and said, "Okay. I'll definitely pass on your earnest teachings." Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. It seemed that Jennifer's habit of using idioms had not changed. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "Brother Ruofei, it's my turn to chat with Sister Jennifer. My hands are so sore from holding it like this." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Good. "Jennifer, then we'll see each other in Australia. I look forward to our reunion," Jennifer said. Lin Xiao turned the phone around and said intimately, "Big Sister Jennifer, the scenery over there is so beautiful. It's a pity that the next time Brother Ruofei comes to Australia, my school will have already started. I really want to go there again." Jennifer said with a smile, then come over during the summer break. You're always welcome here. By the way, Lynn, is this the coffee shop with a romantic love story you told me about last time? Lin Xiao blushed and nodded. It seems that your wish has been fulfilled. Jennifer smiled and said, congratulations, Lin. We just happened to pass by with Brother Ruofei today, so we came in to sit for a while. Sister Jennifer, wait a moment. Lin Xiao quickly said. Then, Lin Xiao quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and said embarrassedly, Brother Ruofei, do you want to go down and take a walk? Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, what's wrong? What's there to see down there? Lin Xiao pouted and said, I'm going to talk to Sister Jennifer about some girly topics. It's not convenient for you to listen. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're the one who dragged me in, and now you're complaining that I'm in the way. No, I didn't. There's nothing else. Lin Xiaojiao said, Brother Ruofei, please help. Alright, I'm scared of you. Xia Ruofei stood up with a bitter smile. Then you guys take your time. I'll go downstairs to take a look. Yes. Brother Ruofei is the best. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei went downstairs and paid for the 2 cups of coffee. Then, he walked out of the coffee shop and strolled around. His hearing was much more sensitive than ordinary people's. If he stayed in the shop, he would probably be able to hear the conversation between Lin Xiao and Jennifer even if he was downstairs. Since Lin Xiao didn't want him to listen, he might as well walk further away. After Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Lin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said to Jennifer, Sister Jennifer, I haven't confessed to Brother Ruofei yet. He's like a real sister to me. You almost let it slip just now. At this point, Lin Xiao's face showed a trace of disappointment. Jennifer, however, showed a puzzled look and said, a slip of the tongue? My mouth isn't injured? Why did it leak? It means I almost revealed my secret and Brother Ruofei heard it. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Oh. Jennifer was suddenly enlightened, and then she said with a smile, isn't that just right? Since you don't dare to confess to Xia, I'll help you. Oh, I can tell him about this on WeChat. Lin Xiao was shocked and quickly said, Don T. Big Sister Jennifer, please Don T. Logo. Jennifer pursed her lips into a smile and said, I'm just joking with you. Look at how scared you are. Lin Xiao blushed and said, Sister Jennifer, I'm also in a dilemma. But it doesn't matter. I'm still young. And Brother Ruofei is not married. Let's take it one step at a time. Jennifer's love experience was not rich. And after marriage, Tang Etienne loved her even more, so she could not give too many substantial opinions. The 2 of them chatted on WeChat for a while. When Lin Xiao and Jennifer finished the video chat and went downstairs, she found that Xia Ruofei was no longer in the coffee shop. She panicked and quickly called Xia Ruofei. Brother Ruofei, where did you go? Lin Xiao's voice carried a trace of uneasiness. She was worried that Xia Ruofei would return to the hotel in anger because she chased him away. Xia Ruofei's hearty laughter came from Lin Xiao's phone. Xiaoer, you're done talking to Jennifer? I'm on the first floor, but I don't see you. Lin Xiao said carefully. Come to the door. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao walked to the door with her phone but didn't see Xia Ruofei. However, before she could ask, Xia Ruofei said, look to the left. Lin Xiao Immediately turned her head to the left and saw Xia Ruofei walking over with his hands behind his back. She quickly hung up the phone and walked up to him. Xia Ruofei took out something from his back and waved it in front of Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "Xiaoer, this is for you. Do you like it?" he asked. Lin Xiao took a closer look and saw that it was a Peppa Pig doll. She immediately smiled in surprise and held the doll tightly in her hand. She said happily, "So cute. Brother Ruofei, you're the best." Xia Ruofei touched his nose and said, "Actually, I was bored just now, so I saw it in a small shop on the corner of the street. I thought it was quite cute, so I bought it. As long as you like it, I really like it." Lin Xiao held the doll in her arms and looked at Xia Ruofei with embarrassment. "I thought you were angry and didn't want to talk to me, so you went back to the hotel by yourself." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then laughed. He reached out and patted Lin Xiao's head, saying, "Silly girl, why would I be angry with you? Do I look like such a petty person? Don't look like it. Brother Ruofei is being magnanimous." Lin Xiao quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's more like it. Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel and rest for a while, before we can have dinner." Lin Xiao nodded heavily. She held the Peppa Pig doll tightly in one hand and held Xia Ruofei's arm with the other. She said happily, "Let's go back to the hotel." Xia Ruofei also knew Lin Xiao's character. He smiled and let her hold his arm. The two of them walked side by side in the direction of the seaside hotel. As evening approached, many tourists had already taken the ferry back to Heron Island City. Only a few tourists who stayed in Galanjiu were still wandering around, and the side street was much quieter. The winter sun shone on their bodies, and their shadows grew longer and longer on the quiet stone street. This scene was very warm and harmonious. After returning to the hotel, Xia Ruofei realized that Zhao Yongjun and the others had already returned, while others were still wandering outside. They created a new WeChat group, and Zhao Yongjun also called everyone to return to the hotel for dinner at 6 o'clock sharp. Xiao Zhang had already returned to the hotel after sending He and the other two off. He did not go back to his room to rest. Instead, he waited in the hotel lobby. His most important task for the past 2 days was to ensure that Xia Ruofei and the others received them well. He basically provided them with 24-hour service. When Xiao Zhang saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately stood up and greeted him. He passed the car keys to Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, I brought the things over. They're stored in the hotel's refrigerator." "All right. Thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile and kept the key. Xiao Zhang was polite and did not bother Xia Ruofei too much. He warmly invited Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao back to their rooms to rest. He also knew that Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiaofei must have been shopping for the whole afternoon and must be very tired. A receptionist had to know how to observe people's expressions. Basically, the people who were qualified for this position were all good at receiving people and things. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao went back to their rooms. They were going to take a shower and rest for a while before dinner. It was relatively easy for men to take a bath. Xia Ruofei quickly finished and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat in front of the French bay window in the hotel room and looked at the nearby beach, admiring the sea under the sunset. However, he didn't stay quiet for long. After a while, he heard the doorbell ring. Xia Ruofei pulled on his hotel slippers and went to open the door. He saw Lin Xiao standing at the door with her hair still wet. She was drying her hair with a towel. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You've been walking all afternoon and you're not tired? Why don't you rest in your room?" "I can rest here too," Lin Xiao said with a smile. In fact, she didn't want to spend such precious time alone in the hotel room because she had to go back to school early the next morning. She had 3 or 4 classes in the morning. He was a well-known professor who was very strict with his attendance. Lin Xiao was a good student. It wasn't strange for her to skip an elective class occasionally. However, she didn't want to miss the rare opportunity of a full professor teaching a freshman logo. That was why Lin Xiao cherished every moment she had with Xia Ruofei. He had just taken a quick shower and then ran over. Xia Ruofei stepped aside and said, "You didn't take a nap at noon. There are still about an hour before dinner time. You should take a nap, I'm not sleepy." Lin Xiao walked into Xia Ruofei's room. Her hair brushed past Xia Ruofei's nose with the fragrance of shampoo. Even though Xia Ruofei only treated Lin Xiao as his sister, he could not help but feel his heart flutter. Lin Xiao came to Xia Ruofei's bed and sat down. She said coyly, "Brother Ruofei, can you help me dry my hair? My hair is too long." "I can't dry it myself." Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "Good, good, good. I'll serve you." "Hee hee. You're the best," Lin Xiao said happily. Xia Ruofei walked to the bathroom and found the hairdryer from the cabinet under the sink. He then returned to the bed and plugged the hairdryer into the socket behind the bedside cabinet. Xia Ruofei said, Come closer. This line isn't long enough." "I know." Lin Xiao moved closer to the head of the bed and smiled at Xia Ruofei. "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Xia Ruofei took off his slippers and got on the bed. He sat cross-legged behind Lin Xiao and turned on the hairdryer to dry Lin Xiao's hair. In order to heat evenly, he slowly moved the hairdryer while grabbing his hair with his hands. Lin Xiao felt a warm breeze blowing at her and Xia Ruofei's hand carefully grabbing her hair. Her heart seemed to be filled with warmth. Her eyes became a little dazed. All of this was like an illusion. It was the scene that she often constructed in her mind when her imagination ran wild, and it really happened. Lin Xiao felt a little shy and nervous at the same time. She was worried that Xia Ruofei would notice something wrong, so she sat still and did not dare to move. Even her neck was a little stiff. After a while, Xia Ruofei gently stroked Lin Xiao's hair and said, "It's almost dried." Wait a moment, I'll go get you that comb." Lin Xiao said softly. She didn't turn around, but when she heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps to the bathroom and then back to the bed, her heart was filled with sweetness. Even if it was just an illusion, I'm satisfied, Lin Xiao thought. Lin Xiao took the comb from Xia Ruofei and gently combed her hair. Xia Ruofei went over to make a cup of tea and sat on the chair opposite Lin Xiao, drinking it slowly. The two of them did not speak, but the atmosphere was warm. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone returned to the hotel and went to the restaurant for dinner. Zhao Yongjun and the others were very satisfied with the arrangements for their trips to Egret Island and Galangiu. This quiet and comfortable island was perfect for people like them who had a lot of social activities and an irregular life to come here and recuperate. Even sitting by the sea in days felt quite comfortable. Zhao Yongjun laughed. Ruofei, no wonder there are so many sanatorium on Galanjiu. There are military ones. And local ones. This island is really great. Ho Liang also had a look of yearning on his face as he said, if I can buy a small island overseas, even if it's smaller than Galanjiu, and make it my private territory, that'll be great. By the way, once you buy an overseas island, you'll have permanent property rights. I can modify it however I want, Song Ruwei joked. Among us, only Ruofei has a chance of achieving such an achievement. We can only count on the Xia tycoon to work hard to earn money. When the time comes, you can buy a small island, and we can also bask in the glory and occasionally go on vacation. All right. Xia Ruofei chimed in. I'll develop a resort hotel. You can get a 20% discount if you want to stay here. Song Ruwei said exaggeratedly, we're on such good terms, yet you're still taking money? It should be free food and accommodation, and all kinds of free food, drinks, and entertainment. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, it's not good to talk about relationships. The island is so expensive, how can I recover my cost if I don't charge? So you're just relying on your bro to spend and let you recover your costs. Song Ruwei said. Lin Xiao found it very interesting that Xia Ruofei and the others were quarreling over a so-called private island that had not been seen yet. She couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. While Xia Ruofei and the rest were having a good time. At the Seaside Villa Hotel on Galanjiu, the capital was not peaceful. Of course, the upper-class politics were as calm as ever. The not calm here was mainly in the circle of young rich people. The Noble Clubhouse was a pretty good red wine-themed clubhouse in the capital, and a small banquet was being held there. A young man in a full Armani casual suit was holding a glass of red wine. He had a charming smile on his face and would raise his glass to greet his friends from afar. His name was Wang Jia. And he was quite famous in the circle of playboys. Of course, his level was much lower than Zhao Yongjun and the others, and his circle of contact was only limited to some second and third generation. Wang Jia was smiling and chatting with a girl in an evening dress. From the corner of his eye, he saw a tall young man who had just entered the door. He immediately politely apologized to the girl and then went up to him with a glass of wine. Brother Ruwei, why are you so late? Wang Jia smiled and greeted. There's another match that just ended. Brother Ruwei clinked his glass with Wang Jia and smiled. Are there any pretty girls tonight? The person who was called Brother Ruwei by Wang Jia was called Li Ruwei. Like Wang Jia, he was also one of the more senior nouveau riche in their circle. The difference was that the profitability of Li Ruwei's own company was not bad. His economic strength was considered to be among the top group of people. In a situation where the status and background were similar, the economic foundation often determined the status, so Li Ruwei was still relatively prestigious in their circle, and many people respectfully called him Brother Ruwei. Of course, if it was an ordinary low-level official or businessman, they would inevitably call him Young Master Li. Wang Jia and Li Ruwei walked together to the seats in the corner of the hall. On the way, they nodded and greeted their friends from time to time. After he sat down, Li Ruwei asked, Jia, what's the matter? Wang Jia looked around and asked in a low voice, Brother Ruwei, have you heard about what happened to Tian Xiaojun? A strange light flashed in Li Ruwei's eyes, and then he regained his calm. I heard about it from someone else, what's the matter? He said indifferently. Wang Jia laughed and said, I witnessed the whole thing. I don't know what's wrong with this Tian Lao He didn't even care about his face. He even called a group of friends to gather and told them all about his embarrassing story. He even said it as a reminder to everyone. It's really funny. Li Ruofei glanced at Wang Jia and said, Jia, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Have you considered the deeper reason? Wang Jia said indifferently, Do you still need to ask? Tian Xiaojun must have been scared out of his wits. However, this kid was originally timid. After all, he was not a native of the capital. She's from a small place and can't be put on stage. Li Ruofei picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine. He didn't comment on Wang Jia's evaluation of Tian Xiaojun. Wang Jia looked around and continued, Brother Ruofei, I really didn't notice this paradise company if we didn't talk about Tian Xiaojun. I did a special check this afternoon, and this company is really good at making money. The jaded skin cream was selling like hotcakes. It's like opening a printing factory. Li Ruofei glanced at Wang Jia and said, Jia, if you want to say something, just be direct. Is there any point in beating around the bush with me? Wang Jia laughed drily. Brother Ruofei, I was thinking. Just because Tian Xiaojun, that coward, returned in defeat, it doesn't mean that our teeth are bad. This is a company with an annual output value of at least 2 billion. The most rare thing is that it's a small company in the countryside. We stop. Before Wang Jia could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Li Ruofei. He looked at Wang Jia coldly and said, Jia, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you, logo. Wang Jia couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Li Ruofei hesitantly, then laughed dryly and said, Brother Ruofei, don't scare me like that. Could it be that this company has some unknown background? I don't think it's possible. A trace of disgust flashed in Li Ruofei's eyes as he said, Jia, you don't have to beat around the bush. I don't know the background of this company. Then, Brother Ruofei, you, Wang Jia asked in confusion. It's because we're not clear, Li Ruofei said somewhat impatiently. That's why it's terrifying. Brother Jia, please give your brother some advice. Wang Jia said, you know me. I'm just a hothead. I don't want to get into trouble without knowing, Li Ruofei looked at Wang Jia and said, you're still a rash person? You even know how to drag others to take the thunder with you, Brother Ruofei, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way, Wang Jia said awkwardly. That's enough. It doesn't matter whether I have this intention or not. I won't get myself involved in this muddy water. If you're envious of this fat piece of meat, you can try to become a beauty yourself. Li Ruofei looked at Wang Jia with a smile that wasn't a smile and said. The embarrassment on Wang Jia's face grew. He said, Brother Jia, please help me analyze this. You've always been smarter than us since we were young. Haven't I always been following in your footsteps? When Wang Jia talked about his childhood, Li Ruofei's expression softened a little. They were from the same compound when they were young, and their relationship was quite good. However, in these years, their respective parents were promoted. After being transferred to different units, they had less contact with each other. Li Ruofei took a sip of red wine and slowly said, Jia, I think you've been too successful these years and you've become a little arrogant. You can treat Tian Xiaojun's incident as a joke, and treat other people's accidents as a story. That's fine, but you've learned your lesson. If you still dare to approach it, then you'll be a little stunned. Wang Jiao looked at Li Ruofei in a daze and didn't say anything. Instead, he took a sip of wine gloomily. Li Ruofei didn't mind and continued, Tian Xiaojun is a little lacking, but your strength is still limited compared to his. You admit that, right? You can be considered objective. Wang Jia said with a bitter smile. Isn't this settled? Li Ruofei said, even Tian Xiaojun suffered a huge setback from the so-called fat meat, so why can you take a piece? Do you think everyone is a fool? Now, who would still have the mood to do so? Are you the only smart one? Wang Jia's expression changed slightly and he said, but Tian Xiaojun, you're saying that Tian Xiaojun can't beat the local snake? Li Ruofei interrupted Wang Jia's words and said, don't forget that Tian Xiaojun's father also came from the southeast province. He is at least half a local snake in Sanshan City. Furthermore, the most important point is, speaking of this, Li Ruofei stared at Wang Jia and slowly said, Tian Xiaojun obviously didn't suffer any hidden losses this time, but was crushed by someone, and fell into a huge mess. Otherwise, with his personality, even if he was rejected, he would at most swallow his words. Why would he come out and publicize it? Wang Jia finally became a little more alert, and his expression showed hesitation. Li Ruofei took another sip of red wine and continued, the only possibility is that the company's background is shockingly big, or they have someone whom you and I can't afford to offend supporting them. Only then can Tian Xiaojun expose his own shortcomings and take the initiative to publicize his disgraceful experience. It's just a small company in Sanshan City, how could it be, Wang Jia said in surprise. Never underestimate anyone. Li Ruofei said meaningfully, especially when you haven't seen the other party's background clearly. You should be even more careful. Don't be fooled by our glorious appearance. If we make a wrong step, we might bring our entire family to eternal damnation. I understand, Brother Ruofei. Thank you for your reminder. Wang Jia said solemnly. Li Ruofei nodded and looked left and right. Then, he leaned close to Wang Jia's ear and whispered, I heard that right after Tian Xiaojun and the others arrived at the Three Mountains, Zhao Yongjun from the Zhao family immediately followed them. What? Wang Jia heard Zhao Yongjun's name and couldn't help but scream. Li Ruofei glared at Wang Jia and then looked around vigilantly. Only then did Wang Jia realize it. He quickly covered his mouth subconsciously, then lowered his voice and asked, Brother Ruofei, is the information accurate? Could it be a coincidence? Li Ruofei said, if it's a coincidence, then this is too much of a coincidence. And I heard that not only did Brother Jun go this time, but the young master of the Song family, Ho Liang, and the others were also with him. Wei Jun seems to have gotten some kind of lucky recently, and Brother Jun also brought him along. When Li Ruofei said this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal an envious look. Wei Jun. His father is from Tongren Tang. Wang Jia hesitated for a moment before asking. It's him. Li Ruofei said, this news was told to me by a friend of Wei Jun's. Although I don't know the specific purpose of their visit to the Three Mountains, Tian Xiaojun's behavior yesterday was too abnormal. If we link it to Brother Jun and the others, then everything makes sense. That's right. Wang Jia agreed. Only a person like Brother Jun can turn Tian Xiaojun into a stray dog. Brother Ruofei, I think your analysis is very reasonable. It seems like there's steel hidden in this fat piece of meat called Paradise Company. If you're not careful, you might lose your teeth. Li Ruofei nodded and said, if it was really Brother Jun, then it's obvious. The reason why Tian Xiaojun did this must be under Brother Jun's pressure. He had no choice but to do this. Brother Jun only had one purpose, and that was to kill the chicken. To warn the monkeys, so that everyone won't dare to covet the Peach Blossom Company. Although he accidentally became a monkey, Wang Jia had to admit that Li Rui's analysis was very reasonable. In reality, Li Rui's judgment was very close to the truth. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't go there specifically for this matter. They just happened to meet. Xia Ruofei's strength was also very frightening. Even without Zhao Yongjun and the others, Tian Xiaojun wouldn't have been able to succeed. In fact, he might have ended up in a worse state. Wang Jia couldn't help but feel a little dejected. I thought I'd found some fat meat. I didn't expect it to be a bone that's hard to chew. Li Rui patted Wang Jia's shoulder and said, "All right. You should be glad. If you didn't meet me and stupidly ran to the 3 mountains, that would be putting your face close to someone to be beaten." Brother Rui is right, Wang Jia said with some lingering fear. I have to thank you. Come, I'll toast you. Wang Jia and Li Rui's conversation was happening in different places in Beijing. Tian Xiaojun's abnormal behavior didn't dispel everyone's desire for the Paradise Corporation. On the contrary, it attracted the attention of a few people like Wang Jia who didn't pay attention to the Paradise Corporation. Of course, there were a lot of people in the circle who understood this. Zhao Yongjun and his group's trip to Sanshan was not a secret. Slowly, everyone knew about this matter and connected Tian Xiaojun's matter with this matter. As a result, a few nouveaux riche like Wang Jia, who wanted to swallow the fat meat, completely gave up on the idea. In a small district in Beijing, Tian Xiaojun walked into the elevator of Unit 1 with his briefcase under his arm. This time, he had suffered a big loss at Sanshan. Although Zhao Yongjun and the others had promised to let bygones be bygones, Tian Xiaojun was still very nervous. So, he began to tuck his tail between his legs, which was a rare sight. He went to work obediently until 6 p.m. sharp. Of course, he wasn't in the mood to play with Chanchan at all. The news of what happened yesterday had already spread like wildfire in the circle. He was like a joke now, and he could feel everyone's strange gazes wherever he went. If nothing unexpected happened, he would need to lie low for a long time. He would only be able to go out after everyone had slowly forgotten about this matter. I'd better work honestly during this time. Tian Xiaojun was extremely frustrated. Other than losing face, the 3 of them still had to donate 1 million yuan to the Paradise Charity Foundation. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, so as not to provoke the dissatisfaction of Xia Ruofei, the god of death. 1 million yuan was not a big deal to the 3 of them, but it was definitely not a small sum. Moreover, now that his prestige had been completely destroyed, even Xia Huan and Zhong Zixin, who originally followed his lead, were starting to disobey him. They had agreed to split the compensation of 1 million yuan equally, but the 2 of them had also started to refuse. Tian Xiaojun was very clear that if the money could not be transferred, although Xiao Ling and Zhong Zixin would not be in a good position, he would be the first one to be punished by Xia Ruofei. After all, he was the leader. Tian Xiaojun opened the door of his house with this kind of frustration. This was the residential building of the Price Administration. Tian Xiaojun was not married yet and did not want to start his own business, so he had been living with his parents. However, in the past, he would spend every few days drinking and playing outside. It was common for him to not return home at night. His parents doted on him very much, but they were too lazy to care too much. As soon as Tian Xiaojun entered the house, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. His father, who used to be busy until very late at night, had actually arrived home before him and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Hearing the sound of Tian Xiaojun entering the door, Tian Shunliang immediately turned his head to look at him. His sharp gaze made Tian Xiaojun's heart tremble slightly. "Dad, you didn't work overtime today?" Tian Xiaojun asked carefully. "I'm still in the mood to work overtime after such a big thing happened at home," Tian Shunliang said in a muffled voice. "Tian Xiaojun, you've really grown up now. You even dare to cause such a big trouble for your family." Tian Xiaojun was changing his shoes. His hands trembled slightly when he heard her, and the slipper in his hand fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Xia Ruofei's second request was indeed a little fatal. After this matter was made public, it was basically impossible to hide it from his parents. However, Tian Xiaojun did not expect the news to spread so quickly. He was not even mentally prepared. "What are you still doing?" Tian Shunliang frowned and said, "Why aren't you coming over to report your glorious deeds, Logo?" Tian Xiaojun walked to the living room, dejectedly, and sat opposite Tian Shunliang. Tian Shunliang glanced at his disappointing son and said in a bad mood, "What are you doing? Aren't you very good at causing trouble? This is so embarrassing that it's thrown to the three mountains. Do I still have the face to go back in the future? Dad?" Tian Xiaojun opened his mouth, but he stopped. "Just say what you have to say. I don't have the time to play riddles with you," Tian Shunliang snapped. Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and recounted everything that had happened 2 days ago from the beginning to the end. He did not dare to hide any details and spilled everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. When Tian Shunliang heard Tian Xiaojun say that he had been forced to squat by the wall for half a night in the cold winter, he could not help but feel sorry for his son. However, when he saw Tian Xiaojun's face, he could not help but snorted softly and said in a muffled voice, "He deserves it." "Tian Xiaojun, do you know where you went wrong?" Tian Shunliang asked. "I shouldn't have set my eyes on the Paradise Corporation," Tian Xiaojun said with his head lowered. "Dog's hit." Tian Shunliang cursed, "Your mistake is to stand out." He attacked rashly before he understood the situation. "Do you think you're the only one who's well informed? Why did others realize it later than you? Why are you the only one who rushed to the three mountains?" "I understand," Tian Xiaojun said with a lowered head. "You don't know?" Tian Shunliang said, "You must still be unconvinced. Do you think you're unlucky this time?" Tian Xiaojun did not say anything, but that was indeed what he was thinking in his heart. According to common sense, when he went to the three mountains the last time, he was almost certain that there would not be any accidents, but it just had to be this small. Tian Shunliang snorted coldly and said, "In coincidences, there's bound to be something. Did you do any research before making such an impulsive decision? Don't say that you've checked on some business registration information. That information is useless." Tian Xiaojun opened his mouth to say something, but Tian Shunliang had already said what he wanted to say, so he obediently closed his mouth. "Do you think that you might not be able to find any useful information even if you do an investigation on the situation at Paradise Corporation?" Tian Shunliang asked. No one knew his son better than his father. Tian Shunliang understood his disappointing son quite well. Tian Xiaojun nodded and said carefully, "Dad, this Xia Ruofei is hiding too much, nonsense. Then you've been blinded by money." Tian Shunliang said ruthlessly, "Even if you can't find out about his relationship with the Song family and the Zhao family, can't you find out about some of his affairs in the Three Mountains? What's the use of the connections I left in the Southeast province? Since you decided to go to the Three Mountains to do this, why didn't you ask for more detailed information in advance?" Tian Xiaojun was instantly speechless. He had indeed been blinded by money, and he had no way of refuting Tian Shunliang's words. Tian Shunliang glanced at Tian Xiaojun with exasperation and continued, "After I heard about this today, I spent an hour on the phone in the afternoon and got some information. I'll tell you, Tian Xiaojun was not interested at all. What was the point of analyzing all these things now?" However, he didn't dare to refute his father. He could only sit on the sofa obediently and listen attentively. Tian Shunliang said, "The owner of this Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei, has a close relationship with Tian Huilan's family, the former secretary of Sanshan City. Tian Huilan has personally come out to solve his problems many times. She even got rid of a deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau because of him. What's more, after Tian Huilan was promoted, her successor, Song Qiming, still looked at him in a different light. He even invited him to have dinner at home. Song Qiming's daughter even introduced him to the children of many important department leaders in Sanshan City and the Southeast Province." When Tian Xiaojun heard this, he was slightly shocked. Lu Zhi had reminded him before that Song Wei had a good relationship with Xia Ruofei. He knew about the last thing that Tian Shunliang had said, but he did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, it was not because Song Wei had a good relationship with Xia Ruofei. It was because even Song Qiming valued Xia Ruofei very much. If he had known that this would happen, Tian Xiaojun would not have acted rashly. Even if he looked down on local officials, Song Qiming was a powerful deputy minister. He was already at the top of the pyramid structure of Huaxia. His influence was not limited to a small corner. He did not dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaojun could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had paid more attention to Lu Zhi's warning and asked his father's old subordinates and colleagues for more information, things would not have ended up like this. Tian Shunliang looked at Tian Xiaojun and continued, "You should be clear about Tian Huilan and Song Qiming's situation. From the information I've just told you, with a little analysis, we can basically deduce that Xia Ruofei has a special relationship with the Song family. This is the information that I've spent a very short time to find out. If I were you, I would definitely spend more energy gathering information before going to the Three Mountains, and then decide on the next step. But you didn't do anything, and that's even more disappointing than you causing trouble." "Dad, I was wrong," Tian Xiaojun said with a remorseful expression. Tian Shunliang sighed and said, "Little June, I'm getting on in my years. There's almost no room for me to develop. It's already a blessing to be able to settle the salary of a deputy department director before retirement. But you're different. You're still very young, and you're already a deputy department director. Your future is limitless. If you're always so immature, how can I be at ease?" "Dad, I'm sorry. I'll change in the future," Tian Xiaojun said in a low voice. At this moment, Tian Xiaojun's mother, Zhou Shumi, came over with washed fruits and said, "Old Tian, you should speak less. Little June isn't feeling good either." Tian Shunliang glared at him and said, "You're the one who spoiled little June." Zhou Shumi placed the fruit platter heavily on the coffee table and said, "What are you saying? Isn't Xiao Jun your son? Don't you understand that it's the father's fault if the child isn't born?" Tian Shunliang was rendered speechless. After a long while, he snapped, "I'm talking about serious business with my son. What are you doing? Is the meal ready? I'm about to starve to death." Zhou Shumi rolled her eyes and mumbled as she walked to the kitchen, "You only know how to teach this and that a lesson, can't you speak properly?" Tian Shunliang's face turned red and white, but he could only pretend that he had not heard anything. After Zhou Shumi returned to the kitchen, Tian Shunliang continued, "Little June, after hearing what you said just now, is this matter considered over?" As long as the 1 million yuan is transferred to my account, I think Xia Ruofei will not make things difficult for me anymore," Tian Xiaojun said. Tian Shunliang nodded. "You've saved yourself in time. A real man knows when to yield. This setback is nothing." But Xiao Ling and Zhong Zixin are both hesitating. They don't really want the money, Tian Xiaojun could not help but say. Tian Shunliang snorted coldly and said, "I'll call old Xia and old Zhong. The trouble was caused by the three of you, why should you bear it alone? Don't worry, they won't dare to go too far." Tian Xiaojun felt slightly relieved and said, "Thank you, Dad." Although he had been reprimanded, it might not be a bad thing for his father to know about this. After all, father and son were connected. At least he had a strong support on his side. "I'll let your cousin know and ask him to donate another 1,000,000 yuan to the Paradise Charity Foundation under the name of the company," Tian Shunliang continued. "Ah?" Tian Xiaojun could not help but cry out, "Why, Dad? There's no need for this. Brother Gang doesn't have much money either." Tian Xiaojun's cousin, Tian Xiaojiang, had opened a trading company. Under the care of Tian Shunliang, he had some small achievements. However, the entire company's assets were only about 10 to 20 million yuan, and this was also taking into account some fixed assets. If he were to donate 1 million yuan all of a sudden, he might be a little short on cash flow. What do you know? Tian Shunliang's face darkened. Is this the time to be worried about money? Besides, how could Xiao Gang not know how he earned this money? If I ask him to pay 1 million, would he dare to disobey? No. Dad, I'm saying that we don't have to give any more money. The three of us together, 1 million yuan, is already a lot," Tian Xiaojun said. Short-sighted. Tian Shunliang said mercilessly, "Xia Ruofei's condition was 1 million and you're only giving 1 million? This is free money. Who would take the initiative to give more?" Tian Xiaojun mumbled, "Moreover, Zhao Yongjun was the witness. They definitely wouldn't go back on their word. Yes, if I don't mess with you openly, one day, I'll just give you a little obstacle. Where will you go to reason?" Tian Shunliang said, "Especially when you're at the critical moment of promotion and being put in an important position. What would you do if you did that?" "I don't think so," Tian Xiaojun said hesitantly. "Such a possibility cannot exist." Tian Shunliang said, "Your future is the most important. Everything else is dispensable. Money can be earned again, but if your future is ruined, you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Even if you can't become friends with him, You should at least leave an impression that you're tactful, have a proper attitude, and are sincere in admitting your mistakes. Only then can you completely eliminate the hidden danger. All right then, Tian Xiaojun nodded. The older, the ginger, the wiser it was. He was still confident in his father's judgment. Besides, it was not his money. As long as the results were good for him, why would he go against his father? Also, you have to quickly gather the 300,000 yuan that you should pay. Tian Shunliang said, I'll use your salary and legitimate savings for this money. If it's not enough, you can borrow some from a friend. In any case, you have to be clear about where you got it from. Tian Xiaojun was clear about this, so he replied without hesitation, I know, Dad. I was planning to do that too, N. Tian Shunliang nodded and said, You're not that stupid. However, I'll have to change this habit of being impulsive in the future. I will. Dad, just watch my performance. This time, Tian Xiaojun was very obedient. Tian Shunliang rubbed his temples and said with a hint of fatigue, All right. This matter will end here. During this period of time, remember to keep a low profile and be honest. Don't leave behind any excuses for others. Tian Shunliang stood up and asked loudly, My dear, the meal isn't ready yet? Why are you so slow when you're doing something? Hurry up, Logo. Gulanjiu. After dinner, Lin Xiao took Xia Ruofei to the beach. Although they couldn't play in the water in the winter and the wind was quite strong at night, Lin Xiao was still in high spirits. She even borrowed beach toys from the front desk of the hotel and built a castle on the beach like a child. Her hands were covered in sand. After Xia Ruofei saw it, he was helpless and could only go crazy with her. On Galanjiu's beach, one could see the other shore a few hundred meters away. The lights of the entire Heron Island and the ships on the sea formed a beautiful night scene. He could still hear the sound of the waves and Lin Xiao's laughter. It would be perfect if he didn't consider the cold sea breeze. However, the wind by the sea was so strong that Xia Ruofei was worried that Lin Xiao would catch a cold. Since she was having so much fun, he could only take off his coat and put it on Lin Xiao. At 8:00 in the evening, Lin Xiao was pulled back to the hotel by Xia Ruofei reluctantly. Xia Ruofei pushed Lin Xiao into her room and asked her to wash the sand off her hands. He then went to Zhao Yongjin's room and found Song Rui, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan playing cards. Zhao Yongjin took Ho Liang and Wei Jun out for a walk. There were quite a few bars on Galanjiu, so Zhao Yongjin and the others went to find a place to drink and chat. Xia Ruofei had no interest in playing cards. He returned to his room. After watching for a while, Lin Xiao went to Xia Ruofei's room and stayed there for a long time. When it was past 10 p.m., Xia Ruofei persuaded her to go back to her room to rest since she still had class tomorrow. Then, Xia Ruofei went to take a shower. After changing his clothes, Xia Ruofei took out his laptop from the spirit map space and went online to listen to music to kill time. Then, he started to cultivate at midnight. The environment of this small island was better than that of Taoyuan Farm. Perhaps it was because of the spiritual energy from the sea. Xia Ruofei felt that his cultivation speed was a little faster than usual. It was not until midnight that Xia Ruofei let out a breath of turbid air. He stopped and stood up, feeling comfortable all over. Xia Ruofei slept until 5 in the morning, which was the beginning of dawn. Then, he started to cultivate as usual until 7. If he were to cultivate normally, Xia Ruofei would sleep less than 5 hours a night. According to the scientific theory, this sleep was definitely not enough. However, Xia Ruofei was still in high spirits every day. On one hand, it was because he had cultivated the Great Tao Sutra. Even if he did not sleep for a few days, he would not feel unbearable fatigue. On the other hand, the 5 hours of sleep he had was the real deep sleep after cultivation. In terms of the effect of rest, it was much better than an ordinary person's 8 hours of sleep. Therefore, he did not have the problem of insufficient sleep. After finishing his morning cultivation, Xia Ruofei tidied up the bed, put on his coat, and walked out of the room. He knocked on Lin Xiao's door and woke her up. She had to go back to school in the morning, so she had to eat early. However, Lin Xiao's class was in the 3rd or 4th period in the morning, so she had more time. Young girls always took a long time to wash up and put on makeup. Even if Lin Xiao didn't put on makeup, she still took her time to come to the hotel restaurant at 7:30. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei said, "Big brother Zhao, I'll send Xiaoer back to school in the morning. You guys can do whatever you want. Anyway, this is a relaxing trip," Lin Xiao quickly said. "Brother Ruofei, you don't have to send me off. It's not the first time I've been to Golangyu. I'll take the ferry to the other side and then take the bus back. That was when I wasn't on Egret Island in the past." Xia Ruofei said, "Since I'm with you, how can I let you go back alone? Besides, there's still a big bag of clothes in my car." "It's decided." Lin Xiao's heart felt warm and she said sweetly, "All right then. Thank you, brother Ruofei." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "I think we should all go to Egret Island together. We went to Heron Island University yesterday. There are still many places to play in Heron Island City. Let's split up at the opposite dock and go wherever we want. Ruofei will send Sister Lin Xiao back to school. Then, we'll set a time to meet at the dock. How about we return to Golangyu for the night?" "Right, I'll have to trouble little Zhang to help us coordinate the transmigration." "No problem," Xiao Zhang quickly replied. "By the way, I'll coordinate 2 more cars for you to use on Heron Island." Zhao Yongjun smiled and waved his hand. "We don't need a car. We have a business car, but we don't plan on using it. Since it's a leisure trip, we'll go wherever we go. We don't plan to act as a group." "Alright, I'll follow your arrangements," Xiao Zhang said. No one had any objections to Zhao Yongjun's suggestion. They would go to Egret Island to play by themselves, and they didn't need to be accompanied. They just had to coordinate the ferry back to Golangyu in the evening. Xiao Zhang could also take a break for the day. Naturally, everyone was happy. After breakfast, everyone took the hotel's electric car to the dock. They were going directly to Heron Island City, so there was no need to take a speedboat. It would only take 5 or 6 minutes to get there by boat. Xiao Zhang coordinated the nearest ferry and sent everyone on the boat. A few minutes later, everyone was at the pier on this side of the island. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Brothers, let's split up here. We'll meet here at 4:30 p.m. sharp. We won't be waiting if we don't meet after that, logo." "Alright. Let's go have a good time," Song Rui said with a smile. Ho Liang and the others also nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao said goodbye to Zhao Yongjun and the others sweetly and followed Xia Ruofei to the parking space not far away. Xia Ruofei was still carrying a big bag of food in his hand. This was The braised food that Huzi's mother had made overnight. She had stored it in the hotel's refrigerator yesterday. The two of them drove straight to Heron Island University. When they arrived at Heron Island University, the car was allowed to pass after it was successfully registered with Lin Xiao, a student of the university. Xia Ruofei drove the car directly to the female dormitory where Lin Xiao was staying and took out 2 big bags of things from the car. "Xiaoer, can you carry it?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Do you want to call your dormitory mates to come down and help?" Lin Xiao giggled. "Brother Ruofei, you're underestimating me. When we were at home, I could carry water, chop firewood, and cook. I could do anything." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be in a daze. He was thinking of the first time he met Lin Xiao. That time, Lin Xiao was carrying water. Her thin and weak body carried a heavy bucket as if it would be crushed at any time. It made people's hearts ache for her. At that time, Huzi's mother was already at the end of her life, because of uremia. Even Xia Ruofei himself could not see any hope of life, because of the terminal illness. Fortunately, everything was over. Xia Ruofei silently set in his heart, in the future, with me around, Godma and Xiao will not have to suffer like that anymore. "Brother Ruofei, what are you thinking about?" Lin Xiao's voice reached Xia Ruofei's ears. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Xiao's face so close that it was almost touching his face. Her big beautiful eyes were looking at him curiously. Xia Ruofei took a step back in fear and said, "Xiaoer, what are you doing?" "I was so scared." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "You're still criticizing me? You didn't respond when I called you a few times just now, as if someone had hit your acupoint. I thought you were possessed." "What are you saying?" Xia Ruofei pretended to be stern. "You're so rude." Lin Xiao giggled and stuck out her tongue. "You're not that much older than me. Besides, we're of the same generation. I'm still your brother. You dare to say that your big brother is possessed?" Xia Ruofei said, deliberately showing his teeth. Lin Xiao put on a frightened look and took a step back. Then, she couldn't help but giggle. Her shaking appearance attracted the attention of many passing boys. "Stop it, stop it, we're at the dormitory entrance." Xia Ruofei said, "Since you're strong, hurry up and carry it yourself. Don't delay the class." "Brother Ruofei, can you stay with me for a little longer?" Lin Xiaojiao pouted and said, "It's still early. The second period has just started." Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "It's not good to be late if you make preparations early. How about this? I'll walk around your campus in the morning, and then we'll have lunch together in the afternoon, okay?" Lin Xiao immediately said happily, "Great. Great. Brother Ruofei, I'll go up now." After she finished speaking, she took the 2 big bags from Xia Ruofei and carried them into the dormitory with some effort. At the stairs, Lin Xiao turned back and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also smiled and waved at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then went upstairs with satisfaction. The shape of the Night 15 SUV was too eye-catching, especially when it was parked in front of the girls' dormitory. It was simply an eye-catching magic weapon. Hence, Xia Ruofei drove the car to a quiet corner of the campus and stopped. He locked the car and started to stroll around Egret Island University. There must be a reason why tourists flocked to Heron Island University and even limited the number of visitors. The campus had beautiful scenery and many cultural landscapes. Xia Ruofei was waiting for Lin Xiao's class to and, so he wasn't bored. He strolled around the campus leisurely. He even went to the famous Furong Tunnel on the internet and admired the various graffiti in the tunnel. When he was almost done, he sat down on the grass beside Furong Lake and rested. There were also many students who had no classes sitting by the lake, reading books and chatting. Xia Ruofei could hear the laughter of youth in his ears. He found that he quite liked this quiet and dull campus environment. It was a pity that he had never gone to college in his life. At around 11 a.m., Xia Ruofei received a call from Lin Xiao to inform him that she had finished her class. When she heard that Xia Ruofei was at Furong Lake, Lin Xiao told him to stay where he was. After a while, Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao running over happily. The two of them tasted the special shacha noodles at the restaurant at the school gate. Xia Ruofei asked Lin Xiao, who had classes in the afternoon, to go back to the dormitory to rest. Before she left, Lin Xiao said pitifully, "Brother Ruofei, I still want to go to Golangjiu with you guys tonight." Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, "You little girl. Why are you so playful? It's not the weekend tomorrow, you still have to come back to class. I have a class in the afternoon tomorrow, so I have plenty of time." Lin Xiao quickly said, "The final exams are coming soon, and the class schedule is not very tight. I can bring my books and review my homework in the hotel. The environment at Golangjiu is even better, logo." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "All right then. Be good and go to class this afternoon. I'll drive over to pick you up." "Yay. Thank you, Brother Ruofei," Lin Xiao said with joy. Xia Ruofei sent Lin Xiao back to the dormitory, then got into his car and left the campus of Heron Island University. Xia Ruofei went out from the main entrance and went directly to the Nampuchua Temple next to Egret University. After touring around, he drove to the fort on Huli Mountain near the other gate of Egret University and stayed there until 3 o'clock. After receiving Lin Xiao's call, he left Huli Mountain and drove to the gate of Egret University to pick up Lin Xiao. Then, he went straight to the dock. At around 4:30, Zhao Yongjun and the others, who had been free for the whole day in Heron Island City, arrived at the dock one after another. Xiaozhang also took the ferry to pick them up, so everyone took the boat back to Golangjiu. On the ferry, Zhao Yongjun took out a small box from his bag and said with a smile, "Little sister Lin Xiao, I didn't prepare a gift for our first meeting, but I saw something nice when I was shopping today, so I bought it for you." "Big brother Zhao, I have another gift?" Lin Xiao said in surprise. "Of course, you're Ruofei's sister, so you're our sister. It's the first time we're meeting, so of course there's a gift." Zhao Yongjun laughed, "Open it and see if you like it." Lin Xiao took the box and opened it. There was a beautiful women's watch inside. It had a steel case, a key-shaped crown, a synthetic spinel, a silver-plated dial with carved patterns, a sword-shaped blue steel pointer, a bright wine-red crocodile, skin watch strap, and a sun-pattern radiation effect. Xia Ruofei also came over to take a look. It was a classic Cartier female watch. Although it was not considered a luxury item, it cost at least 30,000 HXB. Xia Ruofei said, "Brother Zhao, this gift is a little too expensive. Xiaoer is a young lady. It's not good for her to use such a good watch." When Lin Xiao saw the watch, she was already very fond of it. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ruofei, is this watch very expensive?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It should be around 30,000 to 40,000. Lin Xiao was shocked and quickly stuffed the box into Zhao Yongjin's hand. She stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Zhao, I don't dare to accept such an expensive gift." Zhao Yongjin glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Girl, it's not as expensive as Ruofei said. There's an event today, and it's only 29,999 yuan." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's different. That's 30,000 yuan. Zhao Yongjin said, "Ruofei, I'm just giving a gift to a girl, what's wrong with that? You're meddling too much. Lin Xiao, don't listen to your brother. It's just a meeting gift. This amount of money is nothing to me." Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei hesitantly. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaoer, since Big Brother Zhao has already bought it, you should just accept it. This is a female watch that he can't wear himself. If we take it, we can prevent him from using this watch to harm other girls. It's also a good deed." Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Why are you so mean?" Zhao Yongjun said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a round of banter, Lin Xiao still accepted Zhao Yongjin's gift. She took it out and tried it on. The burgundy strap made her wrist look even whiter. The watch was small and exquisite, but it didn't lose its heroic spirit, which suited Lin Xiao very much. Zhao Yongjin's eyes were pretty good. "Thank you, Brother Zhao," Lin Xiao said sweetly. "You're welcome, as long as you like it." Zhao Yongjin laughed. "I was afraid that the gift I bought at the last minute wouldn't be to your liking. It's all Ruofei's fault. He kept it a secret so well that he only told us that his sister was studying here." When he was about to arrive at Heron University, Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei with smiling eyes, and chuckled. At this moment, Song Ruwei and the others came over. Song Ruwei shouted, "Big Brother Zhao, you're too unkind, Logo." "What did I do?" Zhao Yongjun knew, but he asked with a smile. Song Ruwei said, "You obviously wanted to buy a gift for Lin Xiao, but you didn't tell us and went to buy a gift secretly. Moreover, he didn't even take it out at the pier and only gave it to Lin Xiao after we got on the ferry. This is too much." Su Zixian also jokingly said, "Yeah. I didn't expect you to be like this, June. Bro. He's too scheming." Ho Liang also mustered up his courage and chided. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiao blushed and said in embarrassment, "Actually, you guys don't have to give me any gifts. How can we do that?" Song Ruwei said righteously, "Although Brother Zhao is not very kind, he is right. If you're Ruofei's sister, you're also our sister. How can we miss out on our first meeting gift?" Yes, yes, yes. Sister Lin Xiao, your brothers were negligent today. We will definitely make up for this gift tomorrow," Su Zixian hurriedly said. Xia Ruofei was completely engrossed in watching the show. He didn't forget to fan the flames and said with a smile, "Don't rush it. Actually, it's still early today, but Gulanjiu only sells handicrafts. They're pretty, but they're not of high quality." Ho Liang said hesitantly. Song Ruwei, however, came back to his senses and said, "Why are you buying it on Gulanjiu? This round trip will only take 5 to 6 minutes. We'll immediately take the round trip back to Heron Island. Ruofei is right, it's still early." "You're right, Brother Ruwei." Lu Jian's eyes lit up. "Even if the ferry stops, little Jean should be able to help us coordinate the speedboat, right?" Lu Jian looked at Xiao Zhang as he spoke. "No problem," Xiao Zhang quickly replied. No problem. If you guys want to go back to Heron Island to buy gifts, I can go with you. I'm quite familiar with the high-end brand stores on Heron Island. Song Ruofei was overjoyed. He patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder and said, "Good comrade. It's decided then." Su Zixian also said. Lin Qiao saw that everyone was going to make a special trip back to Heron Island and quickly said, "Brothers, you really don't have to go through so much trouble. If you really want to give me a gift, you can buy anything on Galanjiu. For example, I really like the Peppa Pig toy that Brother Ruofei gave me yesterday." Song Ruofei looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain and said, "How can we be compared to Ruofei, that cheapskate? Lin Qiao, do you know why your brother is so rich now?" They were all dug out. Lin Qiao immediately retorted, "Brother Song Ruofei is talking nonsense. Brother Ruofei was not stingy. For my mom and me, he has already spent a few million." Xia Ruofei had bought a penthouse apartment with a pavilion for Lin Qiao as a graduation gift. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had spent a few million. Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Sister Lin Qiao, don't be angry. I was just joking." "Oh." Lin Qiao said sullenly. Zhao Yongjun, who was also watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Ruofei, now you know what it means to speak without thinking. Ruofei's position in Lin Qiao's heart is not something you can slander." Su Zixian also righteously said, "Comrade Song Ruofei, what you're doing is very dirty. You must fully realize your mistakes. I still have to deeply analyze my own heart and make a deep self-reflection." Lu Jian said in all seriousness. Lin Qiao was a little embarrassed and said, You're exaggerating." I'm not angry." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but gently touch Lin Qiao's head and said, "Silly girl, ignore these kids. They're just joking," he said. Su Zixian and the others immediately burst out laughing. The voyage from Egret Island to Galanjiu was very short. They arrived at the port in the time it took for them to chat and laugh. Xia Ruofei, Lin Qiao, and Zhao Yongjun took the battery car that Xiao Zhang had arranged for them to return to the hotel. The rest of them waited at the dock for the ferry to set sail so that they could return to Egret Island to buy gifts. It was not until 6:30 that Song Ruofei and the others rushed back. Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao only had a little shacha noodles for lunch, so they didn't wait for Song Ruofei and the others. Who knew if they would eat on Egret Island during lunchtime? Hence, he called it eating while waiting isn't cruel and ordered food with Zhao Yongjun at the hotel restaurant. When Song Ruofei and the others returned to the hotel, Xia Ruofei and the other two had just finished eating and were walking out of the restaurant. Xia Ruofei was still picking his teeth with a toothpick. Song Ruofei and the others could not help but look at each other. "Have you eaten?" Song Ruofei asked. Xia Ruofei replied innocently, "Yes. I thought you guys ate it on Egret Island." Song Ruofei said helplessly, "We're all busy choosing gifts." "Then why did you still care about eating?" Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart, but he still said seriously, "Then quickly go and eat something. By the way, our table ordered quite a lot of dishes, and we haven't finished a few of them. Hurry up and go in. The waiter probably didn't have time to collect it." "Xia Ruofei, you've gone too far," Song Ruofei said indignantly. Little Zhang didn't know that his friend used to joke like this a lot, so he quickly said, "Brother Song, I'll get the restaurant to arrange another table. It'll be done soon, Logo." Lin Xiao knew how Xia Ruofei and his brothers got along. She couldn't help but smile secretly. Song Ruofei said, "Little Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to make the arrangements. We'll be down in a while." Sister Lin Xiao, we brought you gifts. Open them in your room. He continued. Yes, yes, yes. It's more important to open the gift. Xia Ruofei quickly said. It's not like it's a gift to you. Why are you so enthusiastic? Song Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei retorted, I have to help my sister. What if you buy counterfeit goods, to fool her? What kind of person do you think I am? Song Ruofei felt like he was about to explode. Shut up. Lin Xiao quickly said. Let's go upstairs first, there are so many people watching. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Upstairs. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. They took the elevator upstairs and entered Lin Xiao's room together. Then, Song Ruofei and the others took out the gifts they had prepared. 5 gifts were placed in a row on the bed. Under everyone's urging, Lin Xiao started to open the gift in embarrassment. Since they went to buy the same items together, they didn't have to buy the same ones. Some of them gave her a pearl bracelet, some gave her an LV bag, and some even gave her expensive cosmetics. These gifts were not too expensive for Song Ruofei and the others, but the average price was around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, and they were all things that girls liked. Including Zhao Yongjun's watch, the gifts from the 6 of them added up to almost 200,000 yuan. Lin Xiao looked at the exquisite and expensive gifts and hesitated. These things were too expensive for her. She had seen a rich girl in her class use the same LV bag. It was said that it cost more than 30,000 yuan. As for cosmetics, she had just heard Qin Shi in the dormitory talk about it. That small black bottle seemed to be a limited edition Lancome cream. Just 50 milliliters were sold for more than 10,000 yuan, and it was not something that could be bought with money. There was also another box of ocean blue mystery skin essence. There were 3 small bottles, each containing only 15 milliliters, and the price was already more than 20,000 yuan. The 2 cosmetic products added up to almost 40,000 yuan. A few days ago, Qin Shi was still looking forward to using this kind of face cream. What kind of experience would it be? Lin Xiao didn't expect to receive one. The next day. Not only was it a Lancome face cream, but it also had the more expensive ocean blue mystery skin essence. Shower, these are all gifts from the rich brothers. You can just accept them. Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's hesitation and said with a smile. Yup. It's just a small greeting gift. Zhao Yongjun chimed in, then said half jokingly, you've accepted my gift. If you don't accept theirs, these guys will be jealous. Song Ruofei and the others also cooperated and showed a bitter expression. Lin Xiao then said, then I'll accept it. Thank you, brothers. Song Ruofei immediately smiled and said, that's the way. Little sister Lin Xiao, you're welcome. Lu Jian also said, if you go to Beijing in the future, you can also come and play with us. The capital is much more fun than Heron Island, yeah. Su Zixuan said, we can go skiing in winter. Playing golf in the bright spring. Oh, and there's also an exciting underground race, Xia Ruofei quickly said, stop it. Don't lead my sister astray. By the way, are you guys starving? How did he still have the energy to be talkative? Xiaoer has accepted the gift, so you guys should go downstairs and eat. This is called burning bridges, Song Ruofei muttered. Kill the donkey when it's done. Lu Jian agreed. You're the donkey. Song Ruwei and Su Zixuan rebuked him. In unison. Everyone burst into laughter. However, Song Ruwei and the others were starving, so they didn't stay in Lin Xiao's room for long and left one after another. Zhao Yongjun also greeted Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao with a smile and returned to his room. Lin Xiao looked at the bed full of gifts and was at a loss. These were worth nearly 200,000 yuan. Wouldn't he have to worry about losing them every day after he accepted them? Besides, Song Ruwei and the others had given him such an expensive gift because of Brother Ruofei. Wouldn't Brother Ruofei owe a lot of favors? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Xiao, don't feel any pressure. These guys are all my close friends. And they're not short of money. These gifts are just a side gift. But this is too valuable. It's not safe for me to put it in the dormitory. Why don't you help me take it back to Sanshan and let my mom keep it at home? Lin Xiao said with a conflicted expression. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Aren't things bought for use? How could it show its value by keeping it? Besides, why did you leave these things in the dormitory? Xia Ruofei pointed at the things on the bed and said, you can wear the watch and bracelet on a regular day. And this bag, you girls have a lot of small things on you, you need a bag too. Just eliminate the one you're using now, and this. They're all useful. But wouldn't it be too high profile to use such an expensive thing? Lin Xiao said hesitantly. How is this high profile? My, Xia Ruofei's sister should enjoy these things. I didn't think it through enough in the past. It just so happens that these guys have bought everything you need. Just kindly accept it. Xia Ruofei said. Girls were supposed to be well off. Lin Xiao was already in university. It was normal for her to use a better bag, wear an expensive watch, and even put on makeup. There was no need to be too low key. Xia Ruofei thought that it would be better for Lin Xiao to use these. At least, she would not be treated as a country girl. The boys who wanted to pursue Lin Xiao would not dare to approach her with small favors. Those who did not have any financial ability would also retreat. Although Xia Ruofei didn't have any feelings for Lin Xiao, he treated her like a sister. He was like a father who had a daughter. Even if his daughter was going to find a boyfriend and get married, he would still feel a little awkward as a father. It was just like how Xia Ruofei would feel a little weird when he thought about Lin Xiao having a boyfriend. He wouldn't be jealous, but he would feel a little disappointed. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not stop Lin Xiao from dating because of this. However, he could still help her to check and filter out some people. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't think that deeply. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she felt warm in her heart. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had always treated her as his biological sister. Xia Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's disappointment and continued, and these cosmetics? Oh right, who gave them to you? You don't have good eyes. Lin Xiao had a good memory. She said, it's from Brother Song Ruwei. Brother Ruofei, this set of cosmetics is the most expensive of all the gifts. Xia Ruofei said, what's the use of being expensive? Do you need to use other cosmetics? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, I really don't need to. Lin Xiao usually used a skincare product, the Jaded Skin Cream. Every time she didn't finish it, Xia Ruofei would ask the company to send her new ones. Her skin was already very good, and after applying a little bit of jaded skin cream every day, it became even more tender. And tender, like cream. Several of her best friends in the dormitory were very envious and asked her how she maintained her skin. However, the jaded skin cream was very expensive and Lin Xiao was relatively simple in other aspects. She didn't want her best friend in the dormitory to think that she was showing off, so she had always been vague and used it secretly every time. Of course, everyone didn't think much of it and praised her for her natural beauty. But it's not completely useless. You can give it to your classmates. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't you have a good relationship with the girls in your dormitory? Why don't you just take it out and let everyone share it, logo?" Xia Ruofei arranged the use of these gifts in a few sentences, so Lin Xiao naturally didn't have any objections. As for the 2 sets of cosmetics that Song Rui gave her, she would not feel the pinch. What? Lancome? What ocean blue mystery? How could they compare to the jaded skin cream that Brother Ruofei personally developed? It was decided. Poor Song Rui. In order to make his gift stand out, he had even used some personal connections to make sure that Lancome face cream was a limited edition and couldn't be bought in ordinary stores. He didn't expect his gift to be the most miserable one. Lin Xiao directly gave it to someone else. At least, Lin Xiao kept the other gifts for her own use. Lin Xiao carefully put away the gifts. Xia Ruofei said, "Xiao. We'll be back at Sanshan tomorrow. You should study hard in school. If it's hard to buy high-speed rail tickets, I'll get someone to pick you up." "Ah? You're leaving tomorrow?" Lin Xiao was a little reluctant. These 2 days were the happiest she had ever been since she went to university on Egret Island. With Xia Ruofei by her side, she felt that all her worries were gone. The only problem was that she could not concentrate. She could not help but think of Xia Ruofei when she was revising or in class. Yup. We're all just taking a break from work to relax, we can't always be out playing. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. In fact, Zhao Yongjun and the others weren't in the mood to play anymore. They wanted to go back to Jing and decide on the location of the club first, then start the construction. Everyone was very interested in the club that the brothers had built together, and they were very optimistic about the future of the club. Oh. I know. Lin Xiao was a little depressed. I'll study hard. And don't worry about the high-speed rail tickets. Sister, he found a ticket, snatching app, so I should be able to get them. It wasn't easy to buy tickets during the spring festival, but everyone had their own skills, so many ticket snatching software and plug-ins were born, but the effect was not clear. Xia Ruofei was not as confident as Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "It'll be great if you can buy it. If you can call me. It's not far from Heron Island to Sanshan anyway. I'll send a car to pick you up." He didn't dare to say that he would drive to pick her up. On the one hand, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have the time. On the other hand, with his understanding of Lin Xiao, if he said so, this girl would say that she couldn't buy the ticket even if she got it. "I know," Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't be unhappy. I've received so many gifts today. I'm not unhappy. I just can't bear to see you leave." Lin Xiao smiled. "The holiday is in a few days. We'll meet again then, won't we?" Xia Ruofei smiled. And said, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. All right. Lin Qiao said. Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Qiao was in a bad mood and wanted to take her out for a walk. He knew that this girl was very dependent on him, but this mood should be temporary. He just needed to divert her attention. The two of them left the hotel and strolled forward. Brother Ruofei, I want ice cream. Lin Qiao suddenly pointed to the front. Xia Ruofei looked in the direction Lin Qiao was pointing at and saw a turkey ice cream shop that had been renovated into a small wooden house. A tall Westerner was busy working in the shop. You're eating ice cream. In the middle of winter, he couldn't help but laugh. So old-fashioned? Lin Qiao said, who made the rule that ice cream can only be eaten in summer? Besides, the winter on Heron Island isn't very cold. All right. As long as you're not afraid of having an upset stomach, we'll go eat. Xia Ruofei said. Lin Qiao smiled. And said, I'm not afraid. I have you, the divine doctor, to help me, don't I? In Lin Qiao's eyes, Xia Ruofei was almost omnipotent. If he could cure uremia, wouldn't he be able to cure a cold from eating ice cream? So you were waiting for me here? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Satisfy your appetite first. If there's a problem with the food, then you can treat it? I think you're a little foodie too, just like Xia Ruofei. Lin Qiao said slyly, since their shops are open in winter, it means that they have business in winter. Since other people can eat it, why can't we? Xia Ruofei took a look at the turkey ice cream shop. Business was not good. Other than the lack of tourists at night, it must have had something to do with the weather. However, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't expose her. It was rare for Lin Qiao to make a request. Furthermore, it wasn't a big deal. Naturally, he had to satisfy her. So, the two of them walked toward the small wooden house that sold ice cream. The tall and handsome old man smiled when he saw them and said, Welcome. Our shop has a variety of flavors of ice cream you're welcome to buy. His Chinese is quite good. Xia Ruofei looked at the foreigner curiously. Then turned around and asked with a smile, Qiao, what flavor do you like? I want the tri-colored one. Lin Qiao said without hesitation. I'm the same. Xia Ruofei said to the foreigner who sold ice cream, 2 tricolored ice cream. All right, please wait a moment. The foreigner said. Then, he deftly took down one of the stacked egg cylinders and skillfully scooped out the ice cream with a small long handle, filling the cylinder. Who's first? The foreigner asked. With a smile. Xia Ruofei was naturally prepared to let Lin Qiao eat first. After all, she wanted to eat ice cream and ladies first. But before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Lin Qiao said, Brother Ruofei, you go first. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei was confused. Didn't this girl really want to eat it? Why was he being so modest now? Go and get it. Lin Qiao pouted and said, it'll be quick anyway. Isn't it the same who goes first? Xia Ruofei thought about it and agreed. He stepped forward and was about to take the ice cream. He didn't see the sly smile in Lin Qiao's eyes as if her scheme had succeeded. The foreigner used the small, long-handled shovel with ice cream stuck on it and handed it over. Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand to receive it. At this moment, he sharply noticed that the shovel trembled slightly. Xia Ruofei was already a practitioner. His spiritual power was very strong and his 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people. In a flash, he subconsciously turned his wrist and accurately predicted the movement of the shovel. Then, he held the egg container without any mistake. The foreigner who sold ice cream was stunned. Lin Xiao was also stunned. Xia Ruofei tugged at it lightly and felt that the ice cream was very sticky. If he used too much force, it might stick to the spatula. He had no choice but to take out an egg container. With a slight shake of his wrist, he removed the ice cream with ease. At this moment, Xia Ruofei realized that Lin Xiao and the foreigner who sold ice cream were both in a daze. "What's wrong?" Xia Ruofei asked. He didn't know that Galanjiu's turkey ice cream shop was very popular on the internet. Not only did it taste good, but the ingredients were also authentic. The reason why this shop was popular was that this handsome Turkish uncle knew how to play tricks. Every time a customer reached out to grab the ice cream, the owner would nimbly use the shovel to avoid the customer's hand. Sometimes it would fly up and down, sometimes it would sway left and right, and the customer couldn't grab the ice cream no matter how hard they tried. Sometimes, when they finally caught it, they didn't realize that the boss had actually used 2 egg cones. The boss raised his hand and took the real ice cream back with the cone. The customer only had 1 empty cone in his hand. The whole process was so interesting that it became famous on the internet. During the summer day, there was always a long line, and customers were all waiting to be fooled. Lin Xiao deliberately didn't tell Xia Ruofei because she wanted to see the omnipotent brother Ruofei embarrass himself. The owner did not know that Xia Ruofei was a high-level cultivator. No matter how fast he was, he could not escape Xia Ruofei's eyes. His reaction speed was not on the same level as Xia Ruofei's. So he tried to deal with Xia Ruofei the way he usually dealt with ordinary customers. Naturally, he failed. Except for his own mistakes, the boss rarely encountered such a situation, so he was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Why don't you play by the rules? The script wasn't supposed to be like this." Xia Ruofei was not aware of all this. He even thought that the owner's hand had not held it firmly. He was even thinking that it was fortunate that he had caught it in time. Otherwise, the ice cream would have fallen to the ground and it would have been a waste. Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei in shock. After a while, she said, "Brother Ruofei, how did you do it?" "What do you mean?" Xia Ruofei was confused. Lin Xiao told Xia Ruofei about the specialty of the turkey ice cream shop. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have cooperated with him." These words made the boss, who had excellent Chinese, want to cry even more. Since when did I need the cooperation of customers to perform? Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei in amusement and mumbled, "It's boring to come out with an expert like you." Then, she smiled at the foreigner and said, "Boss, I still have my ice cream." The foreigner, who had been deeply shocked, came back to his senses. He quickly took out another cone and prepared the ice cream. Lin Xiao stood in front of the counter with anticipation. The foreigner took a deep breath and made up his mind. This time, she must not screw up. One of them was looking forward to being fooled while the other was cheering for herself to succeed. Xia Ruofei, who was watching from the side, could not help but find it funny. The foreigner's next performance was very successful. Lin Xiao tried her best to catch the ice cream, but the ice cream was like a mischievous spirit. Under the foreigner's control, it drifted left and right, causing Lin Xiao to giggle. After a gaudy Performance, the foreigner took a paper bag and wrapped the cone in it. Lin Xiao high-fived the foreigner with great familiarity and took her tricolored ice cream. Lin Xiao glanced at Xia Ruofei proudly as if to say, "Did you see? This was the correct operation." Logo. For Lin Xiao, happy times were always short. After staying a night at Galangjiu, Xia Ruofei and the rest would return to Sanshan. She would return to school to continue her revision and prepare for her final exams. However, the 2 days spent on Galangjiu had become a very beautiful memory in Lin Xiao's heart. The leisurely Galangjiu road, the romantic cafe, the cute Peppa Pig doll, and the turkey ice cream shop owner who failed to show off, everything that happened in the past 2 days was engraved in Lin Xiao's heart. She stood at the school gate and looked at the cool night 15 that was gradually blending into the traffic. The feelings she had for him for a long time were even more difficult to suppress. After a long time, Lin Xiao couldn't see Xia Ruofei's car anymore. She took a deep breath, and her eyes became more determined. Lin Xiao pursed her lips and turned around to walk into the school. Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at the Three Mountains Inn. 2 cars. It was already evening by the time they arrived. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked Zhao Yongjun and the others to return to Taoyuan Farm to rest for the night. The next day, he arranged for them to meet Ling Xiaotian at the headquarters of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group. Although Ling Xiaotian's assets weren't the best in the country, and the influence of the Lingji F&B group wasn't much in the eyes of Zhao Yongjun and the others, he was still Xia Ruofei's future father-in-law, so they were very respectful to Ling Xiaotian when they met. Ever since Ling Xiaotian found out about Zhao Yongjun and the others' identities through Xia Ruofei, he had placed great importance on this meeting. He would not look down on them just because they were young. The two sides had a strong desire to cooperate, so the atmosphere of the meeting was naturally very pleasant and warm. Soon, everyone decided on the intention to cooperate. Ling Xiaotian had officially decided to open a branch of Ling's private kitchen in the capital city and integrate it into the club system that Xia Ruofei and the others were about to build. The club was in charge of the finance department, and Lingji Private Kitchen had a dedicated finance staff who also recorded the accounts separately. Both parties would check their accounts once a month, and at the same time, settle their accounts once a month. In order to promote in-depth cooperation between the two sides, everyone had initially agreed to exchange shares in the future. They would hold each other's shares, and the main bodies would be the Beijing branch of Lingji Private Kitchen and the club. What was interesting was that during the meeting, they had already decided on the name of the club. It was called the Paradise Clubhouse. There were many reasons for this. For example, the Paradise Corporation was becoming more and more famous, so using this name was also beneficial to the club's brand. The meaning behind the name Paradise wasn't bad either. The club was meant to be built into a paradise-like place so that everyone could enjoy whatever they could think of. Also, Zhao Yongjun and the others had new inspiration from their meeting with Ling Xiaotian. That was to set up a special sales booth for the products of the Paradise Club. Things like Taoyuan De Hong Pao, Taoyuan Tai Fong Do, Taoyuan Cordyceps, Jade Skin Cream, Seasonal Taoyuan Fruits, Top Grade 1, Headed Abalone, Top Grade Truffles, and so on would all be exquisitely packaged and displayed here. The club's members could also purchase these popular items through the club. Of course, those who could become members of the club basically didn't lack money, so the price wouldn't be cheaper than outside. Because of the exquisite packaging, it would even be more expensive than outside channels. The only difference was that there was no need to rush, and everyone could buy whatever they wanted within their quota. People with money and status would want special privileges. Ordinary people had to line up, rush to buy, or wait at the computer on the dot. As long as they had a membership card and were within the quota, they could buy at any time and even deliver the goods to their doorstep. The introduction of this system would definitely be very attractive. Xia Ruofei also agreed with Zhao Yongjun's suggestion. His Paradise Corporation had always been focused on high-end consumers, which had always been Xia Ruofei's main customer base. When promoting Paradise Corporation's products in the club, the customers were all carefully selected. 100% of them were the elites of society. Compared to the profit they could generate, Xia Ruofei was more than happy to have such a brand influence. Hence, not only did he raise both hands in agreement, but he also expressed on the spot that he would give the club a certain amount of resources in the distribution of resources. Moreover, the price would be a certain discount from the market price. In any case, he also had shares in the club. If he gave up a certain amount of profit, a quarter of the profit would return to his hands. The loss of money was very small. Compared to the huge reputation that the Paradise Company had gained, it was almost negligible. It could be said that the meeting at the headquarters of the Lingji F&B group was very successful, and everyone successfully reached an agreement to cooperate. Of course, Ling Xiaotian and the others did not sign any written agreement, not even a one-sided contract. The main thing was that the club was only a concept at the moment. Not only had the location not been decided, but the company had not even been registered. Moreover, with Xia Ruofei around, their relationship was unbreakable. When they officially cooperated, it would naturally be written in black and white. At this stage, it was enough for everyone to reach an oral agreement. There was basically no going back on their words or any other variables. The group had taken an important step forward in their expansion, and they had even built a bridgehead in the central city of the country, Beijing. Ling Xiaotian was also very happy. In the afternoon, he invited Zhao Yongjun and the others to a meal at Ling Ji private kitchen. Although they had already tasted the delicious Chinese perch and Buddha jumps over the wall a few days ago, when they saw the two dishes again today, everyone was still moving their chopsticks quickly and eating them quickly. Moreover, they were still full of praise. After lunch, Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Ling Xiaotian and his daughter, and personally drove Zhao Yongjun and the others to the airport. In front of the VIP security at the departure hall, Zhao Yongjun patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and smiled. "Are you Ruofei? This trip was really worth it." Not only did they get to eat a rare delicacy, but their bodies and minds were also extremely relaxed. Most importantly, everyone had found an opportunity to cooperate. Now, they were all full of energy. "Thank you. Big brother Zhao is too polite." Xia Ruofei grinned. "I'm afraid I'm not entertaining enough. After all, when I went to the capital, you all treated me very well. Excessive modesty is arrogance." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Ruofei, we'll do an investigation as soon as possible after we go back. We'll aim to set a target before New Year's Day and get the land before the Spring Festival." "All right. After all, I can't stay in the capital to keep an eye on you all for long. Besides, you guys are doing so well in Beijing, I can't compare to you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Just give me a call when you need funds." I can transfer the initial funds over anytime. Alright. Zhao Yongjun smiled and patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. Xia Ruofei then looked at Song Ruofei and said with a smile, Xia Ruofei, you have to work harder this time when you get back. Quickly take down Zhui Yi. A man should put his career first. Go. If you're not confident, then say so. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, we've helped you with everything we can. The rest is up to you. Don't tell me you're giving up? How is that possible? Song Ruofei immediately said, I'll ask her out when I get back. The next time you come to Beijing, we will definitely be together. Speaking of this, Song Ruofei asked, I say, when are you going to the capital? Buying such a big house, but it's so empty, I feel like it's a waste. Why don't you just let me live in it? Get lost. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, if you want to live in a big house, you'll have to work hard to earn money to buy it. How can you keep thinking about reaping without sowing? Song Ruofei smiled and said, we're brothers. What's yours is mine, according to your theory, then Zhui Yi, Xia Ruofei said unhurriedly. Don't talk nonsense. You can't take advantage of a friend's wife. Song Ruofei immediately said warily, look at how respectful I am to my sisters-in-law. No matter if it's Ling Qingxue, Lu Yu, or Song Wei, or little sister Lin Xiao, I've never had any improper thoughts about them. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Other than Qingxue, what do the rest of them have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense. Song Ruofei chuckled and said, that's enough, Ruofei. Don't be so pretentious. Everyone has a tacit understanding. At this time, Zhao Yongjun called out from the front, it's almost time, let's go through the security check. Xia Ruofei finally let Song Ruofei go, and said loudly, brothers, I'll stop here. I prepared some tea leaves and iron skinned fungdo for you. They're all in the blue cardboard box that we just checked in. When you arrive in Beijing, remember to take them out and divide them. Everyone has a share. All right. Thanks, brother. Zhao Yongjun laughed. Ho. Liang and the others also expressed their thanks. Then, the group walked toward the security checkpoint. Xia Ruofei stood outside the yellow line and said with a smile, brothers, have a safe journey. By the way, it doesn't seem to be good to have a smooth wind on the plane, so I wish everyone a safe landing. Zhao Yongjun and the others laughed in a relaxed manner and waved at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei watched as everyone passed the security check and walked to the VIP lounge. Then, he turned around and left the airport, driving back to Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei had been accompanying Zhao Yongjun and the others for the past few days, and had almost no time for company matters. Now that they were on the plane, Xia Ruofei had to hurry back to the farm to have a good rest. Why aren't you hurrying to settle your work? Please, eating and playing with him was also very tiring, okay? Of course, he had to rest well to recover his vitality. Only then would he be in a better state to work. However, Xia Ruofei's wish fell through. He had just returned to the farm. Before he could spend time with Lightning, Blackie, and the rest, he received a call from Feng Jing, saying that she had work to report. Feng Jing could handle most of the work on her own. Since she wanted to report to Xia Ruofei, it must be something important. Xia Ruofei could only ask her to wait in the office while he went over. He grumbled as he put on his coat and walked towards the mixed-use complex. Xia Ruofei seriously suspected that Feng Rao had bribed the veteran on duty at the door. Otherwise, why would her call come the moment he stepped into the room? If this went on, how could he be a happy hands-off shopkeeper? Logo. In fact, Xia Ruofei had really wronged Feng Jing. He had lunch with Zhao Yongjun and the others in the city, then sent them to the airport. It was almost time for work when they returned to the farm. When Xia Ruofei's flashy Night 15 off-road vehicle drove in, it was coincidentally seen by Feng Jing, who was going downstairs to work. She had a few things to report to her, which was why she called just now. Feng Jing was waiting at the door of Xia Ruofei's office. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she smiled and asked, "Chairman, I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "You're asking the obvious," Xia Ruofei said gloomily. "I haven't even sat down for long when I got home, and you called me. Why are you resting?" Feng Rao couldn't help but smile and said, "Chairman, it's normal to be busy at the end of the year, you have to get used to it. Besides, if I could make a fortune like you, I'd be willing to be 10 times busier." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He opened the office door and walked in. Although he hadn't been here for a few days, the office was still spotless. The administrative office arranged for people to clean it every day. Xia Ruofei sat down on the chair and added some spring water into the teapot. Then, he turned on the heat. He raised his head and said, "Sit. Right, didn't we agree to call my name when no one is around?" Why did he keep calling her chairman? Sister Che. Xia Ruofei's half-smile made Feng Rao's face heat up. She then said coyly, "I'm still not used to it." Xia Ruofei laughed, "I'm just joking." Sister Ran, tell me, what important work do you have to discuss? Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Can't I report something not important to you? Are you still the boss?" Xia Ruofei laughed drily, "I have a capable general manager like you." All right. I misspoke. Let's talk about work. Seeing Xia Ruofei's embarrassed look, Feng Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, she quickly held back her laughter and flipped open her notebook with a serious expression. She started to report to Xia Ruofei. "First, I have a few things to report to you," Feng Jing said seriously. "The handover procedures for the Hengli building have been officially completed. Now, the entire building belongs to our Paradise Corporation. All the remaining payment has been settled. This work can be considered to be completed successfully." Xia Ruofei nodded. This was within his expectations. The contract had been signed and the money had been paid. Even if the paperwork for the transfer of ownership went through normally, it should have been done after so many days. "How's the renovation going on? For the few floors we plan to use?" he asked. "Everything's going as planned, but our requirements are a little high," Feng Jing replied. "Plus, you're so influential, so they won't dare to mess things up. It might take some time." In the end, the renovation of the office building was handed over to Liang Weiman's Jianda company. His real estate company had a renovation company that met the requirements and was very experienced. Xia Ruofei did not go through the bidding process and directly handed it over to Liang Weiman, who he trusted. It wasn't their first time working together, so Liang Weiman naturally attached great importance to Xia Ruofei's project. He sent the best construction team and repeatedly reminded them to ensure the authenticity of the materials and the quality of the project. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Slow work makes fine work. I'm not in a hurry." Feng Jing nodded with a smile. It's almost the spring festival, so the renovation company might be a little tight on manpower. They're already working overtime. I've already spoken to the construction team. If they really can't handle it, they can finish it after the spring festival. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's not particularly urgent. For us. The company is still operating on the farm. It's just that everyone's office environment is a little cramped. We'll just have to overcome it for the time being. Understood. Feng Jing nodded and said, regarding the sales of the pamphlets, we followed your plan and did some promotion on the internet. We also hired some paid posters to write some articles and contacted a few powerful distributors. In short, everyone is very interested. I noticed it, Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. When I was on Heron Island the day before yesterday, I saw a food guide. It also promoted Ling Ji's private kitchen. That article was published by the Three Mountains Evening News, and it was written by a proper reporter. Feng Jing said with a smile. However, we contacted some online media and internet trolls to repost. It's not cheap, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. It's a normal budget, nothing out of the budget. Feng Jing smiled. It's fine even if you exceed it. Xia Ruofei said, this is the money that should be spent. You can't save it. Xia Ruofei was not an old-fashioned person and did not have any moral misophobia. It was normal to ask the media to help promote and give them some money for their appreciation and transportation. He did not reject it. Xia Ruofei then brought the topic back to the right track and said, as for the choice of suppliers, I'm inclined to only cooperate with one of them. As for who to cooperate with, it will depend on the conditions they offer and the subsequent negotiations. Logo. Feng Rao thought for a while and nodded. After all, the production of pomfret is limited. I agree with your opinion. It's enough to find a strong enough distributor. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I think so too. Whether it's in e-commerce or a physical hypermarket, we'll only choose one. Of course, as you said, in addition to whether the other party's conditions are favorable or not, our judgment should also be based on the other party's strength and target customers. As for the convenience supermarket, at least in the sales of pamphlets, I have no interest in cooperating. Understood. Feng Jing said, I'll personally follow up on this project. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm assured that you'll do it. Just tell me the result. Feng Rao smiled bitterly and nodded in resignation, I know. I won't let you down. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud. At this time, the water in the teapot was boiling. Xia Ruofei poured some water to heat up the purple clay teapot and washed the teacups. Then, he took out the tea box, scooped some tea leaves with a spoon, and put them into the purple clay teapot. He started to brew the tea skillfully. Sister Ran, please continue. I'm listening, he said without raising his head. There are still a few things that I need you to decide, said Feng Rao. She glanced at the notebook and continued, the first is the news conference for the heart, nourishing soup. It's scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. We've rented the venue at the Sanchon Conference Hall. The media invitations have already been sent out. Factory manager, Shui, would like to invite you to attend as well. Sure, but I won't say anything, Xia Ruofei replied without thinking. The heart, nourishing soup was an important product of his company. Furthermore, the release of this medicine on the market was definitely a good thing for doing good. He naturally had to be there, to express his support. Even if he did not say anything. As the big boss, his presence was a great encouragement to the staff of the pharmaceutical factory. Although Xia Ruofei did not ask about the preparations for the press conference, he still continued to pay attention to it. Okay, I'll let Manager Xue know in a bit, Feng Jing nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The pharmaceutical factory must be very busy these days, right? Isn't it? The production line of the jaded skin ointment is almost non-stop except for routine maintenance and overhaul. The workers work in 3 shifts. Feng Jing replied, although the Yangxin soup hasn't had a product launch yet, it's already a Chinese medicine that has been approved for the market. That's why we've already received a lot of orders from hospitals that have participated in the clinical trials. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This was great. He didn't even need a pharmaceutical sales representative. He didn't even need to go to the public relations department or the hospital leaders to produce a drug, and they took the initiative to send an order. He just had to ask if he was convinced. I'm afraid that after the conference, the number of orders will continue to grow. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Xue Jinshan should be mentally prepared. I think he's well prepared. Feng Jing said, on one hand, we have a lot of stock in stock, so it should be enough for a while. On the other hand, factory manager Xue has also started to prepare for the future. He has already submitted the report for the additional production line and the recruitment of new workers. If you really need it, then buy it and hire it. Xia Ruofei said, let me know if you don't have enough liquid funds. I still have a lot of money. The purchase of the Hengli building had almost used up all of Paradise Corporation's working capital. Even the money from the first sale of Cordyceps sinensis had been used on it. In addition, the renovation of the new headquarters was still in progress. The more familiar Xia Ruofei was with Liang Weiman, the more he couldn't owe him for the construction and materials. Therefore, he had also instructed Peng Hao from the finance department to settle the payment on time. In addition, the company was getting bigger and bigger, and the daily expenses, such as the salaries of the staff, were not a small amount. In this case, unless they rushed to buy the jaded skin cream again, they would be financially stretched for a period of time. However, the frequency of buying jaded skin cream was too high. On the one hand, the production capacity could not keep up, and on the other hand, the essence of hunger marketing could not be lost. That was why Xia Ruofei was worried that the financial department would not be able to handle it well. Feng Rao smiled. There's no problem with the funds. For the time being. Ruofei, don't forget that we have a lot of profitable businesses. The vegetables we earn every day are enough to sustain our expenses. Besides, the sales for online flagship store is getting higher and higher. The profits of the store such as Iron, Skin Fingdo, and Peach Garden de Hong Pao are very high. That's good. Just let me know if you're short of money. Xia Ruofei said, I have money here. Originally, Xia Ruofei did not have much money in his private account, so most of his money was in his overseas account. However, Ding Feng Winery's dividends would be in his account soon. Xia Ruofei would be able to get about 50 million yuan. More than half of the money for the investment club had been settled. If the company needed it, he could use this money at any time. I know you're rich, Feng Jing said with a smile. Why don't you give me a few million? If Sister Che is short on money, it's not a problem. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. I'm just joking. Feng Rao quickly replied. What do I need so much money for? Although Feng Rao was just Joking, Xia Ruofei agreed without hesitation. She was touched. Logo. Hee, there are people who don't love money? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. A gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way, okay, Feng Rao rolled her eyes. Isn't it right for me to give you money? Xia Ruofei widened his eyes and asked, I'm not your sugar daddy. Feng Jing's face turned red. Xia Ruofei felt that his joke was a little ambiguous, so he quickly changed the topic. Sister Ran, let's continue talking about work. Other than the news conference of the heart-nourishing soup, what else is there? Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei with her watery eyes before she continued, there's still the company's annual meeting. Xia Ruofei first handed the tea to Feng Jing, then sat up straight and said, the annual party is more important, so we have to do it. Well, this was the first time that Paradise Corporation had organized a formal annual meeting. Now that the number of employees had reached several hundred, and the company was getting bigger and bigger, this first annual meeting must be done. Well, I've already entrusted the details to a company that specializes in the ceremony, Feng Jing said. There are two problems we need to settle first. One is the time and the second is the location. Feng Rao paused and took a sip of tea before continuing, Ruofei, I suggest we do it after New Year's Day and before the Spring Festival. After all, most people think that New Year's Day is the last day of the year, and New Year's Day is obviously not as significant as the Spring Festival. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, sure. Many companies in China treat the Lunar New Year as the end of a year. Why don't we do it on the eve of the Lunar New Year? Let's have a good time with the whole company. All right. Feng Jing jotted it down as she said, it's the holidays for the new year. We can't delay the annual meeting so late. Many employees still have to return home for the new year. It's not bad for everyone to spend the new year together. But I don't know if it'll be easy to book a hotel, Xia Ruofei smiled. Ask the administrative department to make the reservation as soon as possible. Let me know if they can't make it. We'll hold the annual meeting at the Lingji restaurant. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and said, I almost forgot that your girlfriend's family owns a hotel. I was worried for nothing, then there shouldn't be a problem with the location, Feng Jing continued. At least there's the Lingji restaurant as an alternative. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, of course, it's not that I don't like Qingshua's restaurant. But if you can book a better hotel, and in a hotel at that, you don't have to worry about the money. Everyone has worked hard for a year, and we can't save the money that should be spent. After all, Ling's restaurant was still a restaurant for the common people. The food was very authentic, but objectively speaking, the environment was definitely not as good as a star hotel. The quality of Ling's private kitchen was higher, but the place was so small that it could not accommodate hundreds of employees. The best place would naturally be the grand banquet hall of a star hotel. All right. Feng Jing nodded and said, since the time has been set, I'll get the administrative department to follow up on this. Also, other than not saving money for the hotel, we should also give out better prizes for the annual meeting so that we can have a wider coverage. Xia Ruofei said, get the administration to come up with a proposal. I want to approve it personally. Understood. Feng Jing said, there's one more thing. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, why isn't it over yet? Can't we have some tea together? One last thing. Feng Rao said helplessly. I've never seen such a lazy boss. Feng Jing thought to herself. Alright, alright. Xia Ruofei said listlessly, hurry up and tell me. I'll go home and take a nap after you're done. I'm so sleepy after driving for hours. I thought our company's management still hasn't been fully equipped? Feng Jing said, actually, I've been asking a headhunting company to help me look for someone. I really did find something this time, oh? Xia Ruofei also became more spirited and said, tell me, Logo. 2 days ago, the headhunting company recommended a candidate for the executive director position. Feng Jing said as she passed a resume from her notebook to Xia Ruofei. She then continued, you can take a look at the resume first. Xia Ruofei took the resume with a smile. Before he opened it, he glanced at the photo on the cover and subconsciously frowned. It's a woman? Feng Rao was unhappy when she heard that and said, so what if she's a woman? What era are we living in now? You're still being sexist? Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. Wasn't this lady in front of him a beauty as well? She was also a standard career woman. Many men were not as good as her in the management of the company. I didn't mean it that way. Sister Che, he quickly said with a smile. What I want to say is that the company's executive director is in charge of the daily affairs. There are more miscellaneous things and a heavier workload. If a woman were to take on the role, would it? A lot of big companies are run by women. Feng Jing said, women have many advantages in this position. For example, they are friendly, attentive, and so on. Feng Jing couldn't help but glance at Xia Ruofei. You should look at your resume first. If you think it's okay, I'll go and get in touch with them first. They might not even agree to come over yet. Alright, he said. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and opened the resume. This woman, Dong Yun, had an eye-catching resume and was comparable to Feng Jing. Ying was also an overseas graduate and had a master's from a prestigious university. She also had a master's in business administration from Harvard, which was a well-known brand in the world. After graduating from Harvard, he entered a well-known company on Wall Street. After that, he had been developing in the United States and had been the director of many companies. How is it? Feng Rao observed Xia Ruofei's expression and asked, with a smile. Xia Ruofei closed the resume and said, it looks good. 2 questions. Go ahead. Firstly, there's no doubt that Dong Yun's resume is brilliant. However, I noticed a phenomenon. The company she's been in for the longest time was 1 year and 8 months, while the shortest was only 1 week. In the short span of 5 years, she's already changed companies more than 10 times. Xia Ruofei said unhurriedly, I'm worried that she won't be able to work for long. Even if she's here. Besides, I have reason to doubt her attitude towards work. Feng Jing smiled. Ruofei, I know Dong Yun a little. She's very famous and capable. Of course, she has her own personality. Basically, she chooses her job based on what she likes and dislikes. Those jobs that she jumps to in a short time are either because she doesn't agree with her boss's ideals or because the environment makes her uncomfortable. Moreover, Dong Yun is a very serious person in her work. Even the company that she worked at for only a week couldn't find any fault with her work. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei meaningfully and said, so, if you can recruit this general and keep her here, it will depend on your ability. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, woof. You still want to checkmate me? Sister Ran, how many bosses like me are there in the world? If even this can't keep the talent, then it's definitely not the boss's problem. Feng Rao was amused by Xia Ruofei's shameless words. She looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Would a good boss boast like this?" All right. Let's talk about your second question." Xia Ruofei shrugged and pointed at the resume. "It's very obvious. She was still in America. Besides, she hasn't returned to the country since she graduated from her MBA. The chances of us successfully recruiting her are not high, right? Is there any meaning to it?" "I was also surprised when I saw this resume," Feng Jing said. "However, since the headhunting company gave us this resume, it means that there's hope for them to poach her. It's even possible that Dong Yin herself wants to return to China to develop her career, so she revealed the information to the headhunting company." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I agree in principle. You can contact the headhunting company. Try to touch it." Now, Paradise Corporation was no longer the ignorant fool from before. Through the jade, skin cream, truffles, and abalone auctions, more and more people had learned about the development potential of Paradise Corporation. Therefore, the dilemma of high-end talents not being willing to come at the beginning of the company's establishment no longer existed. The company's HR department often received resumes that recommended themselves. However, Xia Ruofei also hoped that the company's senior management would be excellent, so he was very careful when recruiting directors. Ordinary people would not catch his eye. "That's right," Xia Ruofei said. "Didn't I ask you to look for a candidate for the vice president? Our company's value is over 1 billion, how can we not have a few vice presidents? You're basically the only one busy with the company's matters, big and small. Your body won't be able to take it in the long run." Feng Rao felt warm inside. She smiled and said, "I'm looking for one. But you also said that it's better to have less than enough than to have too much. How can it be so easy to find a real talent?" Feng Jing smiled and said, "Moreover, if we can get Dong Yun to join us, she would be the best candidate for the company's vice president logo. Things haven't even started." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Even if we recruit her, giving her the position of administrative director is the best we can do. After that, it will still depend on her performance. If she is promoted too quickly, what will the elders think?" Let's not talk about the others, but Xiaocheng was the first to be unconvinced. As the company grew bigger, Xia Ruofei's considerations became more and more comprehensive. After all, the company was like a small society. Sometimes, they needed to know how to manage things. The Paradise Corporation was different from other companies. As long as Xia Ruofei was there, even if he started a new company, it would still be successful. To put it bluntly, the core competitive force was Xia Ruofei. However, this did not mean that he could completely ignore the rules of the company's management. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to hire a high-level professional manager like Feng Jing, nor would he have had to get Feng Jing to look for candidates everywhere for a few high-level positions. Feng Rao seemed to have absolute confidence in Dong Yun. She smiled and said, "If we can successfully recruit Dong Yun, I believe she will soon prove her strength. Even if she becomes the vice president, she will definitely make others speechless." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Then I'll wait and see. But the most important thing now is to get in touch with her. What if she doesn't like a small company like ours?" Feng Rao chuckled. "Ruofei, this isn't like you. Haven't you always been very confident? Confidence can't be eaten, but it can't stop others from being biased," Xia Ruofei said helplessly. "All right, Feng Jing said with a smile, I'll do my best. Just wait for my good news. Then, Feng Rao exhaled and said, I've finally finished reporting my work. You can also be liberated. Why don't you go back and rest? I'm going back to my office too, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, let's have some tea before we leave. This tea is really not bad. Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, don't be so fake. You can't wait for me to leave. You've already found me annoying just now, Xia. Ruofei laughed in embarrassment. To be honest, you're still very cute when you're not talking about work. Feng Rao's face heated up, and her heart beat faster, for no reason. She glared at Xia Ruofei and stood up. I find that you're getting more and more talkative. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm going back to work for you. Capitalist, Xia Ruofei laughed as well. He stood up and walked Feng Jing to her office door. After that, he came back for some tea and cleaned up the tea set. Although there were professionals in the company who were responsible for the cleanliness of his office, he didn't want to let others do such a simple task. Then, Xia Ruofei picked up his handbag and skipped work with a peace of mind. Back at the villa, Xia Ruofei played with Blackie and Lightning for a while before returning to the house. He had thought that he should clean the house since he had not been home for a few days, but he found that the house was very clean, almost without a speck of dust. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile. It must have been Yi Lingyun and his men. He was going to be away for a few days. Little Black, Lightning, and the blood dragon in the fish tank in the living room all needed someone to take care of them, so he left the keys with Yi Lingyun. Xia Ruofei had absolute trust in Yi Lingyun. Of course, his biggest core secret was the spirit map scroll that was hidden in his palm. There was nothing to hide in this small villa. Seeing that there was no need to clean up, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to take a shower and sleep. When he returned to his bedroom, he saw a thin layer of dust on the table. It seemed that Yi Lingyun had a good sense of propriety and did not enter his bedroom at will. Hence, Xia Ruofei rolled up his sleeves and cleaned his room. He took a hot shower, changed into his home clothes, and went to sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei patrolled around the farm, including the water tower at the hilltop, the water tower in the Pomfret's cultivation workshop, and so on. He added some spirit heart flower petal solution without anyone knowing. Then, he drove to the new headquarters of the company in Hingley Building to check on the renovation. Liang Weimin received a call from the foreman and knew that Xia Ruofei had arrived at the Balance Power Building. He put down his work and rushed over personally, making Xia Ruofei feel a little apologetic. He kept blaming Liang Weimin for making a mountain out of a molehill, but Liang Weimin just laughed and let Xia Ruofei complain without explaining. The progress of the renovation was satisfactory. The workers were obviously experienced veterans. Furthermore, Liang Weimin had personally instructed them, so they worked very hard. Many details were perfect, and Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with them. Xia Ruofei didn't mind that the construction might be delayed because of the Spring Festival. After walking around, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Liang, I'll treat you to lunch. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and you even dropped your work to come here today. I'd feel bad if I didn't treat you to a drink or two. Liang Weimin laughed and said, Ruofei, I won't be polite with you. Since you're treating, I'll definitely go. That's great. Xia Ruofei said, it's almost time. I'll give Ling Ji Private Kitchen a call and ask them to prepare in advance. We'll drive over now, Logo. 10 minutes later, Xia Ruofei and Liang Weimin arrived at Ling Ji private kitchen. It was still the private room in the backyard that wasn't open to the public. Liang Weimin was full of praise for the environment here. He said, "It's not the first time I've come to Ling Ji's private kitchen, but I've never been to this courtyard before. The decorations here are really not bad. It's grand but not luxurious, it's very tasteful." Xia Ruofei gestured for the waiter to serve the dishes and smiled. "Uncle Liang, if you need this when you hold banquets in the future, I can help you arrange this private room." "Sure." Liang Weimin nodded. "At that time I might really have to trouble you." Even though he said that, Liang Weimin also knew that this kind of courtyard was not open to the public. It must be reserved for the owner's own use. It was fine if he asked Xia Ruofei for help once or twice when there were especially important banquets, but if it happened too many times, it would definitely arouse suspicion. As Xia Ruofei had called in advance, the dishes were served very quickly. When Liang Weimin saw the Buddha jumps over the wall, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Are you au fait? I didn't expect to be able to eat Buddha jumps over the wall at the last minute. You're the one with the most face." "Uncle Liang, did you know that Ling's private kitchen has recently developed a new dish?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "I haven't been here for some time, so I'm not too sure." Liang Weimin asked curiously, "What's the new dish?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You can try it later. I promise it won't be worse than the Buddha jumps over the wall. If you think it's not bad after eating it, you can help to promote it when you go back." Liang Weimin knew about Xia Ruofei's relationship with the Ling family, so he naturally agreed with a smile. "Oh, right, Uncle Liang." Xia Ruofei suddenly asked, "How has brother Liang been? Does he call home often?" Liang Weimin had a strange expression on his face. He smiled and asked, "Are you au fait, aren't you Qichao's boss? You should be very clear about his situation." Xia Ruofei chuckled and scratched his head. "I've left the matters in Australia to brother Liang and elder Tang. We trust him a lot and don't ask too much." Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Xia Ruofei called Liang Qichao to ask about Paradise Farm in Australia. Liang Weimin chuckled and said, "That kid doesn't care about politics at all. Can't you take the initiative to report? If you don't ask, you don't take after me at all." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Liang, you're being a bit boastful. But you're wrong about brother Liang. I'm the one who agreed to the big strategy for the farm's operation. Brother Liang knows my style, so he basically doesn't tell me everything about the execution." Coincidentally, when Xia Ruofei and Liang Weimin were talking about Liang Qichao, Xia Ruofei's phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Liang Qichao. This man had not contacted Xia Ruofei for at least 10 days. He did not expect that the first call would be when Xia Ruofei was eating and drinking with his father. Xia Ruofei showed Liang Weimin the caller ID on his phone and smiled bitterly. "You can't talk about others behind their backs in the future, this is too much of a coincidence, logo." Liang Weimin couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he remembered that this kid had not called home for a long time. Now that his son had called Xia Ruofei, he could not help but feel a little jealous. The boss was more important than her parents? Even though Liang Weimin knew that there was no comparison, he still couldn't help but come up with this idea. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not notice Liang Weimin's thoughts. he pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Brother Liang, I haven't contacted you in a long time. Do you have any good news for me?" On the other end of the phone, Liang Qichao naturally didn't know that his father was right beside Xia Ruofei. He said in a bad mood, "Ruofei, you're too relaxed as a boss. I didn't call to report, and you're not going to ask? So the farms in Australia aren't worthy of your attention?" Liang Qichao's voice was quite loud. Liang Weimin, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, could also hear him. He was speechless. I thought this kid had improved. She didn't expect him to speak to her boss in such a tone. She was so angry. However, Liang Weimin quickly noticed that Xia Ruofei was not afraid and was still smiling. He knew that his son and Xia Ruofei had a good relationship. Their relationship was not just that of a boss and employee. Perhaps they were already used to this kind of interaction. When he thought of this, Liang Weimin couldn't help but feel a little gratified. Liang Weimin was well aware of Xia Ruofei's power. Other things aside, Xia Ruofei's connections in the Three Mountains were really wide. He also had a vague feeling that what he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Xia Ruofei's true power might be even deeper. As a father, he was happy that his son could be good friends with someone like Xia Ruofei. At the same time, he was worried that Liang Qichao was too careless and might make Xia Ruofei unhappy. All kinds of conflicting thoughts were intertwined. Xia Ruofei didn't know that Liang Weimin had such complicated thoughts. He still smiled and said, "Brother Liang, let's not talk about this for now." But today, Xia Ruofei looked at Liang Weimin. He was about to tell Liang Qichao that he was having dinner with Liang Weimin, but he was interrupted by Liang Qichao. "Ruofei, my matter is more important. Let me go first," Liang Qichao said. Xia Ruofei and Liang Weimin couldn't help but be stunned. Liang Weimin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xia Ruofei looked at Liang Weimin apologetically and smiled bitterly. "Okay, then you go first. What's so important that you can't even wait for a moment? Don't tell me that you've already settled things with Daphne and can't wait to share the good news with me?" Daphne was the deputy manager of Paradise Farm. Not only was she very capable, but she was also a big-breasted beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. The last time Xia Ruofei flew to Australia, she felt Liang Qichao exchanging flirtatious glances with her. For a moment, she forgot that Liang Weimin was still beside her, and she could not help but crack a joke. When Liang Weimin heard this, he couldn't help but prick up his ears, and he subconsciously straightened his back. What was going on? This kid didn't work hard outside, but actually went to pick up Western girls. If he dares to bring a foreign girl back, I'll break his legs. As Liang Weimin thought about this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw the scene. He suddenly realized that he had spoken too much. However, Liang Qichao didn't seem to notice. Instead, he laughed and said, "What kind of good news is this? If I, young Master Liang, were to make a move, how many Western girls would be able to resist my charm?" Xia Ruofei could not stop him in time. He could only look at Liang Weimin innocently, who was about to go crazy. At the same time, he was praying for Liang Qichao in his heart. Liang Weimin was a very old-fashioned person. He was very strict with his son's private life. In the past, when Liang Qichao wanted to go out for a drink in China, he had to be sneaky and try his best to find an excuse. If he had really picked up a foreign girl, his stubborn father would probably fly to Australia and bring him back. Liang Weimin gestured at Xia Ruofei, indicating that he wanted to talk to Liang Qichao. Xia Ruofei couldn't refuse and could only helplessly hand the phone over. Liang Weimin took a deep breath, then took the phone and said calmly, "Liang Qichao, you've become more capable now." The other end of the phone was dead. Silent. Liang Qichao would never have thought that his father would be with Xia Ruofei. Apparently, his father had heard his joke and took it seriously. After a long while, Liang Qichao seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly said, "Dad, why are you with Ruofei?" I was just joking with Ruofei." "Who's Daphne?" Liang Weimin asked indifferently, unmoved. "She's the deputy manager of our farm, just an ordinary colleague," Liang Qichao explained hurriedly. "Last time I asked you about your colleague, didn't you tell me that the deputy manager was a bald man?" Liang Weimin asked, his tone still calm. However, Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao could feel that a volcano was brewing under the calm. Liang Qichao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was worried that his old-fashioned father would be worried, so he told a white lie last time. This time, he would never be able to clear his name. Logo. Besides, Liang Qichao felt guilty for no reason. This kid was not a cat that did not steal fish. Although he had not achieved a home run with Daphne, they still flirted with each other often during their daily contact. Of course, he still knew how to control himself and would not harass his female colleagues. He didn't expect Liang Weimin to hear him just by bragging to Xia Ruofei. In addition to his previous lie, this was practically solid evidence. "Dad. Daphne is a new employee, you're still lying to me." Liang Weimin's voice suddenly became louder. "I really didn't. I can't even wait to work hard outside. How would I dare to mess around?" Liang Qichao said, "Besides, it's not like Daphne likes me. I'm so fat, and I don't have much money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruofei." Liang Qichao was now praying that Xia Ruofei would speak up for him. Otherwise, he would definitely be wronged. Liang Weimin snorted and said, "At least you still have some self-awareness. I won't say so much to you today. Don't you have something to report to Ruofei? You guys talk about work first, I'll settle this with you later." After he finished speaking, Liang Weimin looked apologetically at Xia Ruofei and passed his phone over. He said, "Ruofei, I'm sorry, I'm fine." Xia Ruofei quickly took the phone and said, "Uncle Liang, Brother Liang was just joking with me, you don't need to cover for him. I understand my own son." Liang Weimin said, "You guys talk about work first. I'm going out for a smoke." Liang Weimin then stood up and left the private room. Xia Ruofei put the phone to his ear with a bitter smile and said, "If you're not courting death, then what are you?" Liang Qichao shouted angrily, "I'm courting death? Ruofei. You're too unkind. You're clearly with my dad, yet you didn't tell me. I wanted to tell you right away." Xia Ruofei said innocently, "You didn't want to hear it and interrupted me. Your matter is more important. Try to recall carefully, is this the case?" Liang Qichao thought about it seriously, and it seemed to be true. However, he quickly came to his senses and said indignantly, "Something's wrong. Even if it's because of my own reasons, I didn't have time to let you speak at first, but you were the one who brought up the topic of Dibora later on. Aren't you trying to trick me?" Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "I wasn't paying attention. Besides, if you didn't Brag, would such a thing happen? You should first reflect on yourself. Xia Ruofei was feeling a little guilty at first, but the more he spoke, the more confident he became. Liang Qichao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. However, he was thousands of miles away, and he couldn't do anything. In fact, even if Xia Ruofei was in front of him, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't beat her, and he didn't have as much money as her. Most importantly, he was still his employee. Just thinking about it made him feel aggrieved. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "All right, Brother Liang, let's talk business. I'll help you explain it to Uncle Liang later." "It's fine. You have to talk to him properly, you have to prove my innocence," Liang Qichao said with grief and indignation. I know, Xia Ruofei laughed to himself as he replied perfunctorily. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Liang Qichao asked, "What day is it today? Have you forgotten?" Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but have a bad thought. For example, Liang Qichao twisted his chubby body and pouted, "You don't even remember my birthday, so bad, so bad." Xia Ruofei shivered and quickly said, "If there's something, say it. Don't beat around the bush." Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What day is it? Why are you so resentful?" "I'm full of resentment." Liang Qichao could not help but curse, "It's Christmas today. Did you forget about the Christmas promotion I told you about last time?" Xia Ruofei slapped his head and came back to his senses. On the way to the hotel today, the atmosphere seemed to be more festive. Many shops on the street had Christmas trees, Santa Claus, small bells, and so on. Xia Ruofei had no concept of these festivals, and he was practically non-existent to them. If Ling Qingshui had more free time, the two of them might have taken the opportunity to arrange a battle. However, Ling Qingshui had been busy recently. Without anyone to remind her, how could Xia Ruofei remember? Oh. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "So this is what you're talking about. How's the situation?" Previously, Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao had agreed to launch the Taoyuan vegetable series in Australia at the end of the year. Before this, Liang Qichao had brought Paradise Farm's products to several exhibitions, and the reception was naturally quite good. Following Black Friday's promotion, Paradise Farm also tested the waters. Tang Etian also spared no effort in promoting Paradise Farm. It could be said that the promotion work had been done to the extreme. Of course, due to the limited production capacity, the real distribution of goods all over Australia to launch the brand war Paradise Farm was set to be on Christmas, the most important holiday in the West. "I've never seen such a big-hearted boss," Liang Qichao couldn't help but complain. Then he said, "The promotion started at 8 this morning, and it's been going on for half a day. Guess what the results are?" Australia was 3 hours ahead of China. It should be around 4 in the afternoon in Australia. The day had not ended yet, and Liang Qichao could not help but call him. His results should be quite good. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Where do you expect me to go to guess? Just tell me the result." "You're so boring," Liang Qichao said. However, he couldn't suppress his excitement. He even temporarily put aside the monstrous anger he was about to face his father. Liang Qichao cleared his throat and said, "Boss Xia, please listen carefully. As of half an hour ago, out of the 1653 Maya supermarkets in Australia, the total sales of our Taoyuan vegetables has reached 2,000 tons. The sales have already exceeded 60 million Australian dollars. Although Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the number. 60 million Australian dollars was equivalent to about 47 million US dollars. Even if the labor costs, transportation costs, and taxes in Australia were relatively high, the profit could at least reach 15 million US dollars. It had only been less than a day. Were the spending power of the Australians that high? Xia Ruofei's eyes were opened. He could not help but ask, 2,000 tons? That's equivalent to an average of more than a ton per store? And in less than a day? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? What's so strange about that? Liang Qichao said triumphantly, Mr. Tang has given us a lot of resources and put in a lot of effort in the early stage of publicity. He also left the best display spots for us. And that's just the average number. Some of the larger stores in the central cities have already exceeded 5 tons of sales. That's great, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Liang, you've finally shown your face in front of Mr. Tang. Have you reported to him? The reason why Liang Qichao was so serious about running Paradise Farm was not only because of Xia Ruofei, but also because of Tang He. This old man had no children, so it was up to the younger generation to decide how to distribute his tens of billions of dollars worth of family property in the future and who to give the majority to. Therefore, Liang Qichao was also trying his best to compare himself with his cousin, who was far away in the United States. There was no doubt that Liang Qichao was in the lead this time. Liang Qichao laughed and said, Yeah. The old man doesn't usually praise people, but he really did praise me this time. Then keep it up, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The Christmas promotion will last for 3 days, and I'll try to break the sales record of 200 million Australian dollars. Liang Qichao said confidently, this time, it's a hit. In the future, our sales of Taoyuan vegetables will be even better. The channel has been completely opened. Oh, Ruofei, you have to thank Mr. Tang properly. This time, if it wasn't for Tang Etienne's help, Paradise Farm's vegetables might have performed well, but they would definitely have gone a long way. They wouldn't have been able to shine as brightly as they were now, even becoming the focus of the Australian media. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Right, you should think about how to deal with your father's anger. Liang Qichao, who had been talking happily, was stunned for a moment, then he cried out in grief and indignation, Can't you wait until I'm happy enough, before you bring this up, logo? In the end, Liang Weimin let Liang Qichao go. It was not that he believed Xia Ruofei's explanation, but he was shocked by the results that Paradise Farm had submitted. In less than a day, sales exceeded 60 million Australian dollars, and the average sales in all of Australia exceeded 1 ton. This was an amazing result. Liang Weimin had no doubt that his son had fought a beautiful battle this time, and his importance in Tang He's grandfather's heart would undoubtedly increase by a large margin. It could be said that he was ahead of all his competitors. In comparison, Liang Qichao flirting with foreign girls was a small matter. He just had to knock some sense into them. There was no need to take it too seriously. Liang Weimin was more traditional, but traditional men had a deep-rooted notion that men should put their career first and that success in their career was more important than anything else. Liang Qichao's performance obviously made Liang Weimin satisfied. After lunch, Liang Weimin left in a hurry. In fact, after Liang Qichao finished his call, Liang Weimin was a little distracted while eating. Even the delicious Chinese perch only managed to distract him for a while, before he started to daydream again. On one hand, he was thinking about how Liang Qichao's future would develop. On the other hand, he could not wait to share the good news with his wife. After Xia Ruofei left the Ling's private restaurant, he did not return to the farm directly. Instead, he gave Yi Lingyun a call and asked him to send the company's small trucks to the warehouse in the city to meet the needs of business development. The company had already purchased a few small trucks. Then, Xia Ruofei drove to the warehouse and took out the iron, skinned dendrobium strip and Dahong Pao tea leaves that Xia Qing had prepared in advance. When the small truck arrived, he transported all these things back to the farm and handed them to Yi Lingyun and the others to make iron, skin maple and peach garden Dahong Pao tea leaves. The small truck started and returned to the farm. Xia Ruofei also drove back. However, he only stayed in the villa for a short while before carrying a box of fish fry to the breeding workshop. The rays in the spirit map space were all free range, and they usually lived in the sea of the space. When it was breeding season, they would rise up to the river and lay eggs in the space. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had strong control over the entire space and his mental energy was strong too. Hence, even though the sea was vast, Xia Ruofei could still easily use the invisible spatial force to gather the clamfish. Jiang Hua was already used to Xia Ruofei sending new baby clamfish over every once in a while, so he skillfully arranged for people to take over these precious baby clamfish. Xia Ruofei also asked about the situation of the Chinese perch. As the business partner had not been confirmed yet, there was not much sales of the Chinese perch, other than the daily supply of the Lingji private kitchen. Of course, since they didn't need to be transported far away, they didn't freeze the pomfret in a cold storage. The pomfret that hadn't been sold for the time being could be kept. Although there wouldn't be any more pomfrets after they grew to this extent, the cost of raising them wouldn't increase much. In any case, the taste of fresh pomfrets was definitely better than those that had been frozen and unfrozen. All the hype and articles on the internet were just for sales. If there was no need there was no need to freeze the fish. Xia Ruofei took a look at the pomfret's cultivation workshop and praised Jiang Hua for his work. He encouraged him to keep up the good work, because the sales of the pomfrets would be on the right track soon. After confirming the channel partner, the task here would be even heavier. The next day, after Xia Ruofei had breakfast in the staff canteen, he left the farm with Feng Jing and drove to the Sanshang Conference Hall in the city. Other than Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing, the Paradise Corporation also sent a business car. Peng Hao, Xiao Chong, and other company leaders also went to show their support. Now, Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory was a celebrity team in Paradise Corporation's system. Not only did it generate a lot of revenue, but it was also quite famous. The heart, nourishing soup was the first Chinese medicine launched by the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. The company's internal staff also knew that this medicine had making significance for the treatment of autism. The release of this medicine on the market was a great thing with boundless merit. Therefore, as long as they were not too busy with work and couldn't leave, everyone had to be there. Not to mention that the chairman and the general manager were both present, so they had to go and support them. Even Chow Tai-shu, who spent all day in the large shed, changed into a new suit that his wife had specially bought for him from the mall and followed them to join in the fun. Now, Chow Tai-shu was also the pillar of the Tao Yuan Company. Both husband and wife were working in the company, and their salaries had also increased several times, making the villagers extremely envious. The director of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, Xue Jinshan, had arrived at the Sanshan Conference Hall early in the morning. He was both excited and nervous. Ever since he joined the Paradise Corporation, he had been looking forward to the day the heart nourishing soup would be released on the market. As a top student with a professional background, Xue Jinshan had been questioned by many when he chose Paradise Corporation, a complete layman in the pharmaceutical industry. Whether it was his classmates or his family, they all thought that his decision was not considered and was very unwise. But Xue Jinshan was already completely entranced by the heart-nourishing soup. Back then, it was only a small-scale experiment, but Xue Jinshan could not help but feel overwhelmed. The process of releasing a new drug into the market was very cumbersome and difficult. Even Chinese patent medicines had to go through various difficulties, whether it was animal testing, clinical stage 1, clinical stage 2. Any one of them could get stuck, and all the previous work would be for nothing. Xue Jinshan could be said to have witnessed the heart-nourishing soup being listed on the market and listed as a guiding drug in such a short time. Xue Jinshan wasn't as excited as he was today, even when the jaded skin cream was selling like hotcakes. After all, he had a professional background. No matter how well the jaded skin cream sold, it was just a skincare product. The heart-nourishing soup was the best medicine that was truly beneficial to the country and the people. Such a good medicine that was destined to become a phenomenal product was personally led by him. The sense of accomplishment was incomparable. President Xia, President Feng. When Xue Jinshan saw Xia Ruofei and the others, he quickly went up to them. Kanayama, you've worked hard. Xia Ruofei laughed and continued to ask, is everything arranged? No problem. We've rehearsed the entire process several times. Xue Jinshan said confidently, the media reporters are also here. There are quite a number of them. Nowadays, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was definitely a star enterprise in Sanshan City. The jaded skin cream was well known both domestically and overseas, and every rush to buy it would cause a craze. Therefore, the invitation sent by Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was still very interesting to the media reporters. Moreover, there were also some well-informed media outlets that had already grasped a certain amount of information during the trial stage of the heart-nourishing soup. They were also very interested in this special medicine that filled in the gaps and had sent out their elite troops. Xia Ruofei looked at the reporters who were signing in not far away. He smiled and nodded. Then it's up to you later. We're here today to cheer you on. You have to rely on yourself to set up the stage and perform. President Xia. Are you really not going to say a few words? Xue Jinshan could not help but ask. He knew very well that the recipe of the heart-nourishing soup came from Xia Ruofei. He had also participated in the entire process of the factory production. Even now, the key steps of the heart-nourishing soup were still in his hands. It could be said that the heart-nourishing soup was created by Xia Ruofei. Now that he was famous, Xia Ruofei was actually so low-key. He even personally rejected the contents of Xue Jinshan's PowerPoint presentation about his invention of the heart-nourishing soup, which made Xue Jinshan a little confused. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. What do I have to say? You're the one who's been following up on the heart-nourishing soup project the entire time, so you know everything like the back of your hand. The reporters will definitely Not be interested in how handsome I am as the boss. Xia Ruofei's joke made everyone laugh. Xue Jinshan could only force a smile and say, okay then. Director Xia, Director Feng, leaders, please come in. With that, Xue Jinshan personally led Xia Ruofei and the others into the hall that had been set up. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's seats were naturally in the middle of the front row, and the middle management of Paradise Corporation were also arranged to be in the front row. Xia Ruofei looked around the venue and saw that it was well arranged. Other than some necessary posters, there were also a few banners placed at the entrance and around the venue. This was also Xia Ruofei's request. The Yangxin soup and the Jodi ointment were in different positions. Yangxin soup was a kind of charity, at least in China. The price of Yangxin soup was far more suitable for its unique effect in the treatment of autism. Hence, Xia Ruofei's request for the press conference was to be beautiful and grand, but not wasteful, not gimmicky, and not to invite young and fresh meat to the stage. Many reporters had already arrived at the media area, and everyone was looking at the brochure and draft that they had received at the signing time with great interest. Some reporters also noticed that Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, and the others were more famous than Xia Ruofei on the internet. Feng Jing also had a group of die-hard fans. Her fans affectionately called her beautiful president, while her fans called themselves Jingdian. She even set up a fan base on Baidu Tieba, so the reporters who often ran entertainment news naturally knew Feng Jing. Although the VIP area and the media area were separated, the reporters were definitely not people who followed the rules. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get any news. Hence, a few of the reporters went over the invisible isolation belt and came to Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing. Boss Feng, is there any strategic consideration for your company to launch this new drug? President Xia, Taoyuan Company started with the sales of agricultural products, but now it has suddenly stepped into the professional pharmaceutical industry. What do you think? CEO Feng, I'm a reporter from Daily Japanese Entertainment. Say a few words to your fans. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other. They didn't expect to become the focus of the media even though they were just here to be an audience. They were really caught off guard. Just as Xia Ruofei was considering whether to remain silent and not steal Xue Jinshan's limelight, or to say a few words to dismiss the reporters, there was a small commotion in the media stand's logo. Xia Ruofei looked and quickly said, Everyone. There seems to be some news over there. You guys should head over first. President Feng and I can't run away. We'll definitely be interviewed after the press conference. The reporters hesitated for a moment. They seemed to think that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. Their colleagues had already stood up. They did not want to miss out on any valuable news in the end. Hence, they quickly smiled and bade Xia Ruofei and the others farewell before leaving. Chairman, are you really going to accept their interview later? Feng Rao said with a smile. With our beautiful president blocking the fire, wouldn't it be easy for me to escape? Xia Ruofei smirked. I think these reporters are your static electricity. Feng Jing pouted and wanted to hit Xia Ruofei. However, she immediately realized that they were in a public place. Not only were her colleagues sitting behind her, but there were also many media reporters. So, she stopped and glared at Xia Ruofei. It's all your fault. Back then, if Xia Ruofei had not insisted on her appearing on screen, she would not have become an internet celebrity for no reason. Although she did not like to shop like other girls, and Taoyuan farm was located in a remote area. She rarely had the opportunity to go out other than when she needed to work. Her life was still inevitably affected. Just like today, as long as she appeared in public, it was inevitable that she would be chased by reporters. She really didn't get tired of it. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Sister Che, you can make a living with your looks, but you insist on taking the path of a strong woman. You're making it so that those who don't have good looks have no way out. Feng Rao's face turned red and she said, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Xia Ruofei laughed as he teased Feng Rao. His attention was also drawn to the reporters' seats. Many media reporters had already stood up and left their seats, walking towards the entrance. Feng Rao also noticed this and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, who knows? Ignore them. Just as the two of them were guessing, a person walked into the venue surrounded by media reporters. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. It was an old acquaintance who was teasing the Southeast Province's Deputy Director of the Food and Drug Administration, He Kuan. He was the leader of the Southeast Province's Drug Administration, and He Kuan was in charge of the Chinese Medicine Department. For such a leader to attend a company's drug conference without a care for suspicion, it was no wonder that the reporters were like cats that smelled blood and all swarmed over. Bureau Chief He, may I ask why you are attending the conference of the new drug by the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory? Bureau Chief He, are you representing yourself or the Provincial Drug Administration? Bureau Chief He, what do you think of the new drug from Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory? He Kuan had a kind smile on his face. Even though the microphone was almost pointing at his face, he still didn't take it to heart. However, he kept his mouth shut and said, friends of the media, today's star is Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Its factory manager Shui. I'm only here to attend the ceremony. Although the reporters did not dare to ask too many questions, because of He Kuan's official identity, anyone with eyes could understand the meaning between the lines. They wanted to know what special relationship He Kuan had in private. Otherwise, why would He Kuan attend the press conference with such a sensitive identity? He Kuan's avoidance of the question made the reporters' imaginations run wild. Even if some content media did not dare to report it, media was so developed. Now, who didn't have a few Weibo accounts? Wasn't it a simple matter to post it online? However, what they didn't know was that He Kuan had come here today on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration. The only reason he didn't say anything was that he didn't want to steal the limelight from Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. He Kuan quickly noticed Xia Ruofei and the others. His eyes lit up and he said, dear reporters, please make way. After the press conference ends, I will be accepting interviews. Now, please return to your seats. He Kuan had been in a high position for a long time, so he still had some momentum. These reporters, who were called uncrowned kings, were still people of the system. Their questions just now were already a little presumptuous. Now, they naturally did not dare to stop He Kuan, so they all made way for him. President Xia, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. He Kuan walked over quickly and said with a big smile. Xia Ruofei also stood up and shook hands with He Kuan. He smiled and said, Bureau Chief, he actually came to our press conference in person. I'm a little flattered. No. He Kuan quickly said humbly, your company's new medicine is a great service. It's only right for me to come and support you. Our Chief Li just happened to be in the capital for a meeting today, otherwise he would have attended it himself. Xia Ruofei didn't know who Chief Li was, but from He Kuan's tone, he was most likely one of their leaders. The media reporters who often read medical news knew very well who He Kuan was talking about, and they could not help but be shocked. Regardless of whether the meeting in Beijing was real or just an excuse, since He Kuan had said so, it meant that Director Li attached great importance to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. The reporters had some bad guesses in their hearts, but now they began to question their own judgment. Shui Jinshan had accompanied He Kuan here. Everyone was familiar with each other. When they had gone to the capital for Yangxin soup, He Kuan had personally gone with Xia Ruofei to the capital. Later on, through layers of approval, Shui Jinshan had often dealt with He Kuan. He arranged for He Kuan to sit next to Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Director He, please take a seat and rest for a while. The press conference is about to begin." He Kuan laughed and said, "Factory manager Shui, go do your work. I'll talk to President Xia for a while." "All right," Shui Jinshan said. At this moment, a staff member hurried over and whispered a few words to Shui Jinshan. Shui Jinshan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly excused himself from He Kuan and walked towards the entrance. The media reporters seemed to have also received some news and followed him out. Seeing this, He Kuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "The reporters have finally left." Shui Jinshan had been standing beside Xia Ruofei just now. With Xia Ruofei's hearing, he had naturally heard what the staff member said. He laughed and said, "Yes. Someone has diverted their attention, so Director He can relax a little." "Oh?" He Kuan immediately came to his senses and looked at the entrance with interest. "Which leader is here?" The answer was soon revealed. The person who came was Jiang Liangyu, the deputy mayor of Sanshan City in charge of science, education, culture, and health. Although Jiang Liangyu was at the same level as He Kuan, their authority was different. He Kuan was only an assistant in the provincial unit, while Jiang Liangyu was the deputy mayor of the provincial capital. He was not only in charge of the health industry, but also in the fields of science, technology, education, culture, and so on. Even though he wasn't ranked very high among the deputy mayors, he was still a high-ranking deputy director. Moreover, he attended this press conference as an official, which meant that he represented the first level of government. Therefore, the reporters' enthusiasm was even higher. Not only were the writing journalists eager to ask questions, but there were also many photojournalists looking for a position to take photos. The deputy mayor's activities had to be reported in the local media, so Jiang Liangyu also brought reporters to the press conference this time. This way, more people surrounded him, and the scene was a bit chaotic. Fortunately, the experienced veterans that Xia Ruofei had temporarily transferred to maintain order were very experienced. They quickly opened up a passage and escorted Jiang Liangyu and Shui Jinshan into the venue. "Mayor Jiang, this is the chairman of our Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei. This is our general manager, Feng Jing," Shui Jinshan explained. Jiang Liangyu wasn't old. He looked to be in his 40s, and he had a refined temperament. Xia Ruofei had accidentally seen Jiang Liangyu's resume and had some impression of him. He knew that the deputy mayor used to be a teacher and had worked in the education system for a long time. After he was promoted to deputy mayor, he was still in charge of science, education, culture, and health. Jiang Liangyu immediately extended his hand to Xia Ruofei with a smile and said, "I've heard that you're young and promising, President Xia, but I didn't expect you to be so young. You're too kind. I'm young, but I don't deserve to be called a promising young man." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Mayor Jiang, you're overpraising me. Paradise Corporation is the star company of our city. President Xia is the celebrity entrepreneur of our Sanshan." Jiang Liangyu teased, "If this isn't considered young and promising, we old men really don't have the face to live anymore." Then, Jiang Liangyu smiled and shook hands with Feng Jing. One could see that he was a modest gentleman. His eyes were very clear, and when he shook hands, it was like a dragonfly touching the water. He did not do anything overboard just because Feng Jing was a beautiful woman. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao, Jiang Liangyu smiled and said to He Kuan, "Bureau Chief, he is here too." He Kuan had worked in Sanshan City for a long time and was very familiar with the situation within the Sanshan system. He also knew Jiang Liangyu and Qianshan had worked together for a period of time. Ha ha ha. Since Mayor Jiang took time out of his busy schedule to attend, as the higher authorities, we can't fall behind. He Kuan said half-jokingly. Jiang Liangyu smiled. Bureau Chief, he is right. An enterprise like the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory should be taken care of by the local government and the authorities. The media reporters couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't this a little too obvious? Wasn't this not popular anymore? Aren't you guys afraid of people gossiping behind your backs? Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan came to the press conference without saying goodbye. Fortunately, Xue Jinshan was well prepared and had adjusted his seat at the last minute. Jiang Liangyu sat in the middle, Xia Ruofei sat on his left side, He Kuan sat on his right side, and Feng Jing sat beside Xia Ruofei. Xue Jinshan saw that it was almost time, and there shouldn't be any higher-ranking leaders attending, so he walked up to the stage and gestured to the staff. The lights on the stage gradually dimmed, leaving only one spotlight on Xue Jinshan. The clamor in the venue naturally slowly died down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xue Jinshan. Xia Ruofei was also paying attention to the situation on the stage with interest. Although he had instructed that the press conference should not be too grand, he was still very curious about how Xue Jinshan would manage the press conference. Xue Jinshan took a deep breath and reached out to adjust the position of his headset. Then, he said with a smile, "Welcome, Mayor Jiang and Bureau Chief He. Welcome, Chairman Xia Ruofei and General Manager Feng Jing of Paradise Corporation. Welcome to all the media and colleagues of Paradise Corporation. On behalf of all the employees of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend today's new drug launch." After a simple opening speech, Xue Jinshan paused for a moment. His eyes swept across the room before he continued, "Before we start introducing the new drug that will be released today, I would like to invite everyone to watch a video clip." As soon as Xue Jinshan finished speaking, the only spotlight on the stage went out, while the big screen behind him slowly lit up. Logo. A faint piece of music started playing, and at the same time, there was a slightly low female voice. "Over. They're called the children of the stars, they are like the stars in the sky, shining alone. In the distant and dark night sky, they are as beautiful and pure as the stars, but they are also as cold and lonely as the stars." The opening 3 lines immediately drew everyone's attention. The screen was still dark, but there were lines of white subtitles. Immediately after, the screen flashed, and handsome and beautiful faces began to appear. From the screen, it was impossible to tell that these children were any different from normal children, but if one looked closely, they would find that they were all avoiding the camera. Almost no one was looking directly at the camera. The voice-over also became deeper. In China, on average, 1 in every 100 newborns will be diagnosed with autism. Each child will affect 3 to 4 families and 6 to 8 people. Prior to this, the cause of autism has yet to be determined, and there are no effective drugs for the treatment of autism. The faces of parents under great pressure appeared on the screen, and in the corner of the screen, there were often children playing with their toys, completely immersed in their own world, and turning a blind eye to the camera lens. The reporters in the venue were silent. Even the reporters who were adjusting the machines and communicating with each other stopped and looked at the scenes flashing on the big screen. In the past few years, autism had become a mental illness that everyone was more and more concerned about. Everyone had a better understanding of this illness and had a deeper understanding of the suffering that families with autistic children had to endure. Some of the reporters who had some understanding of the heart-nourishing soup couldn't help but secretly praise it in their hearts. This was really an amazing achievement. The film was very short, less than 3 minutes, and it only introduced the situation of autism, as well as the current research situation around the world. The film ended with this sentence: "These children who lived on the stars looked at Earth from afar, but they couldn't receive the signal from Earth." After the short video ended, Xia Ruofei walked back to the stage from the side, and the spotlight switched back on to follow his footsteps. He reached out to arrange the microphone, then smiled and said, "I'm sure everyone has guessed it. Some of the more well-informed reporters have already gotten more detailed information." Xia Ruofei's words caused a wave of friendly laughter from the reporters below the stage. Even more reporters who were unclear of the situation were busy asking their peers around. Since the news would be announced at the press conference soon, it wasn't exclusive news, so the reporters who knew the news didn't hide it. They all revealed what they knew. However, Xia Ruofei quickly pulled everyone's attention back to him. He went straight to the point and said, "That's right, the first new drug that our Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory is releasing is related to autism. To be precise, this Chinese medicine is currently the only medicine in the world that can effectively treat autism." The reporters who were still trying to get information all turned their heads to look at Xia Ruofei in unison. Some of the more impatient ones even stood up to ask questions. However, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "There will be a Q&A session later. Please allow me to first introduce our Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's brand new special medicine for autism, the Kongtong Heart Nourishing Soup." As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, a picture of the newly packaged heart nourishing soup appeared on the big screen behind him. This is a pure Chinese medicine. It was created after a long period of arduous research by the research team of Paradise Corporation. They looked through countless Chinese medicine classics and went through layers of approval, animal experiments, clinical trials, and other procedures before it was finally approved to be on the market. Xia Ruofei spoke with fervor and assurance on the stage. Xia Ruofei also looked at him with a gratified smile. The press conference was indeed standard. There were no celebrities, no beautiful PowerPoint, and even the venue layout was passable. However, the meat of the bun was not in the folds. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the content of the press conference. Except for the short video at the beginning that stirred up everyone's emotions, the rest of the press conference was basically following the rules. Xue Jinshan introduced the research and development process of the heart-nourishing soup, which, of course, had been modified. He couldn't possibly say that this was the work of the chairman of Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei, alone. Right? Then, he also focused on some data from the clinical trials of the heart-nourishing soup, including the first few children with autism who participated in the heart-nourishing soup trials. From the time they took the medicine until now, the whole process had been followed and recorded, so the information was very complete. Even without the need for professionals, just from the small number of videos disclosed at the press conference, everyone could see that the children's symptoms had improved significantly after taking the heart-nourishing soup for a few courses. The reporters were getting more and more excited. What was news? In layman terms, a dog biting someone was not news, but a man biting a dog was news. The treatment of autism was a world-wide problem. The developed countries in Europe and the United States had not made any breakthrough in the study of the pathogenic mechanism of this disease. The treatment had always been based on behavior correction, and no effective drugs had been found at all. Logo. Now, this world-class problem had been solved by the Chinese. Furthermore, it was conquered using pure Chinese medicine techniques. In today's era where Chinese medicine was being questioned and on the decline, such news was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. This was definitely explosive news. Therefore, when Xue Jinshan finished his press conference and began the Q&A session, almost everyone raised their arms in unison. Xue Jinshan's response to the reporters' enthusiastic response was also within his expectations. He unhurriedly picked up the mineral water on the podium, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Then, he casually pointed to a female reporter and said with a smile, "Ladies first. The first question will be given to the lady in yellow in the third row." The female reporter who got the chance to ask a question was a little excited. After taking the microphone from the staff, she immediately began to ask questions. After saying 2 sentences, she was surprised to find that the microphone was still off. She quickly turned it on with a red face. This little interlude made everyone laugh. Xue Jinshan also smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, take it slow. There's no time limit for our questions. Thank you, factory manager, Xue." The female reporter was indeed a regular at press conferences. She quickly adjusted her embarrassment and revealed an elegant smile. "I'm a reporter from Channel News and Channel News. Thank you, factory manager Xue, for giving me the first chance to ask questions." Then, the female reporter went straight to the point and asked, "Manager Xue, the effect of the heart-nourishing soup is so obvious. How much will it be sold for? We know that many families with autism are still very poor. Can these children afford to use the heart-nourishing soup?" Xue Jinshan smiled. Although the team had already prepared some information for him and some answers to the questions that the reporters might ask, he didn't even look at them. He directly said, "The price of the heart-nourishing soup was supposed to be announced on our company's official website and the Drug Administration's website at the same time, but since you asked, I'll announce it here." At this point, Xue Jinshan paused for a moment. After attracting everyone's attention, he continued, "The selling price of our heart-nourishing soup is 168 yuan per box. And every 10 boxes is a course of treatment. According to the severity of the illness, the symptoms can be significantly improved after 3 to 6 courses of treatment. Most children can basically return to normal after 10 courses of treatment. When Xue Jinshan was announcing the numbers, the reporters below the stage were also quickly calculating. A treatment of 1680 yuan was not considered expensive. Even if he took 10 treatments, it would only be 16,800 yuan. One had to know that the slightly better autism treatment institutions were quite expensive. A perceptual integration course would cost at least 1 or 200 yuan, and 2 or 3,000 yuan a month was considered little. The most important thing was that this kind of course couldn't cure autism. It could only improve the child's perception and correct their behavior to a certain extent, and it required long-term classes. And according to what Xue Jinshan said, he only needed to pay for half a year's worth of medical expenses to be able to basically cure her. He didn't need to calculate to know which was more cost-effective. Moreover, he believed that most families could afford 16800 yuan. Even if it was a poor family, they could still afford it if their relatives and friends pooled their money together and scrimped on food and clothing. If the medicine was really as effective as it was described and there was no need to take it for a long time, then this price was really a good price. Xue Jinshan paused for a few seconds to give everyone time to digest this information. Then, he continued, in order to ensure that every child with autism can receive effective treatment, our pharmaceutical factory's parent company, the Misty Paradise Company, will also set up a special fund in our Paradise Charity Foundation to subsidize children from poor families. At the same time, our pharmaceutical factory will also donate 10,000 boxes of heart-nourishing soup every year to provide to children with autism who have difficulties for free. These charity activities will be put into practice in the future, and all media friends are welcome to supervise us. After Xue Jinshan finished speaking, the audience immediately broke into a warm round of applause. Even the reporters who were busy taking photos or writing quickly on their computers stopped what they were doing and clapped hard. It was not easy for a company to achieve this. Other things aside, if another pharmaceutical factory were to develop such a special medicine that filled in the gaps, first of all, they would not set such a low price. This was because this medicine did not have to worry about its sales at all. It completely monopolized the market, and with the high proportion of children in the hospital, the supply would definitely not be able to meet the demand. No matter how much the cost was, the price of the heart-nourishing soup was 168 yuan a box. At least, it lowered the threshold to a level that most people could afford. In addition, they also took into account some particularly poor families and specially made a separate project in the charity foundation. They also donated medicine every year. Such a company with a strong sense of social responsibility, wasn't it worth clapping for? Xue Jinshan waited for the applause to die down before he smiled and said, "Next question, please ask the man with the blue tie in the middle of the first row." "Thank you, Factory Manager Xue." The male reporter took the microphone, stood up, and said, "I'm a reporter from the news channel of Sanshan TV station. I can foresee that the demand for heart-nourishing soup will be very high in the future. I would like to ask Factory Manager Xue about your factory's current production capacity. Will there be a purchase restriction for this medicine like the jaded skin cream?" The reporter's words also attracted a burst of laughter, especially some female reporters who had failed to get the jaded skin cream several times. They looked at Xue Jinshan with resentment. Xue Jinshan felt the gazes on him as if there was a dagger on his back. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This was the decision of President Xia and President Feng. Besides, Our factory is only responsible for production. The sales have nothing to do with us. He avoided the eyes of the female reporters, organized his words, and said, objectively speaking, the production capacity of the heart. Nourishing soup can't meet the needs of the patients for the time being, but we're already actively responding to it. On one hand, after the medicine was approved, we've already started production at full capacity. On the other hand, the company has already approved the factory's application report. We will immediately continue to import production lines from Germany and further expand the production capacity. This time, we have invested a lot of money to introduce 6 production lines at once. I believe that very soon, the heart-nourishing soup shortage will be effectively alleviated. After saying this, Xue Jinshan revealed a sincere smile and said, Yangxin soup is different from jaded skin cream. It's a type of medicine, and it's currently the only effective medicine for autism. We've come into contact with too many families with autism during the process of drug research and drug testing, and we can feel their pain. So, we won't monopolize the market and raise the price, nor will we hoard and hoard. We will only continue to expand the production volume while ensuring the quality of the medicine. Let the children of the stars receive the signal from Earth as soon as possible. Another round of enthusiastic applause rang out. Just when everyone thought that Xue Jinshan had already answered the question, Xue Jinshan gestured with his hands and continued, of course, in order to prevent malicious reselling, we will also have corresponding specific measures. To put it simply, the heart-nourishing soup will only be sold in China for the time being, and we will not sell it through pharmacies or online channels. The only channel is the hospital pharmacy. We don't limit the number of purchases, but we don't want the heart-nourishing soup to become a means of profit for scalpers. Therefore, only a real child with autism could buy the heart-nourishing soup with a prescription after a definite diagnosis. Of course, we'll also ask for assistance from the higher-ups in the Department of Health to monitor the doctors and hospitals. In short, we hope that every box of heart-nourishing soup will be used on children with autism and not become a tool for others to profit. Logo. All right. Well said, factory manager Xue. While the reporters below the stage were clapping, they couldn't help but cheer. The scene became very enthusiastic. It didn't seem like a press conference, but more like a fan meeting. Xue Jinshan had clearly stated that the heart-nourishing soup was only for sale in the Huaxia region for the time being, and it could only be issued from the hospital. That meant that the current limited production was being used on the Chinese autistic people. Moreover, he also expressed that he would coordinate and request the health department to jointly supervise and prevent individual hospitals and doctors from colluding with scalpers to privately prescribe heart-nourishing soup for people who didn't need it to resell. This made everyone even more excited. After all, if the effect of the heart-nourishing soup was as good as it was previously introduced, and the price was relatively low, the supply in short supply would inevitably give birth to a group of scalpers. If it was not contained from the beginning, it was likely that patients who really needed this special medicine would appear, and they could only buy it from the scalpers at a high price. In this way, the Paradise Corporation's low-price policy was meaningless. Instead, it fattened up a group of scalpers. Xue Jinshan pressed his hands down slightly and said with a smile, I'd like to take this opportunity to report some good news to all of you from the media. Our heart-nourishing soup has been officially included in the new edition of the guided medication list for autism. This list will be announced very soon. After the reporters heard this news, they also had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder Jiang Liangyu and He Kun came to today's press conference openly. It turned out that the heart-nourishing soup had already been listed on the guided drug list before it was even on the market. Moreover, for such a good medicine with boundless merit, as the leaders of the government and the higher-ups attending the press conference showed that they attached great importance to it. There was no need to avoid suspicion at all. The reporters' enthusiasm for questions was even higher, and they all raised their hands. At first, they thought it was just a routine interview, to collect the transportation fee, to get a draft, and to make some slight changes to the draft review platform. As for whether it could be published in their own media outlets, they didn't even care. Every year, there were as many press conferences of this size as there were hairs on a cow. If it wasn't for the recent popularity of the Paradise Corporation, many media outlets wouldn't have sent people to attend even if they had transportation fees. However, at this point in time, the reporters had also realized that this wasn't a simple press conference. It was very likely to go down in history. After all, from today onwards, Yangxin soup had officially entered the public's view. No one could imagine how high Yangxin soup could reach in the future. Xue Jinshan was full of confidence. He randomly picked a few reporters and let them ask questions. The reporters' questions were all kinds of strange, but most of them revolved around the heart-nourishing soup. Some of them inevitably asked about the Jushir ointment. Xue Jinshan was very familiar with these two businesses. He basically didn't need to look at the information prepared by the team in advance. A lot of data was at his fingertips. Soon, the Q&A session was over, and the press conference came to an end. Originally, the new drug launch could have ended directly, but today, two uninvited guests, Jiang Liangyu and He Kun, came at the last minute. So, as usual, they had to ask the leader to say a few words. Xia Ruofei had already made it clear that he would not go on stage or speak, but Jiang Liangyu and He Kun were giving way to the staff when they asked for their opinions in advance. If Jiang Liangyu had not come today, He Kun would definitely have taken the responsibility to go on stage and put in a few good words for the heart-nourishing soup. However, since Jiang Liangyu had come, He Kun would not be in the limelight no matter what. After a few rejections, Jiang Liangyu finally agreed to let him speak on the stage. The staff member saw that the big shots had finally reached a consensus and was secretly relieved. He quickly informed Xue Jinshan on the stage through the walkie-talkie. Xue Jinshan was almost done with the process and was just waiting for the news from the two leaders. So when he heard the exact news from the earpiece, he immediately smiled and said, "Finally, let us welcome Mr. Jiang Liangyu, the deputy mayor of the Sanshan People's Government, to give a speech on stage." Jiang Liangyu stood up and buttoned his suit, walking up to the stage with a smile on his face. Xue Jinshan politely shook Jiang Liangyu's hand and passed the microphone to him. Then he gave up the stage. Jiang Liangyu was naturally used to giving a speech on various occasions. Although he did not prepare any script, he was still full of confidence. He unhurriedly turned on the microphone and said with a smile, "Actually, I wasn't going to give a speech at first. The main purpose of coming here today is to watch the ceremony. But since I'm on stage, I still have to say a few words. I'm not only representing myself, but also the People's Government of Sanshan City. At the same time, I'm also entrusted by Chief He Kun of the Provincial Drug Control Bureau to send a few words of blessing to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory on his behalf." He Kun, who was below the stage, smiled and nodded. Although Jiang Liangyu's words were just for show, it made people feel comfortable. Jiang Liangyu's gaze turned to Xia Ruofei, who was sitting below the stage, and said, "Just now, I was sitting next to CEO Xia of Paradise Corporation. We also chatted for a while and found that we have a lot in common." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. This Mayor Jiang was not following the routine. Didn't the leaders always speak in a calm and steady manner? Why is this person letting his horse rein? I don't even remember what we talked about just now, so how did I find something in common? Logo. However, he had to admire Jiang Liangyu's level. His few simple words had aroused everyone's interest. Originally, the reporters were not interested in the leader's speech. They just had to record it and summarize the main points and write them into the article. However, Jiang Liangyu's short words made the reporters curious, and they kept looking at Xia Ruofei. Jiang Liangyu smiled and said, "The biggest common point is that we used to be soldiers." Reporters who knew President Xia well might know that he was an excellent soldier before he started his business. I was also a military officer who served as a coastal guard in the southeast province for a long time. At this point, Jiang Liangyu paused for a moment and then continued, "I understand that President Xia's company has hired many retired veterans to help them solve their livelihood problems and give them very good treatment. I'm very touched. President Xia was a good soldier when he was in the army, and now he's turned around and become an entrepreneur. He's also an outstanding entrepreneur." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Why is Ying praising me on stage? Wasn't this Mayor Jiang a little off topic? Recently, Xia Ruofei had wanted to keep a low profile and not be in the limelight. When he attended the press conference, he had told Xue Jinshan in advance that he would not go on stage or speak. But he still did not manage to prevent it. Jiang Liangyu continued, "At the same time, I also noticed that the Paradise Corporation has also set up a charity fund of $10 million. While the company is developing, they don't forget to give back to society. This time, they have even set up a special fund for people with autism. They also promise to donate no less than 10,000 boxes of heart-nourishing soup every year. All of this is a manifestation of the social responsibility of a company." After beating around the bush for a long time, Jiang Liangyu finally entered the main topic and began to speak with fervor and assurance. Of course, his previous words were not in vain. Those down-to-earth words were well received by the reporters and successfully made them notice Xia Ruofei. For the reporters, the leader's impassioned speech on stage could not arouse any enthusiasm from them. On the contrary, it made them drowsy. Jiang Hua, who had a little bit of domestic affairs like Jiang Liangyu, was easy to listen to. Jiang Liangyu's speech could only be regarded as a cliché. It was nothing more than an affirmation of the social responsibility of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory and even the Taoyuan company. He also expressed optimism about the prospects of the heart-nourishing soup in the medical market. At the same time, he also expressed support for the Taoyuan company on behalf of the local government. However, he was a very good person. Even if it was a cliché speech, it was full of wittiness. The reporters were more convinced by him and gave him warm applause. Since Jiang Liangyu had come down from the stage, today's new drug launch could be considered to have ended successfully. Xue Jinshan walked up the stage and said with a smile, "All right, thank you to all the leaders, media friends, and Paradise Corporation's employees for your support. Today's press conference came to an end. Please exit in an orderly manner from the east side of the venue. We have prepared a hand gift at the east door. It's a jade skin cream series produced by our Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Everyone can use their entrance cards to exchange for it. The media reporters who had already started packing up and leaving couldn't help but cheer softly, especially the female reporters, who were so excited that they almost jumped. Although the Snow series was the cheapest basic style, the jaded skin cream on sale, and the nationwide unified price was 588 yuan a set, it was particularly difficult to buy it because it was relatively cheap. It was basically out of stock every time they snapped up. Several female reporters tried to get one 3 times, but failed. This was great. They were given a free set for free just by attending the press conference. It was definitely a big surprise for them. A bold reporter jokingly said, "Manager Shui, for the sake of the jadeshire ointment, I'll definitely use the most beautiful words to promote your heart, nourishing soup when I get back." On stage, Shui Jinshan was also smiling as he cupped his hands in the direction of the reporters. This was naturally a joke. In fact, Jiang Liangyu and he Kuan's presence today had already set the tone for the media reporters. Furthermore, the entire press conference today was so harmonious and full of positive energy. Most of the reporters had a conscience and hot blood. Regardless of whether they had a gift or not, the articles that came out today would definitely be filled with praise. When the reporters left, Xia Ruofei and the rest were not in a hurry to leave. Jiang Liangyu returned to his seat. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Mayor Jiang, you're really flattering me today." Jiang Liangyu laughed and said, "What do you mean, President Xia? How could it be overpraising? I'm just telling the truth." Which part of me was exaggerating? You didn't recruit a large number of retired veterans? Or did you not set up a charity fund? Or is the scale of the fund exaggerated? No. Xia Ruofei said, "But that's it." Jiang Liangyu said, "I'm just telling the truth. This is all positive energy and should be vigorously promoted. Never debate with a leader, because no matter if it was from the front or the back, you would never be able to win." Mayor Jiang, I guess you were a political commissar when you were in the army, right? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Jiang Liangyu laughed and said, "President Xia, I was a platoon leader, an instructor, an officer in an organization, and a battalion instructor. However, I changed my career before I could become a political commissar. My first job after changing my career was a political instructor in a university, isn't that the same?" Xia Ruofei said, "I knew it. It's obvious that he came from a political background. His standard of speech is really high." Jiang Liangyu laughed and patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. "President Xia, if there's a chance, let's get to know each other more. Although I'm a political worker, I don't like to do empty work. I still prefer to do practical work." "I can tell." Xia Ruofei also said sincerely, "Mayor Jiang not only has a high level of theoretical knowledge, but he also has a lot of practical work experience. Is this mutual flattery?" Jiang Liangyu asked humorously. Kuan, who was standing at the side, could not help but ask, "Mayor Jiang, this is called mutual appreciation." Jiang Liangyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. He looked gentle and refined, but at this moment, he seemed to have the shadow of a soldier. "Leaders, we've prepared some lunch. Do us a favor and have lunch together," Xia Ruofei said. Jiang Liang Yu immediately said, "There's no need to eat. President Xia, if there's a chance, let's meet in private." "Yeah." He Kuan also nodded. "It's more sensitive in this aspect now. President Xia, please understand." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Of course I understand." "Then it's settled. I'll make the arrangements for the weekend. Leaders, please come along. If it's the weekend, no problem," Jiang Liangyu said with a smile. "We have no reason to reject President Xia's invitation." He Kuan also said, with a smile. The reason Jiang Liangyu could attend the press conference today was because Paradise Corporation was a star company, and the heart-nourishing soup was one of the guided medicine lists issued by the Wei and Family Planning Commission. However, on the other hand, Song Qiming's influence was also a factor. Otherwise, there were plenty of companies with social influence. Mayor Jiang might not have to attend all of them. There were many ways to express his importance. Sending a congratulatory letter meant he valued them, sending a secretary to send a flower basket meant he valued them, asking the leaders of the relevant departments in the city to attend meant he valued them, and even if he attended personally, it also meant he valued them. Therefore, Jiang Liangyu was also very happy to have more contact with Xia Ruofei. There was no need to talk about He Kuan. He had seen Xia Ruofei's shocking connections in the capital. After returning to the Three Mountains, everyone still had a lot of polite interactions. After everyone agreed, Xia Ruofei personally sent the two big bosses out of the venue and into their car. After watching the car leave, he returned to the venue to meet up with Feng Jing, Xue Jinshan, and the rest. Since the press conference was a success, it was necessary to hold a celebration party. There were still a lot of production tasks at the pharmaceutical factory, and it was necessary to boost their morale. Hence, Xia Ruofei had already asked the administrative team to make arrangements in advance. Today, he would personally bring the company's middle, ranking, and above leaders to celebrate the success of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Logo. The restaurant that Xia Ruofei had booked was the Ling's restaurant. He had even called Ling Xiaotian in advance and asked the Ling's private kitchen to specially prepare the Buddha jumps over the wall recipe and send it to the Ling's restaurant. There would be a large portion for each table. At noon, a total of 8 tables were set up, and the other 5 were still on standby. Because the employees of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory worked in shifts, it was impossible for everyone to be present at the same time. The workers on duty at noon had to wait for the next shift to take over before they could leave. However, Xia Ruofei did not forget about them. He left 5 tables for them. The workers would get off work in the evening, so he asked Xue Jinshan to arrange a bus to pick them up from the factory in the evening. At the same time, he asked Xue Jinshan and several factory leaders to have dinner with these hard-working workers. No matter if it was the 8 tables in the afternoon or the 5 tables in the evening, the Lingji private kitchen-esque Buddha jumps over the wall was standard. Xia Ruofei had a lot of face. Otherwise, he would not have been able to order so many servings even if he had ordered them a month in advance. After the celebration dinner with the pharmaceutical factory staff, Xia Ruofei and the others went back in their respective cars. Feng Jing was still in Xia Ruofei's car. Xia Ruofei was driving while Feng Jing sat in the front passenger seat, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, Feng Rao burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei turned to look at her in confusion and asked, "What's the situation?" Feng Rao also looked up at Xia Ruofei and was overjoyed. This made Xia Ruofei even more confused. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei asked, is there such a Coke? At that moment, the traffic light turned red. When the car stopped, Feng Jing passed her phone to Xia Ruofei and smiled. See for yourself. Xia Ruofei took the phone and looked at it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the afternoon, some online media outlets with a higher time limit had already published the news of the heart, nourishing soup. The article that Feng Jing showed Xia Ruofei was one of them. However, the main point of this report made Xia Ruofei speechless. The title of the news was A retired soldier's feelings for his country. Seeing such a big topic, Xia Ruofei felt that something was not right. He quickly read the content. As expected, the beginning of the report was quite normal. It wrote some of the important things in the draft, as well as the news of Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan's attendance at the press conference. However, it was completely off topic immediately after. The reporter began to describe how the outstanding veteran, Xia Ruofei, had started the Paradise Corporation from scratch and had repeatedly used high-quality products to cause a sensation in the market. Among them were the explosive sales of Paradise vegetables, Paradise fruits, Paradise tea leaves, and Jade skin cream. Then, he even quoted Jiang Lianyu's original words and praised Xia Ruofei. Even Xia Ruofei himself felt embarrassed when he saw it. Xia Ruofei's photo was attached to the article. Xia Ruofei did not attend many public events. These photos were taken at the press conference today. Because of the angle, most of the photos were taken from the side. However, the photographer's standards were not bad. In the few photos, Xia Ruofei's side profile was well defined, and his posture was straight, which vividly displayed his temperament. Feng Jing saw Xia Ruofei's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Ruo Fei, continue reading the comments. The comments are better than the news. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing hesitantly. And then opened the comments. Wow! He's so handsome. One look and I can tell that he used to be a soldier. He's sitting straight on the sofa. You look so righteous. It's the type I like. After watching the first half of the news, I was still worried that he would bring down Paradise Corporation's attractiveness index. But after seeing the photo, I'm completely relieved. The one above is also static electricity. Ha ha ha. I think President Xia and our beautiful president are the perfect couple. Get together. To be together, fine. After the news went off topic, the comments were completely off topic. There were countless posts discussing the heart, nourishing soup. Xia Ruofei's expression was a little strange. He felt that Feng Jing had not seen the last few comments. Just then, the traffic light turned green. Xia Ruofei started the car and passed his phone to Feng Jing. He asked with a smirk, Sister Che, are you talking about these comments? Yeah. Feng Jing didn't notice Xia Ruofei's mischievous expression. She took the phone and smiled as she looked at it. You've got quite a few fans now. Huh? At this moment, Xia Ruofei finally couldn't help but laugh. He quickly turned to look at Feng Jing and saw that her face was red. She had already turned off her phone. Seeing Xia Ruofei look over, Feng Rao said unhappily, What are you looking at? Hey! What does the static noise in your house have to do with me? Xia Ruofei said innocently. Isn't it all your fault? Feng Jing pouted and said, I'm telling you, I'll remember this for life. What beautiful president. It's so unpleasant to hear. Following that, Feng Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, when she saw the fans cheering that they were a perfect couple, and many of them even called for them to be together, her heart had been beating violently. Her reaction after that was actually to hide the nervousness and shyness in her heart. Logo. But I'm sure a certain someone can feel my pain now, Feng Jing continued with a smile. Xia Ruofei said with a bitter face, why do you think Mayor Jiang is praising me so much? Feng Rao smiled, revealing her white and neat teeth. She said, this shows that you're outstanding. Mayor Jiang loves talented people. But the rhythm isn't right. Xia Ruofei said, our press conference today is to promote the heart-nourishing soup. Sister Ran, hurry up. And look at the other websites. What are they writing about our heart-nourishing soup? This bunch of uncrowned kings. We're too hard to please. I've already spent a lot of money to give each of them a box of jaded skin ointment, and you still, Feng Rao laughed and said, I've just seen a few websites. It was more or less the same. But there's nothing wrong with him. The entire article is full of all kinds of fancy praises for you, and not a single media outlet is slandering you. But I don't want to be praised. Xia Ruofei sighed dejectedly. Is it so hard to be a quiet and handsome man? Plop. Feng Rao was drinking from a bottle and spat the water out on the windshield when she heard Xia Ruofei's words. She hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her face and laughed so hard that she was out of breath. After a while, Feng Rao said, Ruofei, can I trouble you to tell a joke next time? Please don't tell it when I'm drinking water. You'll die. Xia Ruofei was even more depressed. I'm not that ugly, am I? Look at how scared you are. You're not ugly at all. Feng Rao said with a smile. All right? A quiet, handsome man? Along the way, Feng Jing spent most of her time scrolling through her phone, occasionally letting out a giggle. Xia Ruofei knew that. She must have read some interesting comments, but he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After returning to the farm and dropping Feng Jing off at the complex, Xia Ruofei immediately returned to the villa and turned on his computer in his room. Feng Jing was not exaggerating. Xia Ruofei flipped through many news articles and almost all of them mentioned him. The only difference was the length. After all, as the deputy mayor, Jiang Lianyu's speech still had a great influence. Xia Ruofei even saw a more in-depth report. The so-called in-depth report was to dig into news events and find more material to make the report more complete. The author of this report had actually managed to find the resettlement department for ex-soldiers in such a short time, hoping to get information about Xia Ruofei's military service. However, Xia Ruofei's military service experience was highly confidential, so the reporters naturally did not get much information. However, it wasn't as if they didn't get anything. At least, the reporter learned from the military personnel that Xia Ruofei was a second-class hero. The reporter wrote in the report, as a former soldier who had served for 2 years, I know how difficult it is to obtain a second-class merit in peaceful times. I dare to say that this handsome company president's service experience is absolutely brilliant. Many people couldn't see the darkness, because some people used their lives to block the darkness from you. How many people can't see the flames of war and the smoke of gunpowder? The so-called peaceful years are just people carrying the burden for you. When Xia Ruofei saw this, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. It was as if he had returned to the hot-blooded military camp. However, after a brief Moment of excitement, Xia Ruofei felt more helpless. There were even reporters digging up his military service experience. If this continued, wouldn't he end up like Feng Jing? This was not the life he wanted. Fortunately, it was mainly the local media that reported the news, and most of the posts were followed by local netizens, so the influence was still limited. What Xia Ruofei was most afraid of was that these reports would be posted on national forums or social media platforms such as Weibo. If they attracted the attention of netizens, his peaceful days would really come to an end. Mayor Jiang is truly a deception. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, I must make him drink a few big glasses this weekend. If we don tea, it won't be enough for the people to be angry. Xia Ruofei had no way to control the media's reports. However, he knew that it was difficult for people's attention to be focused on one point for a long time in the internet age. Even if such reports were spread to national platforms, as long as he kept a low profile for a while and did not make any more explosive news, the popularity would die down very quickly. Of course, the news about the heart-nourishing soup also attracted a lot of attention. A doctor left a comment, our hospital participated in the clinical trial of this new drug, and the efficacy is really good. There was hope for the children of the stars. Parents of children with autism left comments. After reading this report, our family couldn't help but feel excited. Now, we're in a dilemma. We're both happy and nervous. We're happy because we finally see the hope of our child's recovery, but we're nervous because we're afraid that it's all for nothing. Over the years, we've experienced countless ups and downs like this. We've seen hope again and again, but we've seen hope being destroyed again and again. I sincerely pray that this time, we won't be disillusioned again. A volunteer left a comment, I'm a university volunteer. My job is to accompany autistic children to draw and sing. These children are really very cute. Very smart. They just had social and emotional barriers, and they hoped that society would be more tolerant of these special children. Of course, I will also recommend this report to parents. If the report is true, it is undoubtedly a blessing for the majority of people with autism. There were also many enthusiastic netizens who replied to the parents and volunteers of the children. Some of them were the parents of the children who had participated in the clinical trials, and some were hospital doctors who had participated in the clinical trials. These people's replies were naturally to promote the heart-nourishing soup, hoping to dispel their doubts. Xia Ruofei read the comments for a while and felt a sense of achievement. This sense of achievement was much stronger than the tens of millions of dollars he had earned. Even though many people were observing the heart-nourishing soup, including the parents of many patients, Xia Ruofei knew that with the announcement of the new guiding drug use, the heart-nourishing soup would be officially introduced to major hospitals and become the first choice of medicine for doctors with autism. The parents' doubts would disappear after the first course of treatment produced significant results. It was foreseeable that there would be a large wave of patients going to the hospital for treatment, and the demand for heart-nourishing soup would also rise. It must be known that the proportion of people with autism was still very high, and most people paid attention to children under the age of 10. However, these children would grow up. In fact, many people with autism were already in their 20s or 30s, but due to serious social barriers, these people could only be raised at home by their parents after they became adults. They were unable to integrate into society or work normally. Once their parents grew old or passed away, these people's twilight years would be very sad. As more And more people knew about the heart-nourishing soup, these patients whose family members had basically given up on treatment would also go to the hospital for treatment. At that time, the production of the heart-nourishing soup would be put to the greatest test. Xia Ruofei estimated that it would be very fast. In 3 to 5 months, this peak would come. Therefore, he also asked Xue Jinshan to quickly bring in the new production line. Even if he had to work overtime during the Spring Festival, he wanted the new production line to be put into use as soon as possible. The recruitment of new workers was also in progress, but there was a general shortage of workers before the Spring Festival. Now, they could only recruit as many as possible, and the number they recruited would undergo pre-post training. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was the most assured about the raw materials, because they had already started working with many villages and signed a package agreement with the farmers. The Taoyuan company would provide the seeds and seedlings, and the farmers would plant the medicinal herbs. They could only sell the seeds back to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory at the agreed price. In addition, Xia Ruofei's herb garden in the spirit map space was constantly expanding. This herb garden was mainly used to grow the medicinal herbs needed for the heart-nourishing soup and jaded skin cream. By then, these high-quality Chinese medicinal herbs would be able to provide an endless supply of raw materials for Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Logo. The heart-nourishing soup had officially entered the public's attention. A few reports that were not too off topic were even reposted by some authoritative websites, including China Medical Network and China Traditional Chinese Medicine Network, which had the Wei Family Planning Commission's backing. News reports about Xia Ruofei had also been posted on national platforms like Weibo and Tianya. Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei had to rely on Feng Jing's fame. Her fan base, Static, was at its peak. Any news about Feng Jing would be directed to Static's exclusive Tieba, Weibo, WeChat, forums, and so on. There were several photos of Feng Jing sitting beside Xia Ruofei in the news that day. Moreover, one of them was the chairman while the other was the general manager. Naturally, the fans would pay attention to them. Fortunately, autism wasn't a terminal disease like cancer or AIDS. The public's understanding of this disease wasn't that high. Even though society had been paying more attention to it in recent years, most people's understanding of autism was still very shallow. For example, some people only thought that people with autism were geniuses in one aspect. These were all influenced by movies. In fact, these strange geniuses were only a small category of people with autism, called Asperger's syndrome. This type of patient's condition was generally not very impressive, with only a slight social barrier. However, the vast majority of people with autism actually had serious social and language barriers, as well as problems such as rigid and repetitive behavior. It was also because of the lack of social awareness that the news of the heart-nourishing soup did not become a particularly hot topic. Of course, within the professional field and among the parents of those with autism, this was explosive news. However, it was still a small group. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was not as beautiful as Feng Jing, and did not have a natural advantage. Therefore, although the news reports and photos about him attracted a lot of discussion and posts, they were not as impressive as Feng Jing's Weibo trending topics. Of course, Xia Ruofei was happy to see such a situation. He didn't want to be someone living under the spotlight, so he tried to keep a low profile during this time. Paradise Farm's Christmas promotion also ended smoothly. In 3 days, their sales exceeded 280 million Australian dollars, much more than the target that Liang Qichao had set at the time. More importantly, Paradise Farms' brand was completely established in Australia, establishing the farm's position in the high-end vegetable field. After the end of the Christmas promotion, Paradise Farms' high-end vegetables and Maya supermarket also returned to their original prices. The average selling price was about 30 Australian dollars, far higher than ordinary vegetables, but the sales had been very good. These vegetables, which looked good and tasted great, were deeply loved by the middle class, and the brand's popularity was also growing day by day. Even Grandpa Tang, he called Xia Ruofei personally to discuss the next development strategy of Paradise Farm. At the same time, he also suggested that Xia Ruofei cooperate with him to acquire more farms and expand the planting area. However, Xia Ruofei still politely declined. On the one hand, he did not want to invest more energy in overseas for the time being and was still preparing to delve deep into the domestic market. On the other hand, even if they wanted to enter the overseas market on a large scale, Xia Ruofei was only willing to let the Paradise Corporation invest alone. Paradise Farm was a special case, and he didn't want his overseas development to follow this model in the future. Tang, he had roughly guessed Xia Ruofei's thoughts last time, so he was not too disappointed. He just smiled and said that if Xia Ruofei had the intention to finance or seek cooperation partners, he would be the first one to consider. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would agree to such a verbal favor without any cost. Liang Qichao quickly sent over the seed requirements for the next few months. He led his team to readjust the planting structure of Paradise Farm to ensure that there was a steady stream of seasonal vegetables produced every month. The key to the sustainable development of Paradise Farm lay in the seeds, which could be said to be the lifeblood of the farm. Xia Ruofei also attached great importance to this overseas money sucking behemoth. He immediately contacted the seed company and began to order the seeds according to Liang Qichao's request. Xia Ruofei had always been in charge of the seeds. The seeds he ordered were also sent to his warehouse in the city. After all the seeds were processed in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei would let the company handle the relevant procedures and fly the seeds to Australia by air. During the weekend, Xia Ruofei also invited Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan for a meal. During the meal, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and frequently toasted Jiang Liangyu. Jiang Liangyu, who was also from the military, had a good tolerance for alcohol. However, he couldn't stand Xia Ruofei, who used his true energy to cheat, and drank a lot. In the end, he was carried back by the secretary, drunk. Jiang Liangyu had been too careless. As a deputy-level leader, few people dared to force him to drink like this. Who knew that Xia Ruofei did not care about his status at all and started beating him up. Before Jiang Liangyu could come back to his senses, he was already drunk. Once a person entered a state of drunkenness, they basically didn't need anyone to persuade them to drink. They would find wine to drink on their own. They would even have to argue with others if they wanted them to drink less. Therefore, Jiang Liangyu was drunk. Without any suspense. He Kuan, who did not go on stage to speak that day, escaped. Although he was also drunk, he did not get drunk. Logo. The next day, Jiang Liangyu gave Xia Ruofei a call. He smiled bitterly and complained that Xia Ruofei did not care about his old bones and had drunk him too much. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was complaining about Jiang Liangyu's speech that day, which had caused him all kinds of trouble. In the end, the two of them shook hands and made up, treating it as even. Of course, after a round of drinking, Xia Ruofei and Jiang Liangyu's relationship became much closer. Those who had been in the military knew that many friendships were formed through drinking. After arranging the dinner, Xia Ruofei had a few days of leisure time, and it was soon New Year's Day. Lin Qiao didn't go home during the holiday. Xia Ruofei specially brought Hu Zi's mother to the farm villa to stay for 2 days. This year's spring festival was earlier, around mid-January, so soon after New Year's Day, all schools began to have winter vacation. The school holidays started a few days earlier than the university holidays. After Nan Nan's holiday, Hu Zi's mother did not need to be sent and taken home. Hence, Xia Ruofei went to the Forestry Bureau's dormitory to help Hu Zi's mother pack her things and sent her to her new house in the Deguanshan community by car. Then, the two of them cleaned up the house and did the cleaning inside and out. The new year was coming. Hu Zi's mother also wanted to clean up everything before Lin Qiao came back and spend the new year in the new house. Xia Ruofei did not ask for help, nor did he hire a part-time helper. He rolled up his sleeves and started to clean up. He did not even let Hu Zi's mother do the work of climbing up the mountain. He snatched it and finished it himself. Then, Xia Ruofei drove to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities that the new house lacked. He made arrangements for Hu Zi's mother's life here and finally accompanied Hu Zi's mother to have a meal in the new house. After that, Xia Ruofei bade farewell and drove back to the farm. As the company's annual meeting approached, the 2 proposals that Feng Jing had been working on were finally completed. She immediately went to Xia Ruofei's office to report. Chairman, I've finished the 2 plans you instructed me to make for the company's executive incentive mechanism and the company's structural adjustment. Feng Jing got straight to the point. I'm here today to report to you. Oh? Xia Ruofei sat up straight and said, Sister Ran, you've been staying up a lot lately, haven't you? You've worked hard. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and said enthusiastically, Come, let's drink tea and talk. He led Feng Jing to the sofa in the guest area and sat down. Then, he started boiling water and making tea. Feng Rao knew Xia Ruofei very well, and she knew his temper and style very well. Hence, she did not show too much restraint like a subordinate would when facing her superior. While Xia Ruofei was still busy, she said directly, Chairman, considering that this incentive mechanism is mainly targeted at senior management, I'll first report the plan for the overall structural adjustment of the company. Xia Ruofei nodded. This was a reasonable order. After all, after the company's structural adjustment, the composition and number of senior executives would be different from now. The incentive mechanism had to be built on the basis of the company's structural adjustment. Feng Jing passed the thick revision plan to Xia Ruofei. She took the other copy and started to report the plan that she had been thinking about for the past few days. Ruofei, this plan is based on your idea. I've made some minor changes. Feng Jing said, in general, we will set up 2 separate subsidiaries, namely Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory and Taoyuan Agricultural Products Company. Both subsidiaries are fully owned by Taoyuan Agricultural Products Company. The head office will have 1 president and 2 vice presidents, each in charge of the business of the 2 branch companies. In addition, we will add an e-commerce department and a director, considering that although Paradise Farm doesn't have a subordinate relationship with the Paradise Corporation, it's still a property under your name after all, and we will have more and more overseas business in the future, so I suggest adding an overseas business department and upgrading the three major departments of the administration department, marketing department, and finance department. The heads of the three major departments will be the company's chief administrative officer, chief marketing officer, and chief financial officer, respectively. This way, the company's leadership structure will be more clear, with the chairman, president, and chief financial officer, the vice president and the heads of the three major departments, as well as the two companies directly under the business department. Xia Ruofei nodded his head as he listened. He could tell that Feng Jing's reorganization plan was based on the structure of the company group. In fact, although Paradise Corporation had not been changed to Paradise Group, according to the current business volume, market share, and company valuation, this was the size of a company group. Feng Jing's plan was very scientific and in line with the rules of management. Feng Jing's plan was very detailed. Not only did she have an overall plan for the company's reorganization, but she also listed the functions, tasks, and authority of each department in detail. She even gave her own suggestions for the new positions. For example, she suggested that Chow Tai-shu be the manager of Taoyuan Agricultural Products Company, while the chief marketing officer and chief financial officer would be the current marketing director, Xiao Cheng, and financial director Peng Hao, respectively. In addition, the directors of the e-commerce and overseas business divisions were also selected from the existing staff. They were Luo Xing, the senior marketing manager who was previously in charge of the e-commerce business, and Jiang Limei, the first batch of senior employees from the administration department who had been recruited. Xia Ruofei knew these two people well. Luo Xing used to be the backbone of the marketing department and Xiao Cheng's right-hand man. After Paradise Corporation began to set up its e-commerce business, Luo Xing had been in charge of this work. Jiang Limei was originally a top student at the University of Foreign Trade. She had a high level of English and knew how to do foreign trade. She was the one who was working with Paradise Farm. When they returned to Hong Kong to prepare for the press conference, Feng Jing also brought her along. It could be said that both of them had grown up in Paradise Corporation, and now there was no problem for them to take charge of a field on their own. Xia Ruofei nodded to himself. He could tell that Feng Jing had put a lot of thought into this proposal. There were no selfish thoughts in it. She just wanted to place the most suitable person in the most suitable position. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had chosen Feng Jing to be the company's general manager. He was so lucky. I agree with this plan. Xia Ruofei carefully read the original proposal and said, Sister Che, from today onwards, you can start preparing for the reorganization. I'm going to announce this proposal at the company's annual meeting. Around the Spring Festival, we can consider it a trial run. It's also a trial period for the new officials. If everything goes well, we can basically move to the new headquarters in time. By then, we'll plan the office area according to the new department setting. Understood. Feng Rao said straightforwardly. By the way, you have to talk to the people you're going to promote in advance, such as Old Chow, Luo Xing, and Jiang Limei. Xia Ruofei said, as for Xiao Cheng and Peng Hao, who will be promoted to the head office, I will talk to them personally. Although Paradise Corporation was a pure private enterprise and didn't need to have a formal organizational conversation like in the system, as the company's first and second in command, it was still necessary to have a heart-to-heart talk with the new officials and make some requests before they took office. No problem. I'll arrange this work before the annual meeting. Feng Jing continued to ask, Ruofei, what time? Is it convenient for you? Let's do it today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, anyway, my task is light. I only need to talk to 2 people. I don't even have a chief administrative officer yet. There were also 2 positions for the vice president of the company, both of which were empty. Speaking of which, have you contacted the Dong Yun you mentioned a few days ago? What's the other party's attitude, logo? It's only been a few days. Feng Rao smiled bitterly. And he's not in China, it can't be that. You haven't contacted him yet, right? Xia Ruofei asked Feng Rao. Feng Rao nodded in embarrassment and quickly said, but the headhunting company said that Dong Yun should be returning to China for the Chinese New Year this year. They'll try to arrange for me to meet her then. That's fine. A few days won't make a difference, Xia Ruofei nodded. Then, he realized something and turned to Feng Jing. Sister Jing, you won't be coming home even during the spring festival, right? Feng Rao's expression was a little strange as she said, I don't really feel like going back this year. Besides, the company has just started this year. I'm too busy. Do you have the money to go home for the new year? Xia Ruofei said, the company is also on holiday. What are you doing in the company during the new year? Sister Ran, the most important thing is to go home for the new year. If it really doesn't work, then let's not contact that Dong Yun. Our company is on the rise, and when the time comes, we'll be fighting for talents, so we won't be short of one. Dong Yun is different. She's really super strong. Feng Jing said, besides, I'm staying over for the new year. It doesn't really have much to do with Dong Yun. I just don't have any plans to go home, how can I do that? Xia Ruofei said, if you don't go back, how lonely will uncle and auntie be? Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, why do you care so much? I'm willing to stay and work overtime, okay? Don't tell me you don't want to pay triple your salary? Am I that stingy? Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, Sister Che, the Spring Festival is the most important festival in China. Are you really not going home? I've already decided. Ruofei, I can't explain this in a short time. Anyway, don't worry about it, I know what to do. Feng Ke said. Sister Ran. Are you afraid that you'll be forced to get married? Xia Ruofei asked with a strange expression. Feng Rao immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She stomped her feet and said, Hey! Are you done? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. What the? Did I guess it right? Sister Ran, is it that serious? You don't even want to go home? This uncle and auntie will be very sad. Ruofei, you don't know my parents, Feng Rao said helplessly. They must be doing well on their side. You should just stay out of it. But, hey! I still have work to report. Do you want to hear it or not? Feng Rao asked, pouting. Listen. Xia Ruofei raised his hands in surrender and decided not to interfere in Feng Jing's family matters. However, since Feng Jing was staying for the new year, he decided to invite her, himself, Hu Zi's mother, and Lin Qiao to have a New Year's Eve dinner. He also made sure to get the administrative department to prepare some New Year goods such as couplets, lanterns, and the Chinese character fortune for Feng Jing. She was all alone at the company for the new year, so he wanted her to feel the company's warmth. While Xia Ruofei was thinking about Feng Jing had already started to report her second plan. Ruofei, I've also come up with a plan for the bonus for the company's top executives. Feng Jing said, according to the company's reorganization plan, there will be a total of 12 executives. You and I will not be participating in the dividends, while the chief executive officer and the 2 vice presidents will be absent. There will be 7 people who will be participating in the dividends, namely the chief marketing officer, the chief financial officer, the director of the overseas business department, the director of the e-commerce business department, the person in charge of the charity fund, and the manager of the 2 branch offices. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, there are still 7 people? I remember that last time, you said you would take out 5% of the profits as dividends. Isn't the money too little? If it really doesn't work, just add a little. Since we're going to encourage them, we must be able to greatly promote everyone's enthusiasm. Otherwise, it's better not to do it, lest it backfires. Feng Rao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ruofei, 5% is a lot. The financial report for the past year is still being calculated, but I have the rough figures. The net profit can reach about 300 million, and 5% is 15 million. Xia Ruofei was also slightly surprised and said, the profit margin last year was quite high. I really don't know what kind of boss you are, Feng Jing couldn't help but complain. She then explained, it's mainly because of the jaded skin cream. This lucrative project has directly pulled up the profits by a large margin. Ruofei, the jaded skin cream will generate more profits for the whole of next year. In addition, the pomfrets have also started to be sold on the market, and the prospects off the heart, nourishing soup are very good. So, the profits next year may increase by several times. I suggest that you lower the dividend ratio a little. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, 5% is not high. The more profits we create, the more dividends we should get. Feng Jing was silent. This rule was naturally very appropriate in other companies, but it wasn't the case in Paradise Corporation. This was because Xia Ruofei was the core of the entire company. Be it the jaded skin ointment, Chinese perch, or the highly profitable Dendrobium candids, cordyceps, and Taoyuan de Hongpo, they were all created by Xia Ruofei alone. In comparison, the company's administrative team and operations team only did some basic work. Logo. In fact, Feng Jing felt a sense of accomplishment when she worked in Xia Ruofei's company. There were 2 aspects to it. One was that the company she led was thriving and she had created miracles time and time again. On the other hand, this sense of accomplishment would be infinitely weakened because she often felt that all these results seemed to have little to do with her. If this was any other company, Feng Jing might have already left for another company. Ying Luo had never considered money as her top priority when it came to choosing a job. However, this was Xia Ruofei's company. Feng Jing knew that she had been unknowingly bound to him. As long as Xia Ruofei asked her to stay, she would definitely not leave. Feng Rao's thoughts started to run wild. Seeing that Feng Jing didn't say anything, Xia Ruofei thought that she didn't agree with his opinion. He patiently explained, Sister Che, a 5% bonus isn't much. This was just like a tax. The more you paid, the more you earned. You know my personality. If the company is developing well, how can I treat everyone badly? Only then did Feng Rao come back to her senses. Her face was slightly hot, and she smiled uncomfortably. All right, since you insist on this ratio, I have no objections. Then, Feng Jing opened her plan and said, since we haven't managed to get enough senior executives this year, I'm considering taking out a portion of this 5% bonus to encourage ordinary employees who perform well at work. After all, these employees are the first-generation entrepreneurs of the company. I agree, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, tell me your plan. Feng Jing nodded. I plan to take out 1% of the profits, which is about 3 million Chinese dollars, to motivate the ordinary employees. This is an extra bonus on top of the year-end bonus. I think the bonus range should be limited to 50 people. This way, each person can get an extra bonus of about 60,000 yuan. Sure. Xia Ruofei agreed. The annual income of an ordinary employee in Paradise Corporation, after deducting the insurance and housing expenses, was about 70,000 to 150,000 yuan. The year-end bonus was about 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. To be able to get an additional 60,000 yuan as a special reward was already very good for an ordinary employee. Moreover, the Paradise Company only had 200 to 300 employees. If the reward range was too large, it would become a general award and lose the meaning of motivation. Therefore, it was more appropriate to limit the reward range to around 50 people. The other 4%, which is about 12 million yuan, will be used to reward the company's senior executives, including the heads of the newly formed departments. Feng Rao continued. Xia Ruofei had no objection to this. Although the new department had just been established, the directors of these departments had been in charge of this part of the work in their original jobs. Their actual work was equivalent to that of a director, and they deserved to be rewarded. I'm thinking that the bonus will be higher, Feng Jing said. I personally think that we shouldn't give out the year-end bonus again. Xia Ruofei opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to object. But Feng Jing beat him to it. Ruofei, let me finish. According to the company's previous salary system, the year-end bonus for senior executives is about 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. If we use the bonus plan, each person can get an average of 1.8 million yuan, which is more than twice the year-end bonus. I think the incentive effect is already very obvious, so it's more appropriate to use this kind of bonus as the year-end bonus. Otherwise, the gap between the income of senior executives and ordinary employees is too obvious, which may not be a good thing. Actually, I think the current gap is already quite big, Feng Jing mumbled. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and finally nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. How do we allocate them? Feng Jing had already come up with a plan for this, so she replied without hesitation, the Chief Marketing Officer and the Chief Financial Officer will each get 2 million yuan. The rest of the directors and branch managers will get 1.6 million yuan each. What do you think? Both CMOS and DFO were considered company leaders, while directors were department leaders and branch managers. Therefore, there was a certain difference in treatment between the two, which was necessary. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. All right, let's stick to this plan. Sister Ran, keep this a secret for a few days. I'm going to announce it at the annual meeting and give everyone a surprise. Feng Rao smiled and said, no problem. I did all of this myself, and Lu Qian doesn't know anything about it. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Then, Feng Jing took out a thin document and handed it to Xia Ruofei. After I finished the company's structure plan these 2 days, I had some thoughts, mainly about the salary structure. I'll report it to you at the same time. All right. Xia Ruofei took it and glanced at it. He looked interested and said, "Salary grading system?" Feng Jing nodded. With the expansion of the company, it's necessary to improve the salary system. The current salary system is too primitive. There's no obvious difference between the old and new employees, and there's no difference between technical and administrative staff. Of course, the more important role of the hierarchical system is to create a career path and promote enthusiasm at work. Xia Ruofei was no longer a newbie who knew nothing about business. Although he was used to being the boss of the company, he had been running the Paradise Corporation for almost 2 years, so he understood Feng Jing's words very quickly. More accurately, this is the personnel grading system, he said with a smile. Yes, Feng Rao nodded. The benefits of this system are obvious. For example, if we already have a personnel grading system, we only need to define the scope of the level of participation and determine the proportion of dividends for the different levels of personnel. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Interesting. Tell me more about it." Feng Jing said, "I followed the current mainstream salary system and made some adjustments according to the company's current situation. It's mainly divided into technical and management positions, which are divided into T types and M types. Each type is divided into 10 levels. Come, have some tea. Let's talk slowly." Xia Ruofei pushed the cup of tea in front of Feng Jing. Feng Rao took a sip of tea and continued, "T1 and M1 are basically some relatively low-end positions, such as front desk, reception, cleaning, factory and farm junior workers, and so on. There are also newly hired specialized students. T2 and M2 correspond to newly employed undergraduate students." Feng Rao introduced the corresponding personnel of each position in as concise a language as possible. According to her design, the M10 was basically the company's chairman alone, while the T10 was similar to the chief scientist. It could be one or more people, but the requirements were extremely high. If there was anyone in Paradise Corporation who was qualified, it would be Xia Ruofei. As the president of the company, she set herself as M9, and so on. The vice president was M8, the deputy director of the department and the deputy manager of the branch company were M7, and so on. The level of technical positions was similar, and the evaluation standard was naturally technical strength. Each level had its own corresponding salary standards and benefits. The starting salary of the entry level T1 and M1 was about 6K, with a salary of 15 yuan per year and year-end bonuses. As for the senior executives above level 7, they were basically on an annual salary system, starting from 400,000 yuan per year, in addition to profit dividends, and so on. In addition, Feng Jing had also set up a detailed evaluation standard. There would be 2 evaluations each year: the employee's working years, technical strength, and actual work. Achievements would be included in the evaluation. Each evaluation would determine whether the employee would be promoted, retained, or demoted. As Xia Ruofei listened, he flipped through Feng Jing's proposal and nodded in approval. However, when he glanced at the salary list, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Che, isn't the salary and benefits of this M9 a little too low?" Logo. According to Feng Jing's salary comparison table, the M9 position that she was assigned to only had an annual salary of 600,000 yuan, which was almost the same as the M8 position. The only person in the M9 position was the company's president, so it was obvious that she had set her salary low on purpose. "It's not low," Feng Rao said. 600,000 yuan a year is definitely a high salary for a company of our size. You'll know. If you look at the companies outside, Xia Ruofei glanced at Feng Rao and said, you know what I'm talking about. How can you compare it to the outside world? Let's make a parallel comparison. This salary level is only the standard of a senior M7 or M8 position in the company. You're a CEO, Ruofei, my income is high enough. Besides, the majority of my income is being shared. Feng Jing said, a bonus of 2% a year is much higher than your salary. Feng Jing held 2% of the company's shares as a reward from Xia Ruofei. According to this year's profit, she would be able to get 6 million yuan in dividends. Xia Ruofei glanced at Feng Rao and said, Sister Ran, do you really think I'm a rookie? You do hold 2% of the shares, but how is that the same as the profit bonus? To put it simply, the dividends of the other executives were the company's rewards and were distributed among everyone. However, Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei were shareholders, so they couldn't share all the profits. If Feng Jing got 6 million, Xia Ruofei would get more than 200 million. In this case, would the company still have any development funds left? Furthermore, even if it was a full bonus, the rewards for the top managers and outstanding employees amounted to about 15 million yuan, which was split from the profits. This 15 million yuan would naturally be deducted from Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's share as well. The two of them had to bear the 15 million yuan in proportion. If that was the case, Feng Jing would not get 6 million yuan. In fact, at the end of the year, everyone would agree on a dividend ratio. For example, 10% of this year's profits would be used as shareholders' dividends, and the rest of the funds would be used as the company's liquid funds. If the company was in a period of rapid development and had a greater need for funds, it was possible that there would be no dividend at all. It was even possible that not only would there be no dividend, but the shareholders would also have to increase the capital in proportion and continue to invest in the company. Hence, Feng Jing's 2% shares didn't mean that she would receive 2% of the profits every year. In fact, she didn't get much money. Of course, her shares were still very valuable. Even if they were valued at about 1 billion yuan, her assets would still reach 20 million yuan. In other words, she had already become a rich woman after working at Paradise Corporation for more than a year. It was just that this money couldn't be easily cashed out. Feng Jing smiled. Ruofei, I've already taken enough. Besides, I don't have many places to use the money. What's the point of saving so much money? I'm preparing the dowry. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Who would complain about having too much money? Feng Rao couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei. This guy was really rubbing it in. Who didn't know that at the end of the year, what older single women were most afraid of was the topic of marriage, as if the whole world was forcing them to get married. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Rao said. 600,000 yuan is not a low salary. Moreover, you're an M10. The salary is only a symbolic 1 yuan. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, how can that be the same? The whole company is mine, so I can decide how much I'll be paid, right? I'm also a shareholder of the company. Feng Rao said, unconvinced. Sister Che, your sense of being the host is very praiseworthy. Xia Ruofei tried his best to persuade her. But you're doing actual work after all. Besides, once the salary standard is set, it'll be difficult to change it in the future. You don't care if It's 100 or 200,000 less, but others do. Could it be that his other colleagues would always have M6 M7? In the future, if they perform well in their evaluations or make great contributions to the company, even if they don't become the president, they may still get the salary of M9. Although this may be a rare case, if they can be promoted to this level, they must be excellent employees. We can't dampen their enthusiasm. This. Feng Jing hesitated after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. It settled then. M9's annual salary will be based on the standard of 800,000 to 1 million yuan, and you'll enjoy the benefits of dividends. Since you have the shares, I'll cancel the dividends for you. However, as a senior M9 member who has made great contributions to the company's development, your salary will be based on the upper limit of M9's salary, and it will be calculated according to the annual salary of 1 million. No objections, right, Sister Che? Ah? 1 million. Isn't that too much? Feng Rao couldn't help but feel a little speechless. This was almost double the standard she had set before. Not much, not much. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, not at all. Sister Che, I can't wait to offer $1 million annual salary to keep a talent like you. No, I won't leave. Feng Rao blurted out. She did not even think before she said that. She said it subconsciously and her face immediately turned red as if Xia Ruofei had discovered her secret. She felt guilty. However, Xia Ruofei did not think of it in any other way. Instead, he laughed happily. Logo. He said, I know that Sister Ran will definitely not leave me and the company behind. That's why I can't treat Sister Ran badly. The $1 million yuan annual salary was set. When you first joined the company didn't have much money. Now that we're making money, we'll definitely raise your salary, so don't reject it. Feng Jing could tell that Xia Ruofei sincerely wanted to give her better treatment, and her heart was filled with warmth. She gently nodded and said, all right. I'll go back and make some changes to the salary standard for M9. Xia Ruofei said happily, that's right. I have no objections to the 3 proposals you came up with, except for the M9 salary. You have to give me some face for that, right? This isn't child's play. Feng Rao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, didn't I already agree to it? Feng Rao's tone was a little doting, and Xia Ruofei's heart couldn't help but flutter. He couldn't help but look up at her and see a faint blush on her delicate face. Her delicate skin made her even more attractive, and Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be in a daze. Feng Rao felt Xia Ruofei's gaze on her and her heart was racing. She quickly stood up and said, Ruofei, I'll go back and revise the plan. Xia Ruofei also came back to his senses. He stood up and said, all right. Sister Che. Since we've decided to implement these plans, there are some things that we have to do first, especially the first appointment of personnel. This concerns everyone's immediate interests, so we must strictly follow the standards. The staff in human resources will have to work harder these few days. If necessary, make them work overtime. I understand. Feng Jing smiled. I'll personally follow up on the personnel allocation. I won't allow any favoritism or fraud. I have absolute confidence in you. With your words, I can rest easy. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, our company's annual meeting is coming up in a few days. I've put forward a few changes to the proposal that the administrative department sent over last time. Tell them to change it quickly. I still want to take a look. Good. I'll get Lu Qian to pass down the message. Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei also took the company's first formal annual meeting very seriously. This was the first time he took the initiative to ask for a review of the annual meeting plan. Hence, the administration naturally paid more attention to it. They had specially pulled out a team to handle the annual meeting and had even formulated a rather complete plan for Xia Ruofei. However, to Xia Ruofei, their thinking was still not broad enough, especially in some key aspects, which seemed a little petty. So, he wrote down a few hundred words on the plan and then typed it back. Xia Ruofei personally sent Feng Jing to the door of her office and treated her well. Back in his office, Xia Ruofei leaned back in his office chair and heaved a long sigh. This year was a year of leap forward development for Paradise Corporation. It could be said that through the accumulation of the previous year's half a year, the company's performance this year had also ushered in a huge explosion. At the same time, it had also laid a more solid foundation. It could be imagined that the company's business would also show explosive growth next year. At such a critical juncture, Feng Jing's 3 plans were timely and necessary. Xia Ruofei believed that as the headquarters moved to the city center and the 3 proposals were implemented one by one, the rise of Paradise Corporation would be unstoppable. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then, he heard a soft knock on the door. Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes and sat up straight. Please enter. It was the marketing director, Xiao Chang, who came in. He was very efficient. Xia Ruofei decided to start the pre-appointment conversation today, so the first thing she did when she returned to her office was to inform Xiao Chang to report to her. Xiao Chang didn't know why Xia Ruofei was looking for him. From what he could remember, this big boss didn't really manage the company. Feng Jing was in charge of almost all the company matters. So at this moment, Xiao Chang's heart was still a little nervous. President Xia, President Feng said that. You were looking for me? He asked carefully. Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face. He pointed at the chair opposite his desk and said, Director Xiao, please take a seat. He and Xiao Chang didn't have any personal relationship and today was a very formal conversation, so Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't invite him to make tea. Thank you, Director Xia. Xiao Chang quickly said and sat down on the chair opposite Xia Ruofei. He looked at Xia Ruofei seriously and pretended to listen. It's been almost a year since Director Xiao came to our company, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. Yes. Time really flies. Xiao Chang replied while guessing Xia Ruofei's purpose for looking for him. How does it feel in the company? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile as if he was having a casual conversation. Xiao Chang thought for a moment and then said, President Xia, it feels great to work here. The company's management is more humane, and it's full of energy from top to bottom. The company's development momentum is so good that everyone's working very comfortably. Director Xiao, you've worked for the company for more than half a year. Your results are obvious to all. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, President Xia, you're too kind. I'm just trying my best to do my job. Xiao Chang replied humbly. His heart was pounding. Xia Ruofei was so friendly, and the content of their conversation was to ask about his years of work, to understand his feelings, and even to praise him. According to common sense, it was not a good thing to say something nice at this time. Could it be that the company wants to kick me out? Xiao Chang couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Logically speaking, the company's development was so good that almost every department was short of people. They had to hold a recruitment once in a while, so it was unlikely that they would lay off staff at this time. Just as Xiao Chang was worrying about his personal gains and losses, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Director Xiao, if the company decides to give you more responsibilities, how do you feel? Are you competent enough for the more important positions? Xia Ruofei's words were like the sound of nature to Xiao Chang. It was as if he had been hovering at the gates of hell a moment ago and had suddenly returned to the clouds. He was a little dizzy. Fortunately, he had been a company executive for a long time, so he had a strong mental fortitude. He quickly reacted and said, President Xia, I'll follow the company's arrangements. This could be considered a standard answer. Ying Luo couldn't possibly say that he was definitely up to the task, right? The leader would not like such an arrogant person. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, to be honest, the next step of the company's structure adjustment is to absorb more middle-rank core members into the company's leadership. CEO Feng recommended you to me. He thinks you're more suitable for the position of Como. The big stone in Xiao Chang's heart, finally, fell to the ground, and what replaced it was indescribable ecstasy. Chief Marketing Officer. Although the scope of work was basically the same as the current marketing department, he was still the company's management, unlike now, when he was only a department director. Moreover, this was the first step of the company's organization. He was chosen for the first position in the company, instead of recruiting more experienced and capable people from outside. This also showed the trust the company's leaders had in him. The salary and benefits of this job at Paradise Corporation were good, and the most important thing was that the company's development prospects were too good to be able to stay in the company and even be promoted to a more important leadership position. How could Xiao Chang not be overjoyed? Thank you for your trust, President Xia and President Feng. Xiao Chang suppressed his excitement and quickly said, I will definitely not let down the expectations of the company's leaders. I will strive to achieve great results in my new position. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he said some words of encouragement and put forward some requirements for Xiao Chang's work in the future. At the same time, he emphasized confidentiality. Before the company's annual meeting, this matter could only be known to himself and could not be spread. Xiao Chang's attitude was also very proper. When Xia Ruofei gave instructions, he quickly wrote it down and nodded in response from time to time. Xia Ruofei acknowledged Xiao Chang's ability and quality. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Feng Jing's suggestion so readily. Therefore, he didn't talk too much about the specific work. After a few simple instructions, he said, Director Xiao, let's stop here for today. Please call Director Peng from the finance department. Over. Logo. When Xiao Chang heard this, he knew that Peng Hao would be appointed as the chief financial officer, which was the CFO. He couldn't help feeling envious. In fact, as someone who had come from a famous school, Xiao Chang looked down on Peng Hao, who didn't have a high educational background. This was also a common problem among the elites of famous schools, which was to judge people with colored glasses. However, Peng Hao and Xia Ruofei were classmates. Xia Ruofei's position in the company was stable, second only to the general manager, Feng Jing. Xiao Chang could not be envious of this. He quickly adjusted his attitude, stood up, and said respectfully, All right, President Xia, I'll inform him. Immediately. Then I'll go down first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, President Xiao, work hard. In the future, the company won't mistreat meritorious officials. Xiao Chang's heart was filled with excitement, and he felt somewhat flattered. Director Xiao and President Xiao might only have a difference of one word, but their meanings were completely different. The director was the head of the department, while President Xiao was the head of the company. Of course. Xiao Chang quickly replied. President Xia, please wait. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and left the office in quick steps. He did not dare to let Xia Ruofei personally send him out. In fact, Xia Ruofei was just pretending to get up. He had no intention of seeing Xiao Chang out. After Xiao Chang left, Xia Ruofei sat down and started scribbling in his notebook. He was mainly jotting down his judgment of Xiao Chang from the conversation just now. Now, Xia Ruofei was becoming more and more like the head of the company. Even though he did not do anything most of the time, his prestige in the hearts of the employees had never diminished. Even Feng Jing could not compare to him. Very quickly, Peng Hao knocked on the door and entered the office. He said, President Xia, you're looking for me? After more than a year of experience, Peng Hao had become more mature. He did not feel superior just because he was Xia Ruofei's classmate. On the contrary, he had always been in a state of vigilance, reminding himself not to be arrogant because of the favor he received, and even more so, not to embarrass Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Fatty, there's no one else in the office. Why do you have to be so formal? Sit, I'm just looking for you to have a casual chat. Peng Hao was much more relaxed after hearing that. He sat down on the chair opposite Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei pushed the cup of tea over and said, have some tea, we'll chat while drinking. He used the large teacup that was used to serve guests. After all, today was a formal conversation between the two of them. He did not want to make it too casual. It was not okay for the two of them to make kung fu tea and chat at the same time. Ruofei, if there's anything you need, just give me a call and give me instructions. Peng Hao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Fatty, I called you here today to tell you that our company will be undergoing structural adjustments and optimization soon. In general, we'll be using the company group structure. So the number of people in the company's leadership has also been expanded. I've discussed with Director Feng and we've decided that you'll be the company's CFO, which is the Chief Financial Officer. When Peng Hao heard this, he could not help but reveal a surprised expression. His mouth was slightly agape, and the amiable smile on his face seemed to have frozen. It was obvious that the good news came too suddenly for him. Xia Ruofei found it funny and waved his hand in front of Peng Hao. Hey! My soul has returned. Ruofei, you're not joking with me, are you? Peng Hao snapped back to his senses. Nonsense. How can I joke about such a serious matter? Xia Ruofei said unhappily, what? You don't seem to be willing? Of course I'm 1,000 times more willing. Peng Hao laughed bitterly. Who doesn't like to be promoted? Peng Hao was closer to Xia Ruofei, so he didn't have to think for a long time before speaking like Xiao Chang. He didn't need to figure out the meaning of Xia Ruofei's words, because Xia Ruofei would definitely not beat around the bush when speaking to him. Whatever she said would definitely be what it was, without any hidden meaning. Peng Hao then changed the topic and said, Ruofei, I'm just worried That I'm not capable enough. Will it delay my work? You see, President Feng, Director Xiao, and the others all graduated from famous schools, while I'm only in a junior college. I don't like to hear that. So what? If you're a junior college student? Xia Ruofei said, haven't you been doing well for the past year? I don't see you making any mistakes in your work. Besides, aren't you also studying finance? That's different my ass. Xia Ruofei ruthlessly interrupted Peng Hao's words and said, according to your theory, I should be guarding the door. After all, I haven't even gone to college. You're the boss. How is that the same? Peng Hao smiled and said, the big bosses like Bill Gates and Zuckerberg dropped out of college. I think you just don't have the confidence. Xia Ruofei said, isn't it just a CFO? Wasn't the work about those things? Could it be more complicated than being the financial director now? Are you afraid of people gossiping? Not exactly, Peng Hao said with a bitter smile. There's also the worry about his ability. After all, the company is developing faster and faster, and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. The complexity of the financial work is also increasing exponentially. You brat, your brain must be flooded. Xia Ruofei said resentfully, you're the leader. Leader, do you understand? Leave the specific work to the subordinates. Your responsibility is to helm the ship. The entire finance department has to help me look after this. If you think the work is too complicated, then just continue to build a strong team. Our company is hiring every few days, so why don't you report your requirements, logo? I understand. Peng Hao said. Ruofei, I won't say anything else. Since this brother trusts me so much, then I'll definitely keep an eye on the money bag of our Paradise Corporation. This is right. Xia Ruofei finally smiled and said, this is the attitude I want. I'm not asking for your opinion today, I'm just informing you. Don't you dare think of leaving. Peng Hao was one of Xia Ruofei's few good friends in middle school. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew him very well and trusted him absolutely. He had to help such a good brother. Xia Ruofei did not wish for his good brothers to fall behind one by one when the company's scale grew bigger and bigger, including Yi Lingyun and the veterans. Peng Hao revealed an excited expression and said, I understand. Don't worry about the finance department. Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded with relief and said, if you really feel that you're lacking in ability, you can also apply for further studies. You can pick any of those famous schools overseas. The company will be responsible for all your expenses. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go there for further studies. Peng Hao replied, but not in the near future. Since the company is going to start restructuring and set up a branch company, the finance department will also have to be separated from each other. There's too much work, and I won't be able to leave for a few months. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then let's wait until we have some free time. By the way, little fatty, the company's reshuffling is still in a confidential stage. Just keep it in mind and don't spread it around. All right. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. Peng Hao said. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei ended the conversation with Peng Hao. The two of them were good friends, so they did not have to make any requests or make any hopes. Just as Peng Hao was about to stand up and leave, he suddenly thought of something and plopped back into his seat. Ruofei, he said, Guangping doesn't seem to be very happy in the company recently. He came to me for a drink last week and complained Guanping was Xia Ruofei's classmate who was working as a real estate agent in a second-hand house trading company. When Xia Ruofei bought the villa on the farm, Guanping had been busy with all the relevant procedures and helped Xia Ruofei settle them for free. At that time, the landlord of the villa was overseas, so he entrusted a friend in the country to manage it. Xia Ruofei still remembered that the agent, Zhao Xueqing, was quite good looking and Guanping seemed to be interested in her. Xia Ruofei had once extended an olive branch to Guanping, but at that time, Guanping's job was quite stable. Moreover, the income of the second-hand real estate agency was not bad in recent years, so he did not take the initiative to work at Peach Blossom Company. Xia Ruofei could not keep asking. After that, Xia Ruofei was busy with the company's affairs and they did not contact each other as much as before. However, from Peng Hao's words, it seemed that he had quite a few connections with Guanping. When they were still studying, Xia Ruofei, Peng Hao, and Guanping were the closest to each other. To Xia Ruofei, the only classmates who still kept in touch after graduation were Peng Hao and Guanping. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "This kid never told me. Do you still treat me as your brother?" Peng Hao laughed. "You can't blame Guanping. You're usually too busy. Always running around. Even I rarely see you in the company. He might be too embarrassed to disturb you." "Bullshit," Xia Ruofei said, "I think this kid is treating me as an outsider. Later, you can arrange for the three of us to have a meal together. I have to give him a good scolding." "All right," Peng Hao said, "I'll try to arrange for everyone to get together before the new year." "Just the three of us?" Peng Hao knew that as long as he mentioned it, Xia Ruofei would definitely take it to heart. By then, he would not need to say anything. Xia Ruofei would naturally come out to help Guanping. The Paradise Corporation was developing rapidly and there were many jobs that were lacking. Guanping was Xia Ruofei's good friend and he was quite capable himself, so he was very suitable for the sales position at the Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let me know the time after you've made the reservation. I'll arrange the place." "Understood." Peng Hao nodded and said, "Then I'll take my leave first." With that, Peng Hao stood up and left Xia Ruofei's office. In the next few days, the Human Resources Department of Paradise Corporation began to get busy. They began to draw up various evaluation tables, and then went down to various departments, farms, and pharmaceutical factories to conduct staff evaluations. At the same time, there was also a group of people working overtime to check everyone's files. From time to time, someone would receive a notice to check the information or to fill in the information. The people below were also discussing animatedly. Some said that this was in preparation for the year-end bonus, some said that this was to promote a group of people to middle-ranking leadership positions. In short, there were all kinds of speculations. However, most of the speculations were on the bright side. After all, the company was developing well, the employees were working hard, and the internal atmosphere was harmonious. It was unlikely that there would be layoff or other negative news at this time. Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, and the others were aware of the discussion, but they did not interfere as long as it did not affect the order of work. In fact, including Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and several people who were going to be promoted to the director of the new department and the leader of the branch, they were all aware of the company's possible actions. However, they were asked to keep it a secret, so they could not disclose it to their subordinates. They Just wanted everyone to work with peace of mind and not be distracted by these things. Time flew by, and it was soon the new year. The annual meeting of the Paradise Corporation was held as scheduled in the grand banquet hall on the third floor of the Shangri-La Hotel. Apart from the necessary staff on duty and the workers at the pharmaceutical factory who ensured the production line ran, most of the employees of Paradise Corporation came to attend the annual meeting. There were more than 20 tables in the big banquet hall. Of course, the employees who could not attend the annual meeting could also get a number on top of the high overtime pay. They could also enjoy the lucky draw benefits at the annual meeting. As for whether he could win the grand prize or only the general award, it would depend on his character. The banquet hall had been redecorated in advance, with many logos of the Paradise Corporation set up. There was also a huge spray-painted background board on the stage. In addition to the Paradise Corporation's logo and some of the main products' images, there was also a line of striking big words, Paradise Corporation's New Year meeting. The company's executives were all dressed to the nines. Xia Ruofei had also changed into a hand-made suit that was only worn for formal occasions. His well-proportioned and strong figure was set off by the custom-made suit that was exquisite in every detail, making him stand out even more. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, the employees began to enter the venue. Before entering the venue, everyone would receive a lottery ticket. When they entered the venue, the secondary ticket had already been placed in the lottery box. Tonight's annual meeting had a lot of lucky draws. Although no one knew what the prize was, everyone knew that Xia Ruofei was a generous boss. It was the company's first annual meeting and the prizes would definitely not be shabby. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. After taking their seats, they looked around and greeted those familiar with them while discussing in low voices. Xia Ruofei also got along with the staff and greeted them with a smile and a nod from time to time. The annual meeting had not started yet, but the banquet hall was already filled with a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Xia Ruofei was talking to Feng Rao in a low voice when a few more people entered the banquet hall. He looked up and couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise, looking quite surprised, logo. Xia Ruofei saw Luo Xing, who was about to be promoted to the director of the e-commerce business department, walking into the banquet hall with another person. This person was Lin Xiao. As soon as she entered the door, her eyes had accurately found Xia Ruofei. She smiled at Xia Ruofei sweetly with a trace of pride. Xia Ruofei was stunned. Didn't Xiao say that she would only be back tomorrow? Why did he return to Sanshan tonight and even appear at the company's annual meeting? Feng Rao seemed to know that Lin Xiao would come. Seeing Xia Ruofei's dazed look, she couldn't help but smile and touch Xia Ruofei. Chairman, what are you doing? Aren't you going to welcome him? Xia Ruofei turned to look at Feng Rao and asked, what's going on? So you guys were secretly playing tricks and kept me in the dark? While Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were talking, Lin Xiao and Luo Xing had already walked over. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and said coyly, Brother Ruofei, what are you saying? I'm still considered half an employee of Paradise Corporation, right? Don't you have the right to attend the annual meeting? Xia Ruofei replied unhappily, I'm not talking about that. You little girl. Didn't you send me a WeChat message a few days ago, saying that you're going back to Sanshan tomorrow morning? Can you explain why you're in the Three Mountains now? I really believed your lies, Feng Rao laughed and said, Chairman. I've discussed this with Lin Xiao. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Lin Xiao also smiled and said, Brother Ruofei, I didn't lie to you. I can't buy a high-speed rail ticket back today. I originally booked a ticket for tomorrow morning. Later, when I talked to President Feng about this, she said that it would be a pity if I couldn't attend the company's annual meeting today. She had a friend who drove back to Sanshan from Heron Island today, so she dropped me off. If you don't believe me, I can show you the ticket refund record. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, No need, no need. You guys have really kept it from me for so long. Isn't this too well kept? Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, President Feng told me not to tell you in advance. Then, I suddenly appeared in front of you to see if you were scared. Feng Rao couldn't help but say, Lin Xiao, you're being a little unkind. How could you sell me out so easily? Xia Ruofei said, Okay, you two don't have to sing the same tune. The annual meeting is about to begin. Xiao, you can find a place to sit by yourself. Luo Xing quickly said, Director Xia, everything has been arranged on our side. Lin Xiao is very familiar with our colleagues in the e-commerce department. Let her sit with us. Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Xing and said, So you knew in advance that Xiao was coming back today? Luo Xing scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. All right, you can bring Xiao over. Xia Ruofei said. I know. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Brother Ruofei, you can't be mad at President Feng and Manager Luo. Now you know how to be a good person? Xia Ruofei glanced at Lin Xiao and said, I must punish President Feng and Luo Xing. Feng Rao couldn't help but laugh, all right. Why was such a big boss competing with a little girl? Lin Xiao, ignore your brother and go with Luo Xing. I know. Lin Xiao winked at Feng Jing as she spoke. Then, she giggled and glanced at Xia Ruofei. Before following Luo Xing to the e-commerce department, most of the staff had arrived. At this time, the warm music gradually weakened, and the general assistant of tonight's host, Lu Qian, walked onto the stage in an evening dress with a smile. Lu Qian was a multi-talented girl. She had hosted campus singing competitions, freshman welcoming parties, graduation parties, and so on when she was in university. Hence, after discussing with Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing decided to let her host the annual meeting. As soon as Lu Qian went on stage, the employees slowly quieted down. Whether they were chatting or playing with their mobile phones, they all stopped and focused their attention on the stage. It could be seen that the discipline of Peach Blossom Company's employees was not bad. Lu Qian held the microphone and said with a smile, Good evening, my fellow colleagues. Welcome, everyone, to the venue of our Paradise Corporation's annual party. I'm tonight's host, Lu Qian. As soon as she finished speaking, the audience immediately broke into a warm round of applause. A few young people who were familiar with Lu Qian in the company headquarters even screamed. Lu Qian played it off, yo. Why are there still people jeering? Don't hide, I'm talking about you. Shui Xiang. Do you still want to win the lottery later? Everyone burst into laughter. Shui Xiang, who was called out by Lu Qian, pretended to be very afraid and kept bowing. Lu Qian chuckled, then immediately returned to the main topic. She said, Tonight, all the employees of Paradise Corporation are gathered together. Everyone has worked hard for the past year. Today, President Xia and President Feng will be celebrating the new year together. They have also prepared very generous prizes for everyone, which will be given out in many of the lucky draw segments tonight. President Xia will also announce several important decisions that are related to everyone's interests. When everyone heard this, their interest increased. They all perked up their ears and stared at Lu Qian, afraid to miss any important content. Logo. Unexpectedly, Lu Qian giggled and said, "You don't have to look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what the prize is, nor do I know what big news President Xia is going to announce." Every word I said was written on the cue card. I'm more interested in the details than any of you. The employees laughed when they heard that. The tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He found that Lu Qian was very suitable to host such an annual meeting. She was very relaxed on stage and was good at adjusting the rhythm. Lu Qian continued, in order to prepare for tonight's annual meeting, the colleagues from all departments of the company have carefully prepared programs. While everyone is tasting the food, they can also enjoy the wonderful programs of their colleagues. Now, let's invite the staff of the pharmaceutical factory to bring us a Li dance. In the midst of the applause, 10 employees of Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory walked onto the stage. They were wearing the pharmaceutical factory's uniform, but when the magical Panama song started playing, the 10 employees immediately started dancing in unison. This song was sung by a Romanian singer. Recently, it had been choreographed online and made into a video that was posted on some short video platforms. It went viral very quickly. The rhythm was very light, the dance was very simple, and the melody was full of magic. It could be said that it was suitable for both young and old, and it became the divine song of the new generation without any suspense. It could be seen that the staff of the pharmaceutical factory had rehearsed seriously. Although their expressions were a little reserved, their dance moves were on point, and their steps were very accurate, so their movements were also quite neat. After the dance, the atmosphere of the annual staff party became even more lively. At this time, Lu Qian also came up to the stage, leaving the lead dancer, who was about to leave. Lu Qian did a short impromptu interview on the spot. The lead dancer was called Jiang Shaowan, born after the 90s. She first learned today's program online, then taught it to her co-workers and took them to rehearse together. Lu Qian asked Jiang Shaowan to stay on the stage, then said with a smile, "Dear colleagues, today's first round of the lucky draw has arrived. I suggest that we let Jiang Shaowan draw for everyone, what do you think?" "All right. No problem. Beauty, you have to pick me," the staff answered. One after another, and they all began to look forward to it. Lu Qian blinked and said, "I've finally gotten a new teleprompter card. Let's see what the first prize is." As she spoke, she slowly unfolded the teleprompter card with a very nervous expression on her face. This scene made everyone laugh. Everyone knew that even if Lu Qian did not know what Xia Ruofei was going to announce, as the host of the party, she would definitely know what the prize was. Lu Qian was only acting to adjust the atmosphere. Although her acting was a little exaggerated, everyone was quite happy to see it. Lu Qian looked at it and quickly closed the cue card, then said, "The first batch of prizes to be drawn will be tonight's 6th prize. There are a total of 50 winners, and we will first invite Jiang Shaowan to pick 10 lucky ones." "Oh. I think I forgot to see what the prize is," Lu Qian patted her head and said. Everyone burst into laughter, and several employees who were more familiar with Lu Qian couldn't help but cheer. Lu Qian, you're such a drama queen. You're addicted to acting. General. Assistant Lu. Stop acting. Your mom is calling you home for dinner. Ha ha ha, Lu Qian wasn't affected at all. She carefully opened the cue card and quickly glanced at it before saying, amazing, it's just the 6th prize, and there's a Kyokoboku shopping center card worth 3,000 yuan. Then what about the 5th, 4th, and 3rd prize? And even the special prize? I'm really looking forward to it. After Lu Qian revealed the answer, the staff were also very excited. The Kyokoboku card was actually a shopping card that could be used in full at Kyokoboku Shopping Mall. Kyokoboku Shopping Mall was already the 2nd best e-commerce company, and they had a rich variety of goods, especially for their own businesses. Not only was the logistics fast, the quality was good, and the after-sales quality was also very high. Therefore, this 3,000 yuan Kyokoboku card was worth 3,000 yuan. This was only the 6th prize, and there were already 50 winners, which was definitely a huge sum of money. After all, there were only about 300 people in the entire Paradise Corporation. Lu Qian personally brought the lucky draw box up and placed it on the small stage in the middle of the stage. Then she said to Jiang Shaowan, Shaowan, please help us draw 10 lottery tickets. Jiang Shaowan nodded and nervously reached into the lottery box. After stirring it a few times, she pulled out a lottery ticket and put it on the tray next to the lottery box. Then, she did the same thing. Before each draw, she would mess up the lottery tickets in the box and quickly pulled out all 10 lottery tickets. Alright, let's give a round of warm applause to thank Shaowan again, Lu Qian said. Jiang Shaowan left the stage amidst the applause, while Lu Qian began to announce the winning numbers. Number 012. Number 213. Number 162, Lu Qian announced the winning number while showing the secondary ticket in her hand to the camera. The camera gave a close-up shot, and everyone could clearly see the lottery ticket number on the big screen. The employees who were called all walked up to the stage happily. Among the first 10 6th prize winners, 8 of the employees were present, and 2 of the winners were on duty at the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. In terms of probability, this was a more reasonable result. Lu Qian also made a special live link and video, connected with the staff outside the venue who won the prize, so that everyone could interact with each other. The worker who won the prize was also very surprised. When he heard that he had won an card worth 3,000 yuan, he thought that he had won the annual meeting's grand prize and was quite excited. The employees who knew the situation couldn't help but laugh. Later, when the worker found out that his 3,000 yuan card was only the 6th prize, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he quickly realized that the 6th prize was a 3,000 yuan card. What kind of grand prizes were those? Therefore, he quickly expressed his gratitude to the company's leader. After the connection ended, the second program began immediately. This was a female choral performance brought by the beautiful women of the marketing department, which also won the hall. After the performance, Lu Qian asked one of the employees to stay as usual and began the second round of the lucky draw. In the second round of the lucky draw, we'll first draw 10 6th prize winners with 3,000 yuan cards and 5 5th prize winners. We have a total of 20 5th prize winners, and they will be drawn in batches. The lucky draw segment for this year's annual meeting was the highlight. The team in charge of the preparations for the annual meeting had discussed it many times and finally decided not to use the conventional procedure of starting from the lowest level prize and finishing the draw in one go. This was because it would lead to a large number of people who won the prize, but the attraction was relatively low. When it came to the grand prize, although the attraction of the prize was great, the probability of winning was very low, causing everyone's psychological gap. Therefore, after some discussion, the final plan was to draw the various awards alternately, roughly following the order from the lowest to the highest. That was why they had made such an arrangement. Lu Mimi will draw the 6th prize for the second batch of 10 winners, and then we will ask manager Luo from the e-commerce group to draw the 5th prize for the first batch of 5 winners. Lu Qian said, "Let's invite manager Luo on stage." After Luo Xing went on stage, he walked straight to Lu Qian and took her microphone. "General Assistant Lu, on behalf of the colleagues in the audience, I would like to ask you something. You've been blabbering for so long, what exactly is this 5th prize?" Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, and then she said in a daze, "I didn't say that just now?" Everyone burst into laughter. "All right," Lu Qian said, "let's see. The 5th prize is logo." Lu Qian deliberately paused for a moment, then quickly glanced at the cue card in her hand, and then said in an exaggerated tone, 25th prize prizes, and it's actually a 5,000 yuan Kyokoboku Mall East card. This was too big of a deal. I can't wait for the grand prize, just let me win the 5th prize. Lu Qian's funny tone made everyone smile. At the same time, they were looking forward to the lucky draw even more. As Lu Qian said, the 5th prize was already very attractive. There was a whole 5,000 yuan card, and there were 20 spots. The probability of winning was quite high. The employees who didn't win the lottery before were also starting to hope for their good luck. After all, they had only drawn 10 6th prize prizes, 43,000 yuan 6th prize cards, 25,000 yuan 5th prize cards, and even more big prizes were waiting for them. Lu Qian quickly asked the female employee, surnamed Lu, to draw 10 6th prize winners, but she did not announce it immediately. Instead, she put the vouchers on the tray and asked Luo Xing to draw 5 5th prize winners. After the lucky draw, Lu Qian expressed her gratitude to the two of them and asked them to take their seats. Then, she began to announce the winners of the 2 awards. This time, they did not keep him in suspense. After all, there were still many segments to the annual meeting. It was fine to adjust the atmosphere occasionally. Otherwise, the pace would be a little delayed. Every time Lu Qian announced a number, the camera would give a close-up of the lottery ticket. Everyone could clearly see the number on the lottery ticket on the big screen. Out of the 10 6th prize winners, 9 of them were won by the staff in the venue, and the 5 5th prize winners were all won by the staff in the venue. Xia Ruofei was sitting at table 1. He smiled at Feng Jing, who was beside him. CEO Feng, it seems like the employees who didn't make it here are not very lucky, Feng Rao giggled, the grand prize is coming. I also hope that the staff who are on duty or working overtime today can win more prizes. They are really working too hard. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement as he watched the employees go on stage to receive the prizes. The cards for the 2 awards were specially made physical cards. After the card secret was removed, one could top up any account in Kyokoboku Mall. The logo of Paradise Corporation was also printed on the card. cards with different amounts of money had the same pattern. But the color was different. The cooperation between Taoyuan Company and Kyokoboku Shopping Mall was very close, so it was naturally easy to coordinate and customize a specialized card. The annual meeting continued. In the third round of the lucky draw, he drew the 20th place sixth prize, which was an card worth 3,000 yuan. Similarly, as many as 17 employees won the prize, and only 3 employees who were not present won. The pace of the annual meeting was very fast. Not only were snacks such as peanuts and melon seeds provided, but there were also steak, foie gras, and other Western food. Although the combination was a little strange, it ensured that no one would go hungry. After eating, they would crack melon seeds, peel oranges, and chat. This made the atmosphere better. Every department had carefully prepared small programs, and the large departments with more employees had also prepared many programs. Basically, there would be a round of lucky draws after a performance. In the fourth round, the last 10 sixth place prizes were drawn, and the 5th place prize was drawn. After the next round of performances, the 4th prize was finally revealed. My dear colleagues, the 4th prize is the latest iPhone 8, and there are 15 winners in total. Lu Qian said excitedly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have prayed that I would hit the jackpot. I've wanted to change my phone for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Lu Qian would always nag during every round of the lucky draw, and her prayers had really come true in the last round. She had won an card worth 5,000 yuan. In this round, the remaining 10 5,000 yuan card winners and 5 iPhone 8 winners were selected. Just as Lu Qian was announcing the winning numbers, Xia Ruofei heard a cry of surprise from behind. Arg! I won the lottery? It was Lin Xiao's voice. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but turn around and see Lin Xiao waving her hand with the lottery ticket. In embarrassment. I'm number 169. I think I've won the iPhone 8. Luo Xing chuckled and said, Lin Xiao is so lucky. Hurry up and go on stage to receive your award. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect this girl's luck to be so good. 15 out of more than 300 people. The probability wasn't too high, but she actually won. Lin Xiao said with embarrassment, This isn't very good. I'm just here to join in the fun. Besides, I'm not an employee of the company. It's a little against the rules for me to win the prize. Who dares to say that you're not an employee? Luo Xing asked. You've done so much for the company during the summer, and you're only getting that little bit of internship allowance. It's basically free work. The employees of the e-commerce department also echoed and urged Lin Xiao to go on stage to receive the award. Although these employees didn't know that the e-commerce department was going to form an independent business department, they usually worked together, so they all sat at 1 or 2 tables nearby. They were all colleagues who were familiar with Lin Xiao. Xia Ruofei also turned around and smiled. Xiaoer, don't let the MC wait too long. Go up and receive your award. Lin Xiao blushed and said, Brother Ruofei, I have an iPhone. I don't need it anymore. Why don't we get them to draw another one? Yours is from the previous generation. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the prize this time is the latest one. It's much more powerful. Quickly go and receive your award, logo. Oh, Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue and walked up to the stage with a red face under Everyone's kind laughter. She received the prize, with several other lucky employees. Brother Ruofei, how about? I give you this phone. When Lin Xiao passed by Xia Ruofei's table, she stopped and said, my phone is still new. I don't need to change it. I don't need it either. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I think you should just get a new phone. You can give godmother the one she used before. Teach her how to use the internet and video chat while you're at it. I think it's necessary for her to get a new smartphone so that she can video call you when she misses you in the future. Lin Xiao felt that Xia Ruofei's suggestion was good, so she smiled and said, all right then. I'll listen to you. The annual meeting continued and the lucky draw segment came one after another. Everyone was both nervous and excited. The employees who had won the prize before were also laughing and watching the show, paying attention to whether their colleagues around them had won. After the 15 iPhone 8s, the third prize was 10 Mac laptops. The value of the prize had reached more than 10,000 yuan. As expected, Feng Jing was right. For the next few awards, the off-site staff's winning rate also increased. Out of the 10 Apple laptops, 5 of them were won by off-site staff. The number of staff present today was almost twice that of the staff who were not present. Half of the third prize was drawn by the off-site staff, which was a very high probability. After the third prize was given out, Lu Qian returned to the stage. She looked at the staff in the banquet hall with a smile and said, my dear colleagues, I can see that the atmosphere of the annual meeting is already very lively. Next, let's add some fuel to the fire. Let's give a round of warm applause to the company's chairman, Mr. Xia Ruofei. President Xia will be personally bringing a performance to everyone. As soon as Lu Qian's voice fell, thunderous applause sounded in the hall, accompanied by screams, as if a big star had appeared. Xia Ruofei smiled and stood up. He adjusted his suit and buttoned it up. Then, he walked onto the stage and took the microphone from Lu Qian. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. He only nodded at the staff in charge of the mixer. A melodious folk song started playing. Xia Ruofei slowly brought the microphone to his mouth and his expression became extremely calm. Mom was sitting in front of the door, humming The Flower and Youth. Although many years had passed, he remembered her tears. This was a familiar folk song by Su Wei. Xia Ruofei's voice was a little low, similar to Su Wei's, but not a complete imitation. Especially after he had cultivated the great Dao arts, his voice had naturally become more touching. It was just like how his appearance was not considered handsome, but it made people feel very comfortable. Everyone was unknowingly attracted by Xia Ruofei's voice. Soon, they came to the chorus. Xia Ruofei, who had been singing in a low voice, suddenly raised his pitch. Life is not as simple as the present. And poetry and the distant fields you came to the world empty, handed in order to find that sea, he would do anything. I walk further and further away alone, there's a teenager at my knees. The young man grew up day by day. One day, when I have to leave home. When Xia Ruofei sang this part, Feng Jing and Lin Xiao, who were in the audience, felt their hearts skip a beat as if they had seen the future. Their hearts started to beat faster and their minds were controlled. It wasn't until the song ended and the staff applauded that the two of them came back to their senses, and their faces were flushed. The reviews for this song on the internet were mixed. The main criticism was because of the lyrics, and many people began to make fun of it. Such as life is not just a temporary one, a long-term one, and so on. However, it was undeniable that the song had a positive meaning and Xia Ruofei's performance was very successful. The applause was not because of his status as the chairman, but from the bottom of their hearts. Xia Ruofei waited for the applause to die down before he smiled and said, "This song is dedicated to all of our colleagues. I also hope that we can accompany each other all the way and walk together into the distance that belongs to our Paradise Corporation. Thank you, Director Xia." "Well said," Lu Qian said. Then, she revealed a sweet smile and said, "Next, we will invite President Xia to draw the 5-second prize winners for us. Of course, before that, I would like to, Student Lu Qian, if you keep us in suspense, you're going to anger the public." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's why I've decided not to give you the chance. I'll announce the second prize myself." Ha ha ha. There's finally someone who can deal with her. Well done, President Xia. The employees were also making a ruckus. Lu Qian pretended to be aggrieved and said, "President, I'm doing this for the show's effect." Then, she immediately smiled and said, "President Xia, please tell everyone what the second prize is tonight." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. I'm sure everyone has seen the special glass room next to the stage, right?" There was a small glass room at the side of the stage. It was similar to a shower room in the bathroom. Everyone noticed it as soon as they entered the banquet hall, and many wondered what it was for. Now that Xia Ruofei had mentioned it, it seemed that the second prize was related to the glass room. The employees started to make guesses. Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Our second prize will be given out in cash directly. However, how much you can get will depend on your ability." Xia Ruofei pointed at the glass room and said, "The colleague who is chosen will get a chance to enter the glass room to fish for money. We will put in at least 150,000 yuan in cash. The winning colleague needs to use a net bag. However much money he can get in 30 seconds is his." Wow! Awesome! President Xia really doesn't lack money. This award is interesting. The employees all started clapping. Xia Ruofei laughed. This award is purely about giving out money. There won't be any air blower or anything like that. There won't be any net either. In short, there's no trick. How much you earn will depend on your skills. Everyone laughed out loud, and a bolder employee said, "President Xia, let's draw the lottery. We can't wait. God, please let me hit the jackpot. I was wondering why I didn't win anything earlier. So this award was waiting for me." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Let's cut the chat and start the lottery. Lu Qian, bring the prize box over." "They're coming." Lu Qian quickly walked to the center of the stage, with the lottery box in her arms. Xia Ruofei took the lucky draw box and shook it a few times. Then, he reached in and stirred it a few times before he finally pulled out a ticket. Xia Ruofei pretended to pass the lottery ticket to Lu Qian. Just as Lu Qian reached out her hand, Xia Ruofei pulled it back. "I've decided to announce the winning numbers myself," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Seeing Lu Qian, who had been keeping everyone in suspense the whole night, being played by Xia Ruofei, the staff felt that it was especially funny. Lu Qian also showed a wronged look and said, "President Xia, if you don't want to give me the lottery ticket, can you not reach out to me?" Xia Ruofei blinked and said innocently, "I just wanted to raise my hand to see what time it was, ha ha ha. The staff couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. After making a small joke, Xia Ruofei returned to the main topic. He switched the ticket to his left hand and reached in with his right hand. He stirred a few times and drew the second ticket. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth. All 5 vouchers were drawn out. Everyone's heart started to beat faster. And their eyes were all on the vouchers in Xia Ruofei's hands. Logo. Number 33. Number 8, Xia Ruofei started to announce the number of the winning ticket. The audience cheered from time to time. The staff who won the prize were so excited that their faces turned red. The colleagues at the same table also urged them to treat. The atmosphere was very lively. However, when Xia Ruofei finished announcing the 4th number and picked up the 5th ticket, he stopped and had a strange look on his face. Everyone was confused. At first, they thought that Xia Ruofei had learned from Lu Qian and was trying to keep them in suspense. The cameraman was still working loyally. Although Xia Ruofei was stuck, the close-up shot of the ticket was still transmitted to the big screen. Everyone naturally turned their attention to the big screen. At first, it was silent, but after a few seconds, they all laughed out loud in unison. There was a number printed on the lottery ticket, Cricket 1. Everyone knew that lottery ticket number 1 corresponded to Xia Ruofei, and lottery ticket no. 2 corresponded to Feng Jing. So Xia Ruofei had drawn his lot just now. No wonder he looked like he had seen a ghost. There were hundreds of lottery tickets in the lottery box, and he actually drew his own number. This was too much of a coincidence. Xia Ruofei's brain worked quickly, and then he smiled and said, as everyone can see, I'm the last second prize winner. I'll follow the rules of the game and be the last one to go in and make money. The staff laughed. Indeed, according to the rules, Xia Ruofei was one of the participants. In theory, even if he won the grand prize, he could still receive the award. Therefore, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Even if Xia Ruofei had picked himself, no one would think that there was any shady business behind it. A big boss like Xia Ruofei was not short of money. Judging from the banquet and the level of the prizes, the annual meeting would cost at least a few million yuan. With so much money given out, how could Xia Ruofei play any tricks on the prize money that was only tens of thousands? Besides, the annual meeting was just for fun. The chairman, who was usually elusive, would personally go into the glass room to make money later. This was a rare wonder. The employees were all looking forward to it. The other staff members who had won the prize also came up to the stage. One of the 4 winners was a worker working on the production line of the pharmaceutical factory. The worker had just contacted him and told him the news of winning the prize. He had also appointed a colleague at the scene to go in and earn money in his place. The 3 employees who won the lottery and the agent of one of them went up to the stage and stood beside Xia Ruofei. They looked a little reserved, but at the same time, they could not suppress their excitement and expectation. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. We'll go in according to the order of winning the prize announced earlier. We'll immediately transfer the same amount of money that the previous lucky winner has earned," Xia Ruofei continued. "We'll make sure that everyone is playing the game under the same conditions." Xia Ruofei gestured to the staff at the side of the stage. The staff of the finance department immediately walked up to the stage with 15 stacks of 100 yuan bills that had been counted. These were the new bills. That had been specially withdrawn from the bank today, and each stack was the standard 10,000 yuan. The staff of the finance department opened all 15 stacks of cash in front of everyone on the stage and scattered them in the glass room. In a short while, the floor of the glass room was covered with a layer of red 100 yuan bills, which looked very visually impactful. The cameraman even gave a special close-up, which made the staff who didn't win the prize very envious. However, this was only the second prize. Generally speaking, there were still the first and special prizes. According to the rules, these two prizes were definitely bigger. Although the probability of winning was a little low, there was still hope for everyone. As for the employees who had already won the prize, they looked at the stage with a relaxed attitude, as if they were watching a show. Xia Ruofei said, "To the first lucky winner, you can go in now." The rules were very simple. The time limit was 30 seconds. After entering, you can't use any part of your body to touch the money and step on it. After the time limit was up, all the money in the net would belong to you. Do you understand? Understood. The staff member said excitedly. Go in. The staff member took the long-handled net bag from the staff and walked into the glass room. This was just a normal net bag used to catch fish. The hole was quite big, and the company didn't play any tricks on it. Xia Ruofei personally acted as the judge. Time. Start. A 30-second countdown suddenly appeared on the big screen. The staff who won the prize immediately began to use the net to fish for money in a hurry. Good luck. Good luck. Hurry up. The money on your left is more. The staff in the audience were all cheering for the lucky winner. Today, the finance department had prepared all the new notes, so they were smoother. In addition, the notes were scattered very wide, so the opening of the net was a bit thick. In the first few seconds, although the employee was flustered, he only managed to grab a few notes. Everyone was laughing and cheering, and the atmosphere was quite warm. The staff member who won the lottery quickly came to his senses. He was not in a hurry to get money directly. Instead, he used the net bag to drive the money together. After increasing the thickness, the effect was much better than before. Logo.